Howdy, everybody. Sid here. Real quick hit and run since we have about 9 hours of content today for you guys. Team BN was nice enough to supply us with a few very qualified runners to show off the Mega Man Star Force series in the upcoming collection that's going to drop next weekend. Would have loved to do it after, but we wanted to make sure the runners were actually available and not asking them to, quit their jobs just for us. The quick hit and run here is actually that we have the RPG Limit Break schedule coming up. I'm just going to post it in chat so you guys can push around. The big thing is Volunteer Deadline is closing today. So if you do want to come by the event and help us run the event so that people like me and Ashen can get a little bit more free time, a little bit less working time since we spend the whole weekend here with you, we'd much appreciate it. But let's get this into the show right now. And Silver and Yuki, take it away.
Alrighty, so hello everyone, my name is Silver. I'm going to be running Star Force 1, specifically on the Dragon version. It doesn't actually really make a difference what version we use. I've just always done Dragon, and it technically has like one buff the other versions don't have. One thing I do want to mention before we get into this is, in certain areas of the game, you may notice my video capture may bug out. Unfortunately, this is apparently a bug with the capture card, so I can't really do anything about it, so I apologize if it does do it. There really isn't much I can do. And then Yuki, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Yuki EXE. I'm also a Star Force runner, and just going to be sticking around to commentate, especially during the first, 10 minutes?
Yeah, the first several minutes are going to be me just sending emails out. So for those that don't know, the Star Force games have their version of the Lotto codes from Battle Network are called Cipher Mail, and where we can send emails to a specific NPC in the game and get rewards for it. The first several minutes of this run are just building out some of those emails. So if we're ready, we can go ahead and get started, and I'll give a countdown. So we'll begin in 3, 2, 1, go. So the very first thing is I'm just going to, anytime there's a cutscene, I'm just going to mash the start button. There are a couple unskippable cutscenes in which I will have to mash my way through naturally. Here it's going to ask us to name Geo. I'm just going to leave it as default because it doesn't really make too big of a difference outside of a couple frames. And now I'm going to immediately just start doing emails. So if you want to start explaining what cipher mails are and a little bit more of what we're going to be doing.
So, like Silver mentioned before, they're basically the Star Force equivalent of Lotto codes. The only difference there being in Battle Network, you just talk to a little device, you input 7 numbers, if I remember correctly, 6, 7, around there. Then you just immediately pop out hey, here's your reward, here's your Navicust, here's your battle chip, here's some weird item, quick and to the point. In this, you have to open up the email section, tab over to your satellite admin, type in a cipher, and then type in a full description of what thing you want. The problem with that is, if you mess up, it will still go through the entire process of as if you were to normally get it. The only difference there being you get a Mr. Hertz telling you, hey, you messed up. Everything I just finished saying, do it again. So go back into the email section, tab back into your satellite admin, retype cipher, retype that email again, but correctly this time. And it is case sensitive. If it has an exclamation point, a period, anything, that matters. It's if you see this online, type that to the T. You cannot mess this up. Or else you're just wasting about a full minute retyping everything. So it's basically just that for roughly 8 minutes, which is very fun.
Yeah, and we have to completely back out every single time. I cannot just send emails en masse. It will make me go all the way out to get my reward.
Yeah, thankfully for Star Force 2, they did fix it up a little bit by, one, letting us type on the touchscreen, which Silver's doing this on the top screen because they haven't figured out touchscreen technology yet, because it's still this is still a release game around that time. So for Star Force 2, they did fix that, and they also, when you're sending out the cipher mail, they'll just automatically input, hey, this is a cipher mail, we'll just tab that out for you, and then you just type in the code. But unfortunately for this game, no such luck. If you mess up, you mess up.
And then if people are wondering how you even get these codes, some of them are distributed in-game, some of them were in the game strategy guide, a couple were in the manual to the game, and then a good chunk of them were also shared through the short-lived anime. But thankfully, we just have access to all of them, and the ability to use the cipher code isn't actually locked by like having unlocked anything or seen anything. We can just put them in immediately. So it doesn't matter like how far we've progressed in the story. As long as we know the codes, the game will just let us send them.
Yeah, which is why we just immediately do it at the start of the run, to just get that out of the way.
And if it looks like it's very boring and tedious, that's because it is. Thankfully, we know now that the Legacy Collection will allow us to, instead of typing out the emails, it'll give us the ability to just choose what email we want from a menu, and that'll autofill the message. And so we don't have to, with the Legacy Collection, we won't have to spend all this time typing it out, which is very exciting.
Which is all I want. It's all I wanted.
I mean, I've seen a couple videos
my
pop up on
alternative.
YouTube about BN and them adding things like that to make things a lot easier. So it's cool to hear.
Yeah, they've improved. The Legacy Collection will come with a lot of time save that in some cases will make it super fast, and then also won't really matter too much, because we can, with the fact that we can just pick them from a menu in Legacy Collection, now it opens the gates of like, do we want to get more cipher codes? Because part of the reason we only take the ones we're doing is because we're getting ones that we know will give us like really powerful cards, while also not spending too much time in the menu typing them out. But if we can do cipher codes in like a literal second, then now do we get more of them? So
I mean, we probably will.
yeah, it'll probably result in more cipher codes being taken.
Good. I'm so glad they just added that function, because my alternative was just going to be, whenever I do Star Force 1 runs, just load up a save that already has all the codes in. And just never upload it to the leaderboards. Like, it is that boring.
Yeah, it's definitely not a fun thing, and it's one of the main reasons that like a lot of people aren't too fond of running specifically Star Force 1, because the other games have made it so much easier that spending the first couple minutes like this is just mind-numbingly boring. But don't worry, we're almost done.
Ironically enough, that's why I left Star Force 1 to go into Star Force 2, because of the cipher mail. Every run just got disheartening. Like, oh cool, I did in PV, time to restart my timer and just do like barely 10 minutes of email.
Yeah, we only need 2 more codes. You might have noticed that like most of them are like sentences and stuff, and that last one I put in is just a bunch of like nonsense. They kind of just rotate between that. A lot of our routing and decision making for what cipher codes to take is usually based off of what is the fastest to input and what like gives us the most value for that time sync. So just know that all these, even like the super long ones I'm filling out, they are worth that time sync. And now we're going to do our last code.
Finally, one more. We're free, we can actually play the game.
Yep.
like looking at these thinking, what was the original time that this took like 15 minutes? Just the slow but sure time save of just getting better and better at typing this train wreck of conversations.
It used to be when I first did runs, it actually, the route for cipher codes has not changed all that much in the last couple years. So, like, I think my original run, I think I still only spent maybe 10 minutes doing cipher codes. So
interesting.
It hasn't been terrible. It just really depends on what you want. So a lot of the times, a lot of these cipher codes are preferential. So whatever you feel is more beneficial for you and how you want to play, then you can take certain codes.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was more so thinking
some of them
that
are
it's like a
just so good.
It was more so thinking like it's a skill you build up like menuing, but instead of menuing, it's typing a password in the most obtuse way possible. Do it with the D-pad. Touchscreen? What touchscreen?
And I don't know if it shows up.
Figure out we can use it.
Yeah. In that situation, I could not skip that cutscene because it was introducing like some of the multiplayer functionality. So I had to just mash through it. And I use a technique where I hold my 3DS sideways so I can mash A and B with my thumbs. So if that shows up on camera, just know that I'm mashing through an unskippable cutscene. But now we actually get to meet Omegasys, which fused with Geo become Mega Man. So the whole plot of Mega Man Star Force is that Omegasys is an alien who escaped from planet FM and stole something from them, and now they chased him down here with the intent to take back whatever he stole. And throughout the whole game, we don't really figure out what it is that Omegasys did and why he came to Earth up until like the last hour of the game that we learn more of his intentions. But the key takeaway is that some of the people from planet FM are now coming down to Earth to attack us, and they're introducing a bunch of viruses and a bunch of like bad guys. This first scenario we're going to go through, we're going to be fighting who's called Taurus Fire. And the way that the enemies in this game work, like the bosses, is they are all what are called FMians who take over human bodies. And the way they can do that is when human emotions are at like their peak, the FMians have the ability to just take over a human's body without any like resistance. So all of the antagonists we're fighting are people who are being emotionally manipulated for the most part, with the only exception being Geo, who is willingly accepting Omegasys. But in every other instance, the FMians are forcibly taking over. And we get our
little
standard
small,
tutorial.
Like, enticement. With a little small like enticement of like Omegasys mentions like, hey, I know your dad. I might know what have happened to him. Let me stick around with you for a little while, and hey, I might drop some little hints about what happened here and there.
Yeah, they tend to try and coax them in with usually trying to insinuate that whatever is emotionally ailing them, they have the ability to just fix. And since we're going through the tutorial, if you haven't seen Star Force, it's a much different perspective than Battle Network, in that we're doing it in like, we only have this small grid to work with. But unlike Battle Network, we have the ability to lock on, which allows me to move Geo a little bit more. And then I can also actively shield damage, which you can't do for free in Battle Network. So now the tutorial's done, we're going to go out and we're going to learn some of the other overworld stuff we can do. And we're just going to talk to people right now. Anytime I get an email, I'm just going to ignore it because they're never useful. They do nothing for me. So here we're just going to learn about some of the NPCs. There's a specific order we want to talk to them in, because what we need to do after this is just next to this guy. So we're going to do this game's equivalent of like jack in, and we're going to pulse in. So we're going to go on the EM wave and become Mega Man. And now what we need to do is everybody has their little, what are called transers, basically this game's version of the pet. And I need to check everybody's transers. And thankfully, I can just jump in and jump out. I don't actually need to do anything other than just having touched their transer, and then I can leave.
Yeah, because the game expects you to dive right in and read their message, so you can learn a little bit more about them. But thankfully, they programmed it in so where you just need to visit and just immediately dip.
And then I'm going to do a folder edit here. I'm going to add in all the stuff that I used the cipher codes for earlier. Oh, I need to remove a few more. We'll just get rid of these. We'll have to fix this. My menuing is not great here, but that's fine. So now we're going to choose our...
Doesn't have a lot of folder edits.
Yeah, and now we're going to set our favorite cards. And the favorite cards allow us to turn them all into what are called white cards, which means that they can combo together without needing any prerequisite. Having some of our powerful cards set as our favorites together makes it a whole lot easier to just combo together. So in that, I can use that powerful card to just get rid of both of those viruses at once. So we'll continue on our way, checking out the transers. And again, we do the checking of these transers in a specific order, because once we're done with this next NPC, where we need to go next is conveniently right next to him. So now once we're done, we'll get a cutscene, and then it'll ask us to get into this card that we're standing right next to. And what we have here is some viruses we got to take out. One thing you'll notice when I'm traveling in the overworld, and you'll see it across all 3 Star Force games, is we're going to be hugging walls, and it's going to look like we're not really thinking, and we're just kind of just walking in one direction. It's because we kind of are, but there is a reason for that. We spend less time adjusting our movement, and it impacts what is called our step counter. So basically the thing that controls our encounter rate. Whenever we take a step or make an adjustment in the overworld, oh, that's unfortunate, our step counter increases, which then increases our chances of getting into an encounter. But standing in one direction and just moving in one path will reduce the amount of steps we're taking and adjustments we're making, so that our step counter is staying as low as possible. And we've just gotten so used to it that even in normal overworld movement, we're going to just continue to do that. So you'll often see me just hold straight directions and not really deviate from it. And it's just so that we can do that. So now we're done with the first day, so we're going to go to bed. This is where we learned a bit more about the first encounter we're going to be doing with Taurus Fire, where Taurus is the FMian who's going to be taking over our classmate Bud and creating Taurus Fire. So we're going to sleep. I'm going to tell it I don't want to save. So much like Battle Network, every major FMian has their dungeon, and this dungeon is revolving around Bulls because Taurus himself is Bull inspired. So now here we are in one of the few times that we're actually at night. And as we go back to what's called Vista Point, which is Geo's favorite spot in town, I'm going to talk to a signpost here, and this is going to actually open a hidden pathway. I'm going to use that hopefully to reset my step counter to avoid an encounter, but whether or not it actually pans out, we won't know until we see what the encounter rates look like. So we go here and we just leave. This will happen constantly. There will be constant times that I have to go to Vista Point and then just leave. It's all for story purposes. So now...
Yeah, so if there's any ever... if you want to learn this game and you ever get lost, 9 times out of 10, just head to Vista Point.
Yeah. So I'm going to go into this just to reset my step counter. Because anytime we transition to a different screen like that, we're resetting our step counter. So we need to go back to that same car I was at earlier, which is all the way up here. If I can avoid an encounter... Okay. So I did get an encounter, so I'm not going to go into that new path that I just opened, because it's just going to be a waste of time. Because now my encounter steps are already at 0, so there's still a chance I'll get an encounter, but it's lower. So I'm just not going to take the time. I need to get in here. We need to activate this. And there's some viruses hiding in it. Who would have thought? So I want to try...
unfortunate thing...
Okay.
So the only unfortunate thing about like wave holes, you do have to be a certain distance away before it will let you like go inside.
Yeah, we have to be within a certain distance, even if it looks like because of the perspective we're closer than we are. There's going to be one near the end of the game where it looks like we should be able to pulse in from where we're standing, but the game's just like, nope, you're not close enough. You have to go to this spot that actually looks like you're farther away. So now we're in the first main dungeon, and the gimmick here is we have to ride on bulls who try to buck us off, and we have to press certain buttons as they appear on screen, and we have to use the stylus, because of course we do. So anytime like these, we're going to have to look at them and try and touch them. I'm literally just holding my stylus flat on my touchscreen and just moving them over. The Legacy Collection just turned them into pressing buttons in time, so that'll be a whole lot better.
You want to know what the crazy thing about that? Apparently, going off of a Shadowrock's video, he mentioned that even if you mess up, they don't count that.
Yeah, that was one thing I noticed. It might actually make it to where it's more beneficial to just spam the face buttons at that point.
Yeah.
So I'm going around to collect some keys. In this first room, every time I collect a key, I'm going to pulse out and pulse back in. That's just so I can get back to the start of the dungeon, because every door I need to open with the keys is back at the start. I won't be able to do this in the second screen of the dungeon, because that would take too much time to pulse out and pulse back in and just walk all the way back. We should be able to just do it with this. Yep. And then for the most part, a lot of the cards that we're getting from winning these battles, we're not really going to interact with. There's going to be a couple times that we will do a folder edit, but right now, the cards that we got from the cipher codes are going to just hard carry us for most of the game. With the only like standout thing we're going to edit our folder to add is the free Giga card we'll get near the end of the game, which is like a free 500 damage in like all of the battle area.
Going to be real helpful for a certain fight near the end of the game.
Yeah, there is one very catastrophic fight that happens near the end of the run that is very, very scary.
It's fine. It's just Jammer 3Gs.
Yeah, this is a DS game, but I am playing it on my new 3DS XL.
Yeah, the XL versions like make playing a lot of these so much easier, because you can actually see what's going on.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I care about the pixels, so I gotta play in pixel perfect mode where the screen is so much smaller on the 3DS XL.
Fair.
Yeah, because it'll actually match the DS's resolution.
It doesn't hurt that, like, if you already have the capture card in it, you can justify it very easily, considering it's like a couple hundred to put a capture card in a unit.
They're in such an awkward spot that Leo will not actually benefit me at all.
Nothing like getting an OP chip and then have it not work out anyway.
Yeah, Leo Kingdom does 300 damage, but he only attacks the back rows, and neither of the viruses started in the back rows, so it's not... Like, one of them literally cannot move to the back row, and just trying to hope that the other one does is just a waste of time.
Speaking of the collection, has there been any reports of like a certain version like playing poorly, like the Switch version or something? Or is that not fully understood yet? Because it hasn't released.
Not that I'm aware
people
of.
have been playing on like PC. I don't think anyone's gotten console versions yet.
Gotcha.
Yeah, most of this game's main dungeons are going to revolve around using the touchscreen for one thing or another. The next dungeon we're going to do is possibly the most infamous in how it can be just very trolly. And there's one of the, like the third one, is the one we know in the Legacy Collection that apparently it's going to be harder. I'm very curious about that because as runners, we have a very specific technique for the third scenario's minigame. So I'm very curious as to how that will play out during like Legacy Collection runs. So we'll have to see how that works out. But I can't imagine it'd be that terrible. Okay, one of them move here.
I need to
Okay,
experience
they all moved in the way.
Warp Note section myself. Because apparently they made that one harder.
So now we have all the keys we need. And one of the nice things is, based on there's a chance that I can one-turn this boss, depending on what cards I draw. Because the Pegasus magic card that I added has the ability and does enough damage to one-shot this first boss. So if we get fortunate enough, we can just one-shot him on the first turn.
Yep.
And of course, we get another encounter. Yeah, I'll just show it off.
For the road.
It gives me Pegasus now, so hopefully this doesn't ruin my chances. But that's one of the unfortunate things about this, is we can't really do much about the encounter rate. The Star Force and Battle Network series have items that reduce the encounter rate and the chances of running into viruses. But unfortunately, in Star Force 1, it doesn't quite work as intended, so it's not actually all that viable. Oh, I misjudged. One move. Okay. Not a good fight. Ideally, we would have drawn Pegasus Magic turn 1, but there's not much we can really do about that. So that's Taurus Fire gone, and that gets... What we believe is we get rid of the Ethemian as well, but we learn later that that's not actually the case. We just happened to free Bud from the control of Taurus, and now we're just immediately popped into the next scenario. And you'll hear us say that word a lot. Scenario is how we, like, the way we determine what section of the game we're in. So now we're in the second scenario, and these kids got their soccer ball stuck in a tree, and the NPC that we were standing next to at the start of this just so happens to have a jetpack. So we're going to talk to him and see if we can convince him to let us have it, and he's going to tell us no. He doesn't want us to have his invention, so we have to go find a new way to help these kids. And there's conveniently a guy just over here who has an RC copter. So we're going to ask him for it.
Pretty chill guy. All he wants is some juice for you to like be able to like use it.
Yeah, he'll just give it to us for some juice. So we go over to the vending machine, and the vending machine doesn't work. So we have to pulse in to figure out why it's not wanting to work. And that happens quite a few times. We're going to encounter stuff that just doesn't work. And then it's always like, oh, well, it's probably there's a virus in there. And what do you know? There's always a virus in there. And this is one instance. Yeah.
No, go ahead. And finish up your thought.
No, I was just going to say, this is one example
curiosity
of...
We're going to have this all day today. 9 hours, boys. 9 hours. Get ready. All right. Well, I guess I'll just a hard commit to the bit. Is this like translated juice or actual juice? Like, is this
actual
quote-unquote juice? Actual juice? Oh, man, I'm so sad.
I wish I could find translated juice in a vending machine.
Well, you know what I mean, right? Like, it's in English, it's translated to juice, but it's soba or, like, alcohol or whatever in Japanese. Wouldn't be the first time.
Just pop over to the break room, just get some
now that we have the RC car or chopper, we can come up here and help these kids out. But the vending machine that I just pulsed into is one weird example where that wave hole is very far from us, but we can still somehow access it. Whereas later in the game, there's going to be stuff that's really close to us that we cannot access. So the game is unfortunately very inconsistent about how it treats that. So we free their soccer ball.
So remember, net navies, they've been reduced to trading cards.
Oh, that's right. Now we meet our dad's best friend, and he invites us to come see our dad's office. So we're just going to go back to bed and wake up the next morning to do that. And for some reason, that text box you can't skip with the skipping cutscenes. Same with that one. There's just really weird inconsistencies where the game doesn't let you skip certain cutscenes. And there's also going to be a point later in the game where the game kind of baits you into thinking something's happening because you can't skip the cutscene. So now we're going to go to Amiken, which is the science area, kind of like Scilab. So now we're going to talk to Aaron, and then we're going to talk to him again. And we're here as a class field trip. So Aaron is our dad's best friend and talks about how he may know what actually happened to our dad. That's one of the very not nice things that some of the NPCs and people in this game do, is they vague talk about Gio's dad and what happened to him, and then just don't want to actually say anything. So very, very mean of various people in this game to do that. But now we're in a little museum. We gotta check all the exhibits here.
Yeah, as they say it. If you're gonna say it with your chest. Is a
right, now that we've seen everything,
word to live by.
He just gives us a kid a staff badge for the entire building. So now we're gonna just go check out his office. And now that we've checked out his office, we're gonna go right back to where we were before, because we're going to go check out the space simulator that they have here, and that's where we're going to encounter our next dungeon. And the dungeon that, in my opinion, has one of the best tracks in the game, even though it's just a remix on the game's title theme.
I mean, it's a good remix.
Oh, yeah. So we go into a little space simulator here. And our goal in here is we just need to talk to everybody. That's another thing. If you find yourself stuck constantly, it might be because you just need to talk to people. And there is one planet we need to talk to get an HP memory, just so we can increase our max HP. In most games, like the Battle Network games and the other Star Force games, we increase our HP so that we can run from encounters and use the items that prevent encounters. Here, it's mostly for safety's sake, because we can't really run from encounters to begin with. We will almost never be at an HP range where it's effective to try and run. And so we just kind of can't really run from fights. But we just boost our HP instead, just so we can be safe. Here we need to try and leave, but we can't, so we have to take the key card from the teacher. And here's a bit of a throwback and to a moment in time. To be able to leave, we have to provide a passcode, and the passcode is how many planets are in the solar system. At the time, it was 8 because we observed Pluto as a planet. We don't anymore, so this answer is not correct. And now, we have to go and pulse in, because what happened is all of our friends are stuck in spinning around in circles and can't do anything about it because of the antagonist, the new FMian named Cygnus, who took over the guy that we saw with the jetpack from earlier. That guy was very down on himself and feels that he's not like helpful, and he's like he just doesn't feel confident, and so that's how the FMN was able to take over him.
Also, with the permanent like spinning around thing, the room also is like constantly losing oxygen, so they will quite literally spin till they're like dead.
Yeah, they're just going to eventually suffocate themselves. I should not have taken this grass stage because it's just gonna be a dimming card. So Ghost Pulse is a good card to get. And then Pegasus will just get rid of this instantly. There are some viruses that the very first thing they're going to do is move, and some of my cards are going to be based off positions of the viruses. So ideally, I would wait for them to make their first movement before I use the cards to try and maximize how much of like effectiveness I get out of them. We'll go here. Vulcan Seed's good. Yes, the ability to run and use the item Cloaker is based off of your HP stat. So the higher HP you have, the better chances of it all working. And I think in Star Force 1, I think it may phrase it as specifically based off your level. So if viruses are like a lower level than you have a better chance of running, and the only way to increase your level is by getting HP memory. So now we're in the Cygnus Wing scenario, and the gimmick here is we have to shoot rockets at these ducks. And then as we step on these platforms, there are stars that are falling. Unfortunately, this is one of the dungeons where I mentioned earlier that my capture might start messing up. This is the area where it seems to be doing it the most, so I do apologize if the screen starts flickering. It is not my capture card, it is not my setup. It is apparently, based off my research, it is just a bug with the firmware for the capture card, so there is not much I can do about it.
And it's why I went to the Raspberry Pi setup.
We just gotta shoot the ducks with the rockets. For the most part, they're pretty simple. There are a couple that have very tricky paths where it's very easy to miss, and missing wastes a lot of time because you have to sit there and watch them taunt you. I'm also getting rolled by the stars. It's generally not faster to try and tank them because you spend more time watching Geo get back up. Oh, that's unfortunate. And that's going to be a recurring trend, is almost all of these dungeons are going to have some sort of hazard where you can just tank the damage, but it ultimately ends up not being really faster to do so. Alright, come on. There we go. So now that we've gotten rid of all the ducks here, we get access to the next area. Oh, this is not a good hand. But it worked out anyway. Ideally, like, I would always try to pull one of the cipher codes that I entered. There unfortunately isn't really a way for us to truly guarantee we'll always pull something from them. But if we can, then it just almost always makes the fights instantaneous. And then we always want to take a specific path through these dungeons, just so we end up back where the exit is in a convenient path. So in this case, I did skip over a rocket, but it's because I want that rocket is right next to the exit. So it just makes more sense to do it last, since it'll put me right next to the exit. We'll just get rid of these guys with some overkill.
And they deserve it.
Yeah. Even though the
Crowbacks
Pegasus
are
magic...
annoying.
Yeah. The Pegasus magic will take a bit. Like, any of the mega cards take a while to take effect and, like, actually deal the damage. But it still ends up being faster than, like, trying to actually line them up in a way to effectively get rid of them with, like, swords or cannons or stuff like that. So even if we get one of those types of cards, it still ends up being a little bit better to just use them rather than try to plan out something. Because it also attacks every row. So, just an easy win.
Circling back to
And
the
an instance-
HP question from chat, somebody had mentioned that we answered the question that HP kind of determines run rate. It's actually been like that since Battle Network 2. I thought that's what I remembered, but I'm kind of a super Andy casual, so... But just so you know, it's been like that for a long time. It's just very obtuse that it's that way.
Yeah, and it's only real... Like, I had mentioned it, that like a lot of the Battle Network and Star Force games, we build around that. In one, we kind of can't, because the run rates for this... For whatever reason, Capcom decided that run rates should be very high. And so, like, even the starting areas require over 200 HP to effectively run. No idea why and who made that decision. But it's basically like you are almost never going to be in a situation where running is going to be, like, building to run away is going to work.
Oh, just use the escape chip.
Yeah.
I started learning a run like that recently, too, where running is like, okay, you want to just lose the fight? Go ahead, try and run. See how it works out, buddy. So miserable.
Yeah, that's basically how it works out here, where more often than not, running is detrimental. Is it just, you spend a turn, and you may just not run away, and then when you don't run, you end up having no battle cards. So you forfeit your draw to try and run. And so it's very risky to try and just run. So oftentimes we have a card that we feel is sufficient enough to just do the fight. We just try to tank it. And it gets very risky, especially at the end, where the most obnoxious enemies are in the final lead up to the final fight, in which we are certainly not going to have the HP to run, and the most obnoxious enemies are there, conveniently. That was a very nice fire ring. And because I have been clearing these with a high rank, they also have a chance to giving me a heal if I'm low. Come on. And that fact that like getting an S rank or a high rank will heal you becomes in handy much later, where we are very much at a risk of dying in literally every fight. But we'll talk more about that once we actually get to it. But just know that there's going to be a point in this run where we are walking on thin ice in like every encounter, and we have to pray we get good drops or good cards in order to like survive. We can we saw it a little bit, but Cygnus Wing is down there. I'm gonna try and... work. We don't have too many rockets left. It's only this one and the next one. Because of my tech smashing, I missed that first cycle. Yeah, there are some battle cards that are just not it. But unfortunately, we don't really have much in the way of like replacing them. I can swap them out with some cards that I've been getting from drops, but for the most part, it's not like I don't want to spend all the time doing a folder edit for that. Okay, I was able to get a double delete there with the sword. So we got our last rocket here.
Nice.
And I got no missed ducks. So now we get to go fight Cygnus. And of course we have to get another encounter before it.
It's tradition, just always one more for the road.
Also had to be an annoying fight with no good drops. No good pulls, rather. Oh. Okay. Hopefully this heals me. Okay, good. Crisis averted. Little tragic, but crisis averted by getting a heal. When you're at critical health, the game has a much higher chance of giving you a heal. Oh, nice. We got a very good draw to start. See, I would have liked having this turn, or this kind of draw, in the Taurus fight. But oh well.
It's a shame he didn't get the rocks. I probably would have just killed him.
Yeah. And there's Cygnus Wing down. So that's another
freeze
scenario
break is a
gone.
strong combo.
So, out of curiosity, if we do tank a death, what happens? Do we get punted back to the start screen, or?
Yep, we go back to the title screen. Do not worry though. There's going to be situations where I will be saving just to avoid any sort of actual risk. But stuff like the Taurus and Cygnus fights, as long as I'm full health or have a relatively decent amount of health, there is no risk. Their attacks are so telegraphed and slow that they don't really pose a real risk. But later bosses I will be saving before the fights, just in case.
I look forward to the Legacy Collection auto-saving every time you enter a map.
Yeah. Yeah, the Legacy Collection, we obviously, none of us have access to it, unfortunately, so we haven't been able to test anything. But the running theory is, at least with Star Force 1, we expect it to save a substantial amount of time. And, well, for most of them, if you enable a lot of the settings, we expect for substantial time saves to occur. Star Force 1, probably the most amount of time is going to be saved from it. Some people think it might save over an hour. I think that might be a little too much, but we'll see when it comes out and I mess around with it. But yeah, the expectation is that some of the settings and things we can change will drastically speed up the runs. So here we have a cop who is trying to investigate all of the mysterious EM waves that are appearing. And right now we just got to figure out what his intentions are. And we find out that he is here to investigate some weird stuff that's going on. And so we kind of have to knock him out. Because we wanted to read his transer to figure out what his real thoughts are. But unfortunately, he has a blocker on them, so we can't actually get into them. So now we're gonna use this little pitching robot to knock him out, to put down his shield. The pitching robot doesn't work because it's locked due to its user. So we're gonna go find this kid, and we tell him we need it, but he says no. So now we have to go read his transer to figure out why we can't use it. Yeah, the cipher mail stuff alone is going to save several minutes. And having a better folder as with having more cipher codes will also make other fights better.
And also just never having an encounter.
Yeah, if you disable encounters, that will also help. But like right now, we're still trying to figure out what we're gonna allow in runs.
Yeah.
So, but at least me personally, I'm definitely gonna do a run with all the settings cranked to 11, just to see what the time could be. So we figured out where he hid the card needed to actually use the pitching robot. And then we just go and use it.
You can drop down the like additional options of like skipping fights and stuff like a lot of the other communities do.
Yeah, I'm thinking just either on off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me personally, one of the options I think should be allowed in all categories regardless is there's an option to just increase the movement speed. I feel like that one should be fine for anything. But it's we're running a community vote, so nobody's like single-handedly making a decision. Currently we have a community vote up for what people think we should and shouldn't allow. But I personally think that the increased movement speed should be allowed regardless, just because I view that as a quality of life improvement, not so much like a cheat.
Yeah. It's definitely like a quality of life that really doesn't affect gameplay skill or normalizing luck in any significant way. Did you just slash those guys with a drill?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep.
I think
just a casual slap.
Yeah. They've had drills in games before. They know how it works. I'm very confused how they forgot how drills work.
Look, it's fine. They'll fix the drill problem in Star Force 3 where it's actually used like a drill.
Only took 2 games to figure it out again after they got it fine in Legends.
I mean, smacking somebody with a drill still hurts.
Fair.
Now we've knocked him out, so we can actually access his transer now. So now we have to pulse in again to make that same exact trip I just did, so we can check out his transer. Hopefully, we get low encounters or no encounters. And we get 1. And it's, well, I mean, at least it's very basic viruses, so I don't have to worry about not having the best draw. And now we can get into his transer and read what he's here for. And the thing we learn is that he suspects Geo is the source of everything. So now he is completely forgotten because he got just straight up hit with a baseball, which if you've never been knocked with a baseball, it's not fun. He has completely forgotten what he's here for because of the concussion he received, so he leaves. But we now know that he suspects us as being the source of everything that's going on, so now we're very wary about his appearance. And now we're just going to go to bed. And we're going to start the section everybody remembers the most with the character everybody loves the most. We're going to meet Sonya.
Yeah, thankfully Omegasys does delete the data saying, hey, it's this kid.
Yeah, Omegasys does kind of like delete his transer, and he looks at it and is like, what was that here for again? I don't have any notes. Maybe I'm just in the wrong spot. But we are now just wary of this guy having suspected us and is here to investigate what's going on. So we have to just be wary of what he's doing. So we have the help signal again, where you're supposed to figure out where the help signal is from, but we just know it's over here. And we run into Sonia, and she's asking for some place to hide. So we're going to go take her to Aaron, because that's another thing we'll see constantly is anytime we're stuck and don't know what to do, Aaron somehow has all the answers. So we're going to go
Man,
give
this
him a visit.
celebrity needs a place to hide. Where do we take her? First, let's go to the public transit system.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 And then once we talk to Aaron here, it's going the whole facility is going to experience a blackout, and we're going to have to go solve that. So you can see there's like that little orb thing there. There's a couple of them hidden around the facility that are causing this blackout, so we got to go and take care of them all. And as you could have guessed, they're all viruses. So now we got to go pulse in. The reason we can see all the waves is because of our visualizer. The visualizer is what the game expects you to use to try and figure out where you can pulse in, but we just know where all the spots are, so we don't have to do it. And the game also conveniently makes it very obvious with like having objects on the floor and stuff that kind of makes it stand out. So it's not like you don't really have to try and use the visualizer to determine. The game kind of just gives it away anyway. That was a good one. So there's one down. And the second energy ball is going to be back where we were at for the Cygnus area. And that's going to be quite a bit out of the way. So once I finish that fight, I'm going to pulse out and pulse back in, so I can get closer to the next doorway we actually need to go through. Wide Wave is a good card to get. Here's our next one. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, I'm just beefing this fight, but that's fine. We get Vulcan Steed, which is always good. Thankfully, this virus doesn't really fight back a whole lot. He kind of just stands around. He basically does the equivalent of like trying to flex on us, and then doesn't really do a whole lot. So we pulse out and pulse back in, because the next area we need to go to is closer to here than it is where we were just at. And if people do have any questions on stuff in the chat, just go ahead and drop them, and whenever I'm between stuff, I will glance over, and we can answer anything that people might have. Thankfully, for the most part, I feel like it's kind of explanatory. Another Wide Wave is good. Well, Pegasus will just clear this for us. Especially in fights like this where we have a bunch of viruses next to each other that have a bunch of HP. That's where having Pegasus comes in very handy, because he will always attack anything in whatever row and it's a guaranteed 240 damage.
Alright, last area to go.
That guy thankfully stuck around long enough to get hit by that. So we only have 2 more energy balls to get rid of. Right, that was pretty good. And then I unfortunately do have to do some backtracking because the other one is down this path. So unfortunately in this instance, taking Pegasus isn't going to be the greatest because he's just going to hit these rocks. And it'll just be more of a waste. So we'll just go with Vulcan Seed, because Vulcan Seed hits everything other than those areas. We'll take Vulcan Seed again, because these guys are going to be weak to it. I feel like if I had a deck of Vulcan Seeds, that alone would just make everything so much easier. We'll take another. I didn't know where that guy was going to move, so I didn't want to try and use the Break Saber on him. And now all the energy balls are gone, so the power returns. And so we're going to go back to say hi to Aaron and Sonia again. So she says that she wants to talk to us on the roof. So we'll just go over here. And this whole scenario is based off Sonia herself. So she gets also taken over by an Ephemian who's exploiting her sadness regarding her life situation, her experiences, and just how things have been going in her life. So the Ephemian takes over her because of that. And we have to fight her, and ultimately she becomes one of the rare instances that, like Geo, ends up becoming a friend with the Ephemian that took over. So for this, she will be our antagonist, but she will become good after this. And she is one of the more annoying minigames for her dungeon, because if you get hit once, you have to reset all of it. But we have a specific technique that we utilize that makes it very easy to make sure you don't get hit. So we're just going to head back home, and then it kicks off everything. We also learned that like her manager is also kind of a jerk and has like been like going crazy. And so that's also part of her problem, is that her life hasn't been going the greatest, and even the people who are supposed to be looking after her are also not being the greatest people. So right now, everybody, all the NPCs are knocked out due to her music, so we gotta go stop her. And her whole minigame is we have to shoot some notes that are coming our way. And I'm gonna focus on doing the right-hand side. So these 2 buttons on the right, I'm just gonna do these and then only move left when I see a note on the left-hand side. And the reason for this is I am right-handed, so just spamming these right 2 buttons mean that I can get rid of any notes that my hand may be covering, and I can quickly move over to the left side to get rid of any notes over there that I can see coming in. So if you're left-handed, it might be better to do it the other way. Granted, with the Legacy Collection, it won't matter because you'll just use the buttons instead. But I feel that strategy may still be very good in Legacy Collection, despite the claims that they're from people who have early previews that it's harder. feel like that might still be fine. Where is this time bomb guy gonna go?
Yeah, they just increased the speed in which the notes appear in now, which shouldn't change that much.
No, as long as you're hitting everything, like you're like doing that wiggling I was doing, you should be fine.
Then again, I can't really give much trust when people still have issue with the BN5 version.
Yeah, that was a one where I definitely struggled as a kid to do that one effectively, but playing it like modern, like I definitely don't struggle with it the same way I did as a kid. So even though like we have one of the people who did a preview is somebody in our community, it's still like one of those things where, like, not to be rude to anybody who's done the previews, it's just a matter of I'll check it out when I can check it out. Like, I'll give my opinion on it, and we'll go from there. These time bomb guys are also the biggest jerks.
Extremely annoying.
We're gonna do this. Hopefully his bomb doesn't count as an object yet. It doesn't. We also get some money for clearing these, and we won't really be buying a whole lot of stuff. The only thing that I'm going to be purchasing is some HP memory, and then there's going to be, near the end of the game, we're going to be walled by needing 3,000 Zenny, which even after my purchases, I should have more than enough. So money isn't really a problem, because we're not really going to be buying anything, but having the money to make sure I can get the HP memories when I'm at the stores with them is important. I'll also be picking up a new weapon for Omegasys later that will make it to where I'm guaranteed to get Zenny from fights. And so that makes it even easier. We've only got a couple more of these note sections.
Should be one more up before the boss fight.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's actually only one. I'm gonna activate this guy.
Like right near the end.
That's not what I would have liked to have gotten from that counter. So here's the last one. Oh, okay. That somehow didn't count as hitting it. Yeah, as you can see, getting hit even once boots you out of it. Okay. It's very unfortunate to have actually failed one of those, but no biggie. And then since I haven't saved at all during this run, just to be safe, even though Harp Note still isn't really a threat, I am going to save before this fight. And there's going to be quite a few more safety saves coming up in a later segment, just because of how much we're going to be at risk of dying. And we unfortunately got a not good draw. Still not the greatest draw.
Man, just bottom decking all the good stuff, huh?
Yep. Never lucky. Literally bottom deck. Okay, well, not the greatest, since I never pulled anything of value until the end. But that's the Harp Note scenario down, and we're now going to enter another unskippable cutscene, and I have to mash for over a minute through. And that's because we're going to form what's called a brother band with Sonia, and the brother bands in this game are basically your ally cards, and they give you buffs, they increase your HP, and they give you access to what's called a brother roulette, where you can get some of her cards that she has in her folder to use. And for whatever reason, they decided that the cutscenes for forming a brother band should be unskippable. So I have to just sit here and mash through all this text. And it happens a couple times throughout the game where we're going to form brother bands and have to just do this. And for people that may know RPG speedruns and may be wondering, wow, what's the reason for playing on English? Isn't most RPGs faster on Japanese? That is true, but look how fast this text is going with me mashing it. Even in English, this game's text is incredibly fast because it's seemingly only capped by how fast you can mash. So realistically, playing in Japanese doesn't save a whole lot on text, because even the cutscenes we can't skip, just being able to mash like how I'm doing right now, the text just zooms by. So playing in Japanese doesn't make a whole lot of difference. In fact, it might make it a little bit more challenging because the cipher codes would be in Japanese. And some of them are shorter in Japanese, but you then have to deal with how do you type those. Like, as a English speaker who doesn't know Japanese, effectively typing in the cipher codes in Japanese is not something I can do as fast as taking the time loss and spelling them out in English. And now we enter the next scenario. And now at the end there, we saw that our necklace started glowing, and Gio's wondering what's going on with that. And as expected, we think like, oh, well, maybe Aaron will have the answer. But before we can do that, our friends, quote unquote, and our mom tell us we need to finally start going to school. Because this whole time, Gio has been ignoring going to school and favoring just to be by himself since the disappearance of his father. But now everyone is basically like, you need to just stop. You need to come to school. So we're being forced to come to school. And now we're going to do the only time in the entire game where we are forced to lose a fight. And as Rish would say, this is unfortunate timing because the Sonia brother band gives us a barrier to start every fight with, and then also gives us undershirt, which means that no matter what damage we take, we will always retain 1 HP. So we basically have to take 2 extra hits only because Sonia was before this. If we didn't have the
alternative being... No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, yeah, if the Sonya brother band wasn't here, we would save 2 entire attacks. We just wouldn't have to worry about that.
Yeah, because the alternative is just waiting 3 full turns and it'll just skip ahead to you losing anyway, but that's just slower.
So I just have to sit here and let this guy bully me. There we go. So we have to intentionally lose that. Even though this guy is a pushover, he's supposed to be there to like put in that fight basically instills doubt into Geo that like things are getting serious now, the enemies are becoming more powerful, I can't stop him, maybe I am weak. And so the whole point of that fight and being forced to lose it is just to set up the fact that Geo is starting to doubt himself. And this whole scenario is about gaining more confidence, because now we're going to unlock the Star Force power. So the versions of this game, Leo, Pegasus, and Dragon, are all based on what's called the satellite admins. And people's transers in these games are tied to a satellite admin. Because I'm playing on Dragon, mine is tied to Dragon Sky. And the satellite admins are real EM beings. And they have the ability to instill power into certain people. And so the whole glowing with Geo's necklace was the satellite admin trying to reach us. And so this whole scenario is proving that we have the power to hold the ability of the Star Force. And so that's what we're going to be doing. Is we're going to be proving that we can take that on. And then once we have to go through and do some trials where we have to fight really powerful viruses. And then after those fights are done, then we have to fight the satellite admin itself. So I'm going to be skipping the cutscene that introduces them. But yeah, so now we have to go outside and take on their challenge to prove that we are worthy to hold the Star Force power. And that's what gives Geo the confidence to actually like continue fighting, is that the admins give him superpower. And that's pretty much the only real difference between these versions is the Star Force power you get and the Giga card tied to your admin. The Dragon version has one ability that none of the other two get, and that's when you're in Dragon form, you do not get stunned. So you cannot suffer from status ailments, and that's a bonus only Dragon gets, and he gets the other bonuses the other forms get. So Dragon just gets one exclusive ability, and then shares the abilities with everybody else. So that's why
every other ability is side select.
Yeah. Okay, that didn't count as overlapping. Yeah, Dragon gets his own special ability none of the others get, and then also gets the abilities of the others. So that's one of his advantage. Yeah, and technically the post-game stuff changes too.
It's kind of funny how we have like an ad for a magazine that Capcom did showing that the other forms were going to get like different abilities. They just didn't program them in.
Yep. All of them were supposed to have their own unique ability that for some reason either they just decided to scrap or completely forgot that they were doing it. But it ended up with only Dragon having a unique ability and nothing else. And I think Star Force DX rectified that. So if you play Star Force DX, every admin has their own unique ability. But I think at this point, if you're going to play Star Force 1, you might as well wait a couple days and play it on the collection. Now I'm going to do my first shopping spree. I'm going to buy some HP memories. I knew that guy was going to move that way. Yeah, all of these little like gold hertz that I'm talking to are our trials to prove that we have the chops to wield the Star Force power. And then even then, after we're done, we still have to fight the satellite admin to actually prove that we can do it. And thankfully, the first version of the satellite admin, especially Dragon, kind of just sits there and takes damage and doesn't really do a whole lot of fighting back. Now, the actual like post-game versions of them, those are different. Those are an entirely different thing. But right now, they kind of just take their lumps.
Shame about Pegasus.
Especially
Still
if we draw
equally
Leo.
easy.
Yeah, supposedly Pegasus also, the post-game version kind of just sits there and takes it. So
Every time it attacks is just a free counter.
you love to see it. Another one. And we only have one more to go. Wow. Yeah, that guy was blocked Leo, but that's fine. Yeah, the unfortunate thing about the mega cards is because they spawn physically on the battlefield, they need to have their own space. And so if there's a virus blocking them, they can't spawn. And then it's just a waste. And that's what happened there. Z just couldn't spawn. And now that we've beaten all of the trials, now we can actually go and fight the admin. And again, I will just save for safety's sake. Okay. Now, hopefully I draw Leo Kingdom turn 1, so I'll do crit damage. I did not, but I did get a fire card. As you can see, he kind of just took a ton of damage. And there we go.
Easy fight.
And so, yep. And there's that. Now we don't have it yet. We have to unlock the ability to use the Star Force power, but that sets us up for having it. And now we just go back home and we finish out this scenario. The next scenario is the one where it can get kind of catastrophic, because the main gimmick of the next scenario is we're going to have to fight a bunch of like quiz problems. And if you get the answer wrong, you take damage, but it takes more time to answer the question correctly than it is to just mash A and take the damage. So this is what I was talking about earlier, where I said that there's going to be a point where I'm probably going to start saving more just for the sake of safety. It's this next dungeon, is because we are probably always going to be at low HP. And unless we get lucky with encounters giving us recoveries, we're pretty much going to be spending the whole dungeon at the risk of dying. And that's not fun. And unlike other scenarios where it's faster, it's safer and faster to just not tank the damage, it's still better to take the damage here, because it's a multiple choice and it just wastes more time to try and actually figure out the answer. than it is to just mash A. You may even get lucky and get the correct answer and save yourself some damage. So now we're actually in school, and I have to talk to everybody in my class. Luna's going to give me her extra folder that I don't want. And then we go back to the gym. I'll probably do a folder edit here coming up to add in some of the cards that I've been getting to replace stuff like all the heat balls and things that really aren't going to serve me much purpose. Because the heat balls are especially very slow, and I don't want things that are going to take forever to land, especially with late game viruses that are going to be constantly moving.
Yeah, because the only thing I take from Luna's folder is just, what is it, plus cannon? The yellow one? And I do sneak in a couple extra invises.
Yeah, we have several people's different notes on running this game, because a lot of the stuff is consistent. Like a lot of us take more or less the same cipher codes, but some people do slightly different things. We have some notes on like pilfering the Luna folder for some cards, but I just don't recall them ever having anything like super worth spending the time doing. And in this scenario, our teacher becomes the next boss because he is being threatened with being fired and being told that he's not a good teacher. And his whole concern is if he loses his job, he can't take care of his family. And so the risk of losing his job and losing everything that he has and his family being at risk is he then just sort of breaks down. And so the FMEN Libra takes over. We go back to class. Then we learn something's up. So we go try to figure out where things are going down. We go over to like the staff room or the studio, but I've always referred to this as like the staff room. And there's Libra scales. I'm going to inspect these, pick up some HP. And now we have to go take care of Libra. So we're going to go into our classroom and we're going to pulse in. One thing we didn't really touch on is technically Geo's doing all of this in hiding. Nobody knows that he's Mega Man. So every area that I'm pulsing in has to be outside the view of normal people. That one, not so much. I'm literally just standing behind like a piece of cardboard and nobody notices. But here is the Star Force tutorial where we learn about actually having the Star Force power.
And you know, and again, a place that has security cameras.
Yeah. Oh, crap. And here's, since I countered him, Elemental Cyclone. You don't get to see that often.
And in the Legacy Collection, in this game, it'll be voiced.
They added voice acting. I'm definitely going to leave it on to see how I feel about it and then make a decision from there.
Big rip to Atom Blazer.
So now we're heading over to the actual dungeon.
It definitely seems like a good meme run, at least. Good dono incentive commentary? No. You get voice acting.
Yeah.
Now I can do nothing but play the game.
I mean, the nice thing that Capcom did is they brought back the original voice actors from like the anime. So it's a lot of the original people reprising their roles doing this, which I think is really cool.
It's also nice that they let us all just like be able to play it in English, but also have the Japanese voice acting.
That's always great. Love having the choice.
Right, now we're about to enter the danger zone. And you'll see what I mean about this sort of just being a risk throughout this whole dungeon. is because he's a teacher, it's all themed around teaching. And the whole gimmick is we're going to enter little sections where there's just going to be quizzes flying at us, and it asks us questions, and I'm just going to be mashing through instead of actually trying to figure out the answers. The annoying part is we can't actually get into encounters during those segments, and so what happens with our step counter is it's basically just it's taking in all the steps that we're putting in as we go through these spots and just waiting for us to finish it so it can give us the encounter. It helps in some degree in that, like, if we finish one of these paths at like 1 HP, chances are we're going to get an encounter, and so hopefully if we can end it very quickly and with a good rank, we might get healed for it. But this is the area where, like I said, I'm going to start saving more just because I don't want to risk losing everything. And we can see what Sonia's card does. So if I pick hers, then it does a little roulette to let us pick some of the cards in her folder. In a really tight situation, that can be helpful because she has, I think it's a Recov 300 in her folder. So if we draw that, that's also very good. So that's the first section done. Oh, it's a 120. I'll take it right now because I'm at low health anyway.
Yeah, I don't think it becomes 300 till like the final scenario.
But it's very handy when it becomes a 300 because, spoiler alert, when we're at the end of the game, we are still not going to have as much HP as the game expects us to have. So we're definitely going to be struggling a bit. I'm just going to take the grass stage to get out of my hand. Please move into one of these spots. There we go. Now, I can technically just stand here and recover as well. How nice of that guy to give me a spot to heal myself. Yeah, and like now the questions have 4 options, so it's just really not worth it to try and actually answer them correctly.
Yeah, especially in like 5 seconds. Not worth the time.
Yeah. Why waste all your precious seconds answering a math question when you can just take the damage and just move on? There was a run I did a few weeks ago where I went the whole first area of this dungeon getting the questions correctly just by mashing. And so I took no damage to the first section, which is impressively rare. Sticky Rain's gonna kill him anyway. Sticky Rain and Flicker Kick are... Yeah, the Sticky Rain and Flicker Kick are the most powerful ones from our cipher codes. And like those are ones that are, no matter who you are, everybody takes those cards.
There's a reason why we call it Skill Rain. Like, you press A and everything just dies.
Yep. Unfortunately, you can't naturally get the rain cards until like the later part of the run. Because it would be really nice to just stack them. And then here's the final room. So ideally what's going to happen is I will, during the lead up to the fight with Libra Scales, I'll get an encounter that'll heal me, or I'll at least be close enough to max HP. The Libra fight isn't terribly difficult, but he's just obnoxious, at least in my opinion. I just don't like fighting him.
So YouTube, in its infinite wisdom, dropped a pretty interesting video on me the other day that was talking about how the PvP star rating will boost the damage of your chips. Is there any category that could take advantage of that, or is that just not something that's never been considered for speedrun categories?
I think you're right.
If it's
done. I think he's
there
done one like
is.
that where, yep, you go.
No, you go ahead. You probably are more knowledgeable about it than I am.
A little less, because I haven't done it in a while, but if I remember correctly, if you have brother bands, God, this setup is really weird for a speedrun, though, especially the way Eurasia does it. He has essentially his main DS capture card and not six, because you're limited till endgame. So 3 other DSs active, all running Star Force 1, while also being connected to one another while on air. So because all of you guys are have a brother band and you're all on air, you're giving each other buffs. So that's buffing your cards for a run. So it's basically just this entire run with buffed up cards.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
I'm
sure how
thinking of
we'll
2
be able
or
to do it.
3 then. Go ahead.
It's one of those things that we generally on the leaderboard we don't allow the use of IRL brother bands. So it's one of those things that the run was done without submitting anywhere, just as a proof of how it looks. But real brother bands are not allowed. Because then you could just really abuse it, because if real brother bands were allowed, I would probably start running on Japanese purely because I have a Japanese copy that's 100% completed. And I would just brother band with that copy and just destroy everything.
Yeah, just fill up your favorites with skill rain and just brother band with yourself and just draw those every turn.
Yeah.
I guess the other thing too is it's prohibitively expensive because you need at least another DS or 3DS or something to link with, as well as an additional copy.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
At least getting Japanese copies of the Battle Network and Star Force games are relatively cheap.
Yeah. I'm going to do a folder edit to get rid of all my really weak stuff. And then I'll definitely want to save just in case. Now we're going to Libra Fight, who rotates between being fire element and water element. So if we can get Pegasus, no, but we get some stuff that he starts as fire, so we can get that out of the way and deal some crit damage. Ideally, we would get Pegasus while he's fire, so we can do a lot of damage. This will be big damage, because he's fire. And there he goes. That's another scenario down. We enter... We're technically past the halfway point, because we only have 2 main scenarios left. And they aren't terribly difficult, but the next dungeon is definitely a not fun one. Not because it's difficult, but because it's just just kind of boring.
It's
Not a whole lot
it's
happens.
literally just walking.
Yeah. The whole gimmick of the dungeon, we don't really engage with. And in fact, we kind of abuse the gimmick of the dungeon. But I'll explain more when we actually get to it. But abusing the gimmick of the dungeon has resulted in instances where there have been runs that have gone through the entirety of this next dungeon with no encounters.
Isn't that the dream? No encounters without any tools or the cheats in a lot of modern ports.
Yeah. It was... I think it happened while we were doing like a for fun race, and he got no encounters. Like, I think he was behind most of us, got no encounters, and then ended up winning the race.
Yeah, that Breath of Fire 2 is the game I picked up recently. They give you a couple of free steps, but then it's like every step has an equal chance. I'll wander through dungeons sometimes and just not get any encounters on some very like long hallways, and I'm just like sitting there like making faces the whole time. I'm like, huh? What? like somebody's asking me like, did you murder? I'm like, why would you ask that? I have not murdered anybody yet.
So there are jammers attacking our school. So now we're trying to figure out what to do. Our friend Luna, the one who's like been bugging us the whole game, is very scared and doesn't know what to do. So we're going to try and hide her somewhere as we try and figure out what to do with the jammers. At this point, people still don't know that we're Mega Man, so we're like putting up a facade of also being scared of everything. But we're aware of what's going on, so we're just telling Luna like, hey, hide here, I'm going to go check it out, and we're actually just going to go get rid of them. Yeah, I'll overkill on this. Even though I could have taken the Vulcan seed and it'd be faster, I'll just do this.
And I gotta show off some style points.
Yeah. Ooh, power bomb too.
Ooh, nice.
Because now with that fuller edit I did before Libra, a lot of my like really bad cards are gone. I don't have any more like cannons or heat balls. Stuff that's really low damage and really slow are gone. I need to go into this room specifically to do one encounter here. And then now the jammer moved to a different classroom, so I'm just going to pulse out and pulse back in. Because it's faster than backtracking all the way through to go to the classroom. Now we enter the fight with the jammer. And this is the one that's like causing all the havoc.
Yeah, thankfully not too bad. It's only 500 HP.
Yeah. Goes by pretty quickly, especially if you get Leo in the first turn. And then more cutscenes. At this point, Sonia has become like the good part. Become good, especially with the FMEN that took over before. So she's helping us out now. She is currently the only one that knows that we're Mega Man. So we talked to her, and she invites us to join her for a little shopping spree. So we're going to go to bed and prepare for that. And for this scenario, our antagonist is actually going to be Luna herself. I don't quite remember what spurs it on. I think it might be like jealousy and her lack of confidence, but I can't remember what exactly her thing is.
A little bit of a spoiled rich kid with overbearing parents.
We talked to Sonia a couple times, and then we can go the second floor of the mall. We're actually here to visit a nature exhibit. I'm going to take a side quest here and talk to this, which gives me the mega weapon Z Finder, which I will change immediately. That just makes my Mega Buster do more damage, as well as makes it to where I have increased chance of getting Zenny from battles.
Man, I love going to
Which
Times
really
Square and
doesn't
going to
matter. Out of my way. We just gotta check out all the exhibits. And then we leave. And then everything starts kicking off.
And I'm sure nothing that bad is going to happen. Definitely not like snakes just randomly showing up everywhere.
So now we can't get back into the nature exhibit, so we have to pulse in and get in through the wave world. Thankfully, this area, the wave world, is very small, so it's very easy to get through. And then now we need to find the wave exit here, which is right here. And then we need to go all the way up, back to this big snake that was here, because this is where, I think it's pronounced Opuka, I think.
Ophiuka.
That's where our Ofuka. So now we
Yeah.
gotta figure out how to stop all the snakes. We gotta talk to this guy who's like the caretaker of all of them, and he gives us a hint on what to do. Basically, we need to find the guy who's controlling the temperature, because we just make it really cold, and the snakes will stand down. So now we have to figure out where the guy fled to. Oh, NPC is blocking my way. The biggest tragedy in this game is that the NPCs that kind of just wander around also have active hitboxes that can just kind of troll you.
And unlike Star Force 2 and 3, we can't walk through them.
Yep, you just have to deal with it. So we're coming down here because the guy that we need to talk to is hiding in a little, like an igloo down here. Well, I'll have to waste this grass stage. It's faster to just use the Mega Buster to get rid of that guy since he's so low health, and my new Z Finder has better stats. So we're just here to talk to this igloo so we can get the Thermoman card. and then I need to trek all the way back. This one is kind of weird. We're pulsing in, and we're still technically in front of this guy, but I guess we're also kind of at the side of the igloo, so it's fine. But, like, canonically, Geo has to yell to, like, to transform, so I'm not sure how that guy just doesn't realize that something's happening.
Ah, it's fine. The security cameras will catch him. I'm sure of it.
I have to go all the way back again, and unfortunately got an encounter there. Alright, and now we go back to the snake again. This time, we can actually do something about him. And I have to mash through this, because it's an unskippable cutscene again. I'm just gonna make it cold. Now we're gonna go enter the actual dungeon itself. We got a pulse in over here now. So the gimmick of this dungeon is there are some Mr. Hurts that are poisoned, and we need to find the antidote. But the path to the antidote is also laced with hidden snakes that'll hit us and also poison us if we get touched by them. The thing that we can abuse, when I mentioned earlier that someone was able to do it with no encounters, is that the antidote, as long as the antidote is in your hands, you cannot get into encounters. And so what we do is we path ourselves in a way that we spend more time with antidote than not. And there's going to be some later on where we have to get 2 antidotes to help 2 different Mr. Hurts. So we'd get 1 antidote, and then while still holding that antidote, we would go grab the next one, so that we're just making sure we're spending a lot of time with antidote rather than not, which means we don't get encounters. The only encounters we risk getting are during the lead up to it, and it used to be considered faster to just run through and take the poison damage from the snakes, but we ultimately found out that it just puts you at more risk to do it like that, because you'll end up taking more damage. So it ends up being a little bit better to just wait it out. So there are going to be some points where we are going to stand in certain areas to just avoid the snakes. So now the snakes will appear, and this one we are going to take damage from because there's just no real way to avoid that one without wasting more time than it's worth. So like right now you can see I'm poisoned, and I'm just going to take slow tick damage. And also when we give the Hurts the antidote while poisoned, we end up getting more text boxes because he'll be like, oh, you're poisoned too, let me share some with you. So we end up wasting some time by taking damage and watching the whole animation of Geo getting knocked in the air and then falling down. And then we also get a couple extra text boxes. So generally, we will just take, as long as it's not going to waste a lot of time, we will take a moment to just wait out the snakes. No, this isn't going to do anything for us. The fact that I've already gotten like a bunch of encounters should really show you just how impressive it is for someone to have gone through here without a single encounter. But this one, we can easily avoid these snakes. I'm gonna go activate that one and just walk back here. There's a one up.
My
There's a
favorite
couple
one.
up here where I can stand in a very specific spot right here and avoid getting hit. Now we get to move on to the next screen. In this one, we're gonna start running into two of them that need the cure. And that's where we will double up on the antidote so we can avoid encounters. This one we can't because there's only one guy. Thankfully, it's very easy to get through that one. So now there's two different paths we can take. We're going to take the right one because it gets to its antidote faster. Oh, this is an atrocious start.
It's nothing but swords and Star Force.
Plus side is I'll heal off the grass stage, so...
Yeah, and also his charge shot's pretty decent because it hits all rows.
Yeah. That's another thing that's exclusive to Dragon, is its form, or its charge attack can hit everything. It only misses like a couple tiles, so you can kind of just blindly use it, and you'll be fine and get value. So we're going to take this antidote, and then we're going to walk down the next path to the next antidote without healing the Mr. Hertz. And thankfully, even though we've activated the snakes, the next path snakes will not be activated because it's tied to its antidote. So like right now, we just don't have any encounters, and we have no risk of encounters. We can just walk over here and grab the antidote. In this one, I am going to just tank the snake. There is a spot you can stand to avoid that one as well. Only a few are in spots where we can't really do anything about it. I'm going to take this HP memory. And now we can heal both of these guys together. And unfortunately, I can't skip these. So these are cutscenes I have to watch as well. Okay, I need to hope that this heals me. It will not. So one of the downsides to using the Z Finder is it does impact the overall prize pool that I can get from fights. So there is now a more reduced chance for me to get healed. But when we're in critical health, like my health is literally in the red right now, it does make it to where recoveries still take up most of the pool.
Yeah, worst case scenario, Dragon should heal up slowly a little bit. Or if Sonya gives you the Reca of 120.
We'll go over there to trigger that snake, and then just back up. And then this one we can just outrun. Then again, now the last one we're going to do has 2 hurts again, and we're going to take one specific path first, because its antidote is closer, and then we're just going to go grab the next antidote. We'll grab that. And then we get to just immediately walk over to the path to the next one. We don't have to worry about encounters. So now the only risk is that I obviously don't have full health, and I'm going to be going into the boss fight with low health, so I will, of course, be doing a save, because the chance of me getting an encounter during the lead-up is very low, because there's only a couple steps left. But if I do, then I have to hope that it heals me. This is the point where the fights start getting obnoxious. Not difficult, just obnoxious. I'd argue like the next main dungeon we're going to do, that's where the boss fight's actually annoying. But for the most part, a lot of them tend to just be obnoxious rather than actually difficult. I'm just going to save here before the lead up, just in case.
Because like Ophiuka herself, like isn't that bad. It's just she just summons a bunch of snakes, and having this low HP, not good.
So, because I have Sticky Rain, I want her to stand still somewhere.
I feel like she usually just stays in the back, so Leo should be fine.
If I draw him, that is.
If you draw him, yeah.
Well, I countered her, so I'll just end it with Elemental Cyclone. So with my PV,
it's not too bad of a fight.
I one her in my PV. So now, Luna finds out that we're Mega Man, and it's another unskippable cutscene because she's going to want to form a brother band with us. So back to mashing I go.
God, ending that fight with 2 HP.
Yep. I technically could tank one more hit only because of Undershirt.
Yep.
That just shows you how scary some of this is with the fact that we aren't really going for HP. I think when I go into the final fight, I think I'm only going to have 520 HP. which sounds like a good chunk, like a good bit compared to what I have now. But I think casually they expect you to be around 1,000, so still lower than you would like to be, especially for the final fight. Now into the next scenario. So this scenario, the antagonist is actually an NPC that we've talked to, but we haven't really talked about, and his name is Pat. He is one of our classmates who is kind of like just like the silent one, doesn't really talk, doesn't really engage with anybody, but he has this whole time he has also been kind of against us. Not through his own nefarious things. It's the FMEN that's been controlling him the whole time. One called Gemini, who's controlling him. We go through here. We start to learn a little bit about what's going on, and we learn that Gemini is an especially strong FMEN who has the ability. Like the whole time, we've had FMENs who've taken over people because of their emotions spiking. Gemini has the ability himself to cause the emotional spikes. And in that, he is able to basically control whoever he wants because he can just freely make everybody have heightened emotions enough that he can control them.
Yeah, so just right now, he's just making two random people just fight.
Yeah. This is not the type of fight I wanted to see with a bad draw. And so right now, these two NPCs are just kind of fighting each other. We do learn that there's a jammer nearby also assisting in this whole exchange, so we're going to fight them and get rid of them as well. But this is where we start to learn about the whole, like, what Gemini can do. And we ultimately learn that with the fight with Gemini, that how he's been controlling Pat the whole time is basically through this like forced manipulation of emotion. I shouldn't have tried to do that. If I just didn't lock on, I would have been fine. So we're just going to leave, or attempt to leave now that we've solved their situation. And then we run into Pat, who asks us to come hang out with him for a little bit. If I remember right, like the whole thing that's happening here with Pat is trying to like, he thinks that it's his own like poor mental state that's causing Gemini to take over him. And so a lot of this is him trying to like make a friend to help himself feel better, to hopefully get Gemini to leave him alone. But it ultimately means nothing because Gemini is strong enough that no matter what Pat's feeling like, he's just going to have control over him.
Also doesn't help that we forgot to mention the important thing with Pat. Severe case of BPD. So he has another personality called Ray.
Yeah.
that's a lot
he
more
has,
prone to violence, a lot more hateful. So that side of him is just, oh, Gemini, you want to do all this evil stuff? Cool, I'm all for it. Keep it coming.
Now, we have to go take care of a jammer that's messing with some stuff here. And this will be our second time I'm going to stop by a store and buy some HP memory. So there's a little NPC just up here, slightly out of the way. And I'm only going to buy 2, because I don't have enough for the third one anyway. Nice, those guys lined up a good way for me. This guy needs to not troll me. Thank you. This should be good since they're all lined up.
Ooh, nice.
Now, placing down some poison panels, so he'll just take gradual damage. So there, that jammer is being controlled by Gemini. That's when we learn like what's actually going on. That someone's controlling this the whole time. And then Pat explains some stuff, and we're just gonna leave. We're gonna go home. We're gonna rest for the day. This whole time, I think if I remember right, Pat is trying to tell us that like he may be behind it. If I remember right, it's like one of those things where he can't really say a whole lot or is afraid to say something because he doesn't want to be seen as the bad guy and doesn't want to be put
he doesn't
in like
want
a terrible spot.
Ray he doesn't want like Ray to like take over, like in the middle of the explanation and just like make it worse. Because thankfully, he does get through to like Geo. They start becoming like a lot closer. They're about to go form a brother band like in the next scenario.
Yeah, I had mentioned earlier that there's at least one cutscene where it kind of baits us. You've noticed that the whole time whenever we're doing a cutscene where we make a brother band, we can't skip it. There's a cutscene with Pat where it starts out not letting you skip it because it tries to trick you into thinking that you're going to make a brother band with him, but then you don't. And I don't think, I could be wrong, but I'm like 99% confident that you still couldn't even do a brother band with him in Star Force 2 either.
No, you just find him as an optional boss.
Yeah. So now this is where we learn that Pat is being controlled. And now we want to go help him. So now we gotta go to this path, but there's this guy blocking our way, so we have to figure out how to get past it. Thankfully, the maintenance guy is right here. Says he can't do it because he forgot where he put the card to do it. It's conveniently right in front of him. So the main gimmick of the next dungeon we're going to do is it's a bunch of like giant piles of trash, and we have to find some Mr. Hertz that are hidden in the trash. They give us hints and a little sonar we can use to try and figure out where they're hiding, but we just have maps that point us to where they're standing, so it goes by pretty quickly. Oh, I need to this first. Get an HP memory. So now we'll go and start the next dungeon. This scenario thankfully kind of goes by pretty quickly because we can just get to the hidden, like the buried hurts very quickly. This one doesn't stick around for very long, but the Gemini Spark fight itself is very scary. Because Gemini is technically two in one because of Pat and Ray. So there's two of them, but only one of them will actually take damage. And the other one that doesn't take damage loves to just tank for him and get in the way. So here, we gotta talk to this guy to get the sonar. He also gives us hints to where his friends are hiding. But like I said, we just have maps, so I can just look over at my other monitor and see where he's hiding. I unfortunately don't have these memorized. You might have noticed I do glance over a good bit, and I just find it easier for me to constantly have maps open. There we go. And then now that I've found both of them, they're gonna move the trash that's blocking my path. And since I'm pretty far out away from here, I'm actually gonna pulse out and pulse back in, which will reset my step counter as well as putting me closer to it. We'll pulse out. And then right back in. And these sections all end with a jammer fight. So hopefully no encounter. Good. We get both our brother band cards.
Hopefully they drop something decent.
Okay, that recovered me. I want to get rid of that guy, because that guy's just going to make it obnoxious. Okay, not terrible. Now we rebuild our path forward. And this one is very funny, because you would think I'd be able to pulse in to the wave world right now because I'm really close to it. But no, I have to go out all the way over here to an area that is technically farther away in terms of the perspective. And then I can get in. So now we gotta find this guy's friends. There's 3 of them here. After I find the second one, I'm gonna pulse out and pulse back in because the third hurts I'm gonna go for is near the entrance. So hopefully no encounters. And as I say that,
The streamer curse.
yep. Always has to be against me. Never for me, always against. So again, we'll pulse out, and then pulse back in. And the last guy is just over here. And then I technically have the 2 options I can take here. I can either pulse out and pulse back in again, which again will reset my step counter and put me slightly closer, or I can just walk from here. I'm going to pulse out because these steps have affected my step counter, so just doing this at least more like it gives me a better chance of not actually having an encounter during the lead up, even though I'm already kind of close. If you manage to get an encounter while walking up to that hurts, then it would be faster to just walk because your step counter is already set up in such a way that it just makes more sense. So there's that guy down.
Alright, just
Now we
one
have
more
to
to
walk. Yep, only one more section to go. Very good draw. This one I'll get a free heal as well because we're gonna pulse out. Because now we're in the area where Pat's at, so we get to like walk up to him. And at this point though, they've already formed Gemini Spark, and then I think they like threaten to do some stuff as well, and they show Sonya there and some other people as like an example of who they're gonna go after, and then they flee to the final dungeon area. So we get a free heal just by pulsing out. So even if those jammer fights didn't go very well, you at least get a free heal here. And the final satellite. This one's split into two. And much like earlier, we're going to take one side on, find the hurts, and then pulse out, and then do the other side. I'm going to go up here. No, that's going to be blocked, but... that guy should still be active. Yep. So one thing we haven't really talked about is there are some features of this game that we still don't use. They're primarily exclusive to the Japanese version because there was an extra toy sold in Japan that could connect to the DS games and unlock a bunch of features. That allows us to boost and give ourselves a bunch of extra stats and stuff. The speedrun doesn't allow it until we have a specific category for it that nobody really runs because I think either the toy is very rare or it's just a pain to get a hold of. But that does have the potential of making things faster because we can just boost our stats dramatically. And it's fortunately one of the things the Legacy Collection will add is just a free way to use that toy. That was very unfortunate.
Looking over at my shelf that has one. Pretty fun toy. A little bit of a pain to level up because that's how you get the bonuses. Every 10 levels you get an additional bonus and an increase to HP.
Yeah, and I think the Legacy Collection will give you the ability to just auto-equip the highest level version of it, which I think immediately puts your HP at 1,000. So
yeah, because it just gives you 990 HP plus all of the Brother Band bonuses from Sonya, Bud, and Luna.
Yeah, so pretty busted. Wow. Completely forgot that I had gotten something else. That's fine. Yeah, that'll be another thing that's going to really help the Legacy Collection run, is just immediately having tons of HP off the rip. So now that we've saved all the hurts, now we can pulse out and back in and take on Gemini Spark. And because this is one of the actual scary fights, this is the one I do always save in front of, as well as another fight we're gonna come up against here soon.
I'm sure you'll be fine. You're dragon. You're his weakness. You'll be fine.
Yeah. So Pegasus Magic first draw is really good. As you can see, one of them has a health bar and the other doesn't. The one that doesn't have a health bar will never die and is just there to absorb damage. This grass stage will at least hopefully set me up for something. Oh, I walked into that. So Vulcan Seed's good because it's their weakness. The nice thing is you can still counter the other one that doesn't take damage. So they do still help out by just costing them. Okay. Not a great fight, but also not the worst fight I've ever had with Gemini. So that ends all of the main scenarios. We have now officially entered the final parts of the game. And this is the cutscene where that first couple text boxes you can't skip, so you have to mash through them. But we are now officially entering Endgame, where we start to learn more things about what's going on. We find out, like, the origin of Omegasis. We learn that he's technically not an Ephemian. He's from their brother planet, Planet AM, that was destroyed. We learn that he stole what's called the Andromeda Key, which is the item that the Ephemian King needs in order to activate Andromeda, their world destroyer. And so we start to learn and things unravel that now that we've beaten all the Ephemians, the Ephemian King himself is coming down and wants to take care of it himself. And during this whole spit of everything kind of getting dumped on us, Geo feels like he was being betrayed the whole time. So we have no more brother bands. He basically called it off with everybody, said, I'm done. Everybody leave me alone. And at the same time, Omegasis disappears. So now we're just kind of sulking and we don't know what to do. So, of course, we're going to go talk to Aaron. We also, it gets revealed at the end, but we had mentioned that Gemini Spark was one of the more powerful ones in even being able to manipulate people. We learn that even the Ephemian King himself is being manipulated by Gemini. So this whole thing is technically Gemini Spark's doing.
That's fine. He's gone for good.
Yeah.
We're just
Something
gonna
like that,
ignore
right?
the literal next scenario.
But it's really funny to see the differences in what happens with this specific situation in both the anime and the game. Because in the game, we end up fighting Andromeda and taking him down and destroying him. But in the anime, Andromeda just appears and it's like, all right, I'm done. I'm leaving. Just kind of just goes away and isn't actually a threat. So we have to go here because we hear something's weird's going on. We find that people are being messed with. And then we get the help signal again. And so now we have to figure out where the help signal is from.
I almost forgot what the whole thing with Andromeda was in the anime, because he doesn't just blow up a planet. He has to drill himself into the core of the planet and then blow it up.
All right, and then now, before we go any further, I'm going to do one more folder edit because we got our Giga card, Dragon Sky GX, which is very good. I'm also going to add in some other stuff. I want to evaluate if I need anything else. Just throw in some extra stuff. Because we're going to go into, not a difficult fight, but just sort of a painful one. So there's a jammer who's actually in the physical world blocking us. Because now I think what's going on is that there's been some change with the EM waves to where now some of the EM beings can be physically in the world. So that's how that jammer is here physically. Okay, and then we're gonna figure out we're gonna find out that the help signal was from Omegasis, as all the FMians have returned, and now we have to fight another jammer, except he's a big scary one. And we don't have all of our brother bands or anything to really help us. I should have waited for him to be on a grass tile. That's a me problem. Okay. And then now we get another unskippable cutscene because we're going to reform our brother band with Sonya. So, of course, we cannot skip it. And after this, we are going to enter the scariest fight in the entire game. We are going to fight we're going to fight 3 jammers at the same time, and they are not the highest level jammer, but the second highest level jammer. And they move around a lot, they deal a lot of damage, and they just refuse to stand still. And we don't have a whole lot of health, and we don't have a whole lot of assistance. So this is a fight that I used to have a split dedicated for, and our notes for a while used to just say, like, if you don't want to lose your run, save before this, because it is very easy to plank during this fight. Because I'm going in with 375 HP. So I need to hope that I get a very good draw, and I won't lie, if I get stuff like Dragon Sky GX, I may even pause buffer, because I want to make sure that that'll actually go off. So it's a scary fight.
Something that strong.
I really need to know.
Something that strong for that scary of a fight you don't want to whiff.
Yeah. So we come over here, we'll talk to Bud, we'll talk to Zach, and then I'm going to save before I talk to Luna. Alright, here we go. I can't really wait for these 3 to be in different spots, I just have to do it now. He's gonna get blocked. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, the one small upside is because they move around so fast, you can't just, like, really chuck something out there and it'll hit something.
Come on, give me recov. No. Okay, well, she'll do her second attack, which should still hit. Yeah. Okay. As you can see, very terrifying fight. And now I have to do an unskippable cutscene.
Because we gotta form another brother band. And
2
then
more,
another
in
one
fact.
immediately after.
Yep. But yeah, that fight has always been the scariest fight in the run. Because even our, like, The only card they can't block that we want to use is Pegasus Magic, because Dragon Sky GX needs to physically appear on the screen. Leo Kingdom needs to physically appear. So if they aren't in a spot that's nice for us, those cards will just get completely blocked. And as you saw with my Leo Kingdom, even trying to pause buffer, I ended up getting a frame where he moved in the way of where Leo needed to stand. And there's not much I can do about that. And that's what makes it really scary. Is even our most powerful stuff can just not happen. So we reform our brother band with Luna, and now Bud wants to brother band with us. This is also where they all learn that we're Mega Man. And in Bud's case, he wants to be our brother because we're Mega Man. And then Zach doesn't want to be our brother band. You can get Zach as a brother band. I don't know how many people even realize that's a thing, but you can technically brother band with Zach. It just requires a side quest.
It's better that you don't.
Yeah, he doesn't really do anything for you. His cards are atrocious. So if you're playing the Legacy Collection...
Dumb.
Yeah, if you're playing the Legacy Collection, it would be infinitely more worth having any of the other exclusive brother bands you can get rather than Zach. So... So now we have to figure out how to stop the Ephemian King and Andromeda, because that cutscene where we had to save Omegasys, the Ephemians ripped the Andromeda key out of Omegasys, so we no longer have it, and the Ephemian King now has it. So they're now on their way to destroy Earth. So now we have to figure out a way to stop them, which involves a really lengthy side quest of like figuring out a way to intercept them. And we determine our best way of doing it is to board the spaceship that Gio's dad was on when he disappeared. And so we have to figure out how do we get to that spaceship, because it's still kind of just floating out in the middle of space. And we also, once we're there, we learned that that's where the Ephemian King is also hiding. So it's just convenient. Convenience is all around. So what we're going to do now is... There is a guy who used to work with Aaron, who was actually on the project when Gio's dad disappeared, and we need to get him to spill the beans. And it just so happens to be that old man right up there. So what we're going to do is we're going to go invade his transer and learn everything we need from him that we can, and we learn that he'll spill more if we give him something that he wants. And so we're just going up here because we need to learn... we need to talk to his transer so we can actually progress. And then we need to buy him an item that costs 3,000 Zenny, which is why I mentioned earlier we're going to be money locked to something. But then once we have that, it's mostly smooth sailing from there. So we're going to have to do a bit of a trip just to be able to progress. Some people may recognize that this guy is, this NPC is the same one from the meme, like I just turned, like the 30-year-old meme. This is technically that NPC. Oh, I got another encounter, that sucks. So we go in here. He tells us that he feels things aren't going to go well, and that he has a bad feeling, but wishes he had his tropical tea to make himself feel better. So now we have to go get him that tea, so he'll actually explain to us what happened. Nice, no encounters. Nope, talk to the guy. No. We have to walk out of the wave world.
Um,
And then the old man has a lot of dialogue. I'm just gonna mash.
Gotta get the last minute info dump.
So, what we end up learning is that guy feels responsible for what happened to our dad. Explains that technically our dad may still be alive somewhere, somehow, and that he does know about, like, sort of what transpired and feels responsible for it, and provides us a location of where he hid, like, the true information about everything, which is conveniently back in the museum here. So there's one of these exhibits is actually hiding a wave hole. We turn it on and pulse in. We can go get the information he hid.
I wonder which one.
Boom, 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 boom. Nice, no encounters.
Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
coincidentally, it's the same comp. It's the comp, like the exhibit based off of the spaceship itself. So, of course, it has viruses. We would have seen that coming.
Yeah, they couldn't just give us a freebie. Thankfully, not too bad of a fight, but a pretty solid draw, regardless.
Yeah. And then we get the hidden data, so we're going to leave. And then now is... I'm going to have to swap my card over to Shovel Man. And I really dislike that changing your Navi card causes Geo to stop moving. So now the data we just recovered is telling us where the base is that's hiding the path to the spaceship. And we have to read it before we're actually able to actually interact with the thing to get us there. But I'm just going to wait until I'm near it to read the email. And I have to have Shovel Man on my top screen in order to actually use him. So you'll see that a bit here during this final segment where I'm going to be constantly changing who's on my top screen. That way I can actually use them.
Remember, he can shovel through anything, except bodies. The fact that he has to specify that when you talk to him via the L button, kinda crazy.
Alrighty. Yeah, I wish it didn't stop you. I wonder if the Legacy Collection changed that at all, because I don't think we have any information about that. So now we're going to enter the control center that has access to the spaceship our dad disappeared from. But before we interact with it, Gemini Spark is going to appear again, so I'm going to once again save before this fight, because it is still scary. The plus side is now we have Dragon Sky GX, if I could draw it, which will do tons of damage to him. Oh, that's a really unfortunate counter. Okay, now I draw it, of course. Well, let's just show off what Dragon Sky does.
Yeah, the fight's basically over.
Yeah. Had I drawn that at the start, that's a free 1,000 damage, and that's one of the big reasons why I like running on Dragon. Is Dragon Sky GX makes my least the fight I enjoy the least very trivial if I get him. And even drawing the Star Force power is still nice to have in that fight, because it also crits. So now we have access to the space station, and now we're just gonna go back home to sleep one final time before we go into the end game. And as we go up onto the spaceship, we're entering the final dungeon, where the gimmick of the final dungeon is we're gonna fly around space to try and figure out a constellation that we need to draw out. But since we know all the constellations, we're just going to immediately skip that puzzle and just walk straight to the door and fill in the constellation and just resume. So we got to talk to our mom, and we can go to bed. So in this instance, they assume Gemini Spark or Gemini specifically, was completely defeated, and that we deleted him. So that's why he isn't there. But he's actually one of the few that gets away with it, and is like alive the whole time. So now we're gonna do our one last stop to Vista Point. And then everyone says goodbye. We're going to head out. And then in traditional fashion, the final dungeon is a boss rush of whatever bosses are remaining. So we have a couple more fights before the fight with the final boss. And then we find Aaron passed out. Nothing actually happened to him. If I remember right, he spent all night working here and is just dead tired. But it just kind of baits you into thinking something happened.
Hey, he's dead. We never see him again.
And now we are officially on the space station that our dad disappeared from. And each room of the space station has something we need to use the Navi cards for. In this case, as you noticed, I took Keyman out, and it's because we need to put in a special code to access this door. I'm going to change, because the next one I'll need is Thermo Man, so I'll just change to him now. Oh, I only got an encounter because I got stuck on the NPC. Classic. Because usually these sections are so short that you can get away with not actually getting into encounters. So here, this section, we're normally supposed to fly around a bunch to figure out a constellation, but because I know what the constellation is, I can just go right to the door. And then waiting for us on the other side is Cygnus.
A little weird because we fought Taurus Fire first, and he's the next guy we gotta fight.
Yeah, very peculiar decisions around what order we're fighting these guys in. Well, I kind of beeped that by giving him iframes. Oh, I am just beefing things pretty hard right now. And we'll just use Pegasus to get rid of you. That's Cygnus EX down. And that unlocks the next path. So we can pulse out and we're able to access this door. So every time we advance these next screens, we need to talk to the door that leads us out. And then we have to interact with the thing. So here, there's some trash in the way, but the air quality in the space station is so low that Geo doesn't have the strength to actually do it. So we use Thermoman to bump up the air. And now we can move the trash. And I'm going to change over my Navi card again. Do Propeller Man. So thankfully, the door we need is very close. We don't have to travel very far for this one.
How nice of them to just make it a straight line.
Yeah. How convenient for us.
Libra. Until we get to Libra, where it's just an entire obstacle.
So Taurus EX, still fairly easy, especially if you draw some water at the start. And we get the counter.
Nice,
and another
nice.
water. Alright, that was a pretty good fight. That's Taurus gone. And the next is Libra EX. Thankfully, once we're actually in this dungeon, it just goes by really quickly because all of the like main hurdles and like things you have to figure out are just so easily taken care of just by already knowing it. Now, again, we can just go straight for Libra. Okay. Not a bad draw to start, especially since he's on fire to begin with.
Yeah, and having that cloud shot when he swaps to water for the next turn should be pretty good.
Well, at least it still stunned him, so
Yeah.
that's some value. And then we have one last boss before we can go fight Andromeda. And this one we don't really have to do anything in the overworld with, so I'm just going to leave Propeller Man.
Oh, he's
now this
here
next
for more
one.
support.
Yeah. Because now the next area is where our dad was living. So we come down here, and we find that he had like a photo of us in here. It's all sentimental and so on. But this is the last one we'll have to do. And then we can go fight the final boss. And hopefully this time I'll get Leo Kingdom off the rip. Never lucky. At least I still got a fire chip.
Yeah, it's still at least like 200 damage off the bat.
Yeah. And we got the counter. I don't really need to take the Star Force, so I'm not going to bother. And there she goes. Alright, so now we are entering the final fight. So the final area up to Andromeda it has the scariest encounters in the entire game because they are enemies that can only be hurt by swords, and they have just enough health to survive a sword slash. So we'd have to use multiple swords or get Break Saber. We also can't save beyond this point, so I'm going to save right now. And here we go. So Andromeda is a 2-phase fight, where after we get him down to a certain amount of health, he changes forms and only becomes vulnerable for a certain period of time. It is a little bit easier to counter him when he's in his second form, because it's a little bit more predictable. Hopefully, so 1 encounter is expected. I'm just going to try and run. Okay, we actually got an escape. Okay, good. So hopefully I only get 1 encounter, which I did. So now the actual Andromeda fight. And he is kind of scary, not because his attacks are dangerous or anything, but because he's just a pain. He also has missiles that constantly fall down. So, like, my shield is already gone. And I did not want that bomb to be there. So the ideal strat is that we get draws good enough to be able to do a bunch of damage while he's still in his first phase, when it's easier to hit him. So like right now would be like an ideal time to draw, like a mega card or my giga card. Because I think it's 1200 HP is when he transforms. So being able to pump out as much damage now would be best. So yeah, now he transforms. So now we can only hurt him when his core is exposed.
Oh, you're gonna have to cut it close with that laser. Okay.
So Break Saber is nice because it can actually hurt him with his core not exposed. So I can break through it. Unfortunately, this is going to give him iframe, so I can't attack him right away. Was able to at least get that off. What are you going to give me? I will save that, because that might be useful.
Ooh.
I like how I mentioned earlier that he's easier to counter in this form, and then I have not countered him once. Just ignore that part.
As it goes. It's a streamer curse. You can't just say it.
Yeah. So as I mentioned earlier, the timing doesn't end now. We have one final walking segment we have to do before time, so I'll call it. So Andromeda is defeated, and now the space station is at risk. We just need to get out, basically. So we have one final walking segment where we try to leave. And time. And that's it. Nice. That is Mega Man Star Force any percent.
GG.
GG, nice one.
Yeah, so go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so there really isn't a whole lot important that happens other than Geo finds a way to get pulled back to Earth. The whole concern was that Geo was going to be stuck on the spaceship as it comes to an end, and then they end up finding a way to pull him back. So nothing happens to him, obviously, since there's 2 more games after this. But that is Mega Man Star Force any percent. I was one of the earliest people to run this. Not the first person. There were a couple people on the SDA before I did it. But I returned to this after 9 years of not having doing runs for this. And I got a PB just the other day after 9 years. So, feels good. And I'm definitely looking forward to trying this game, the run on the Legacy Collection, just to see how much further down it can go when I just enable everything and see just how fast things can fly by.
You're not handicapped by needing a DS capture card.
Yeah.
Let's limit the flashiness too. So we're
Yeah.
gonna real quick hop over to a break screen here so we can get the next run set up, guys. So we'll be right back once everybody gets a chance to take a break and we set up the next game. See you then. Howdy, everybody. Time for number 2, Star Force 2. Like we did mention earlier, the game and the category kind of like are intertwined. There's really no difference between the two games, but I'll leave that to the runner, Yuki. We actually have a new commentator joined us as well. So you guys can both say hi and get on with it. I'm out of here.
Alright, so thankfully, like it was mentioned before, this version for Star Force 2 doesn't really matter, I guess technically for like one fight. But other than that, I'm just going to be using the powered up form Tribe King for a majority of the fight. So, pretty much it. If Rish wants to say anything, you can go ahead.
Hello, I am Rish joining for commentary to, join in for this lovely casual stroll through Star Force 2 as everything just gets obliterated. So, anything else? I think I missed out on the countdown last time. Should I give a countdown, or is someone else?
It's easier for the runner. I can go over that in a second.
All right. So, in 3, 2, 1, and go.
Good luck, have fun.
There's a bit of delay that happens because the video has to come to us and then go back out. So for commentators and myself, we have a little bit of lag. So it's easier if the runner does the count in so that we, don't fake the splits too hard. Wouldn't want the leaderboard mods having to deal with that.
That's fair.
I'd be more mad if I PB'd because then I gotta verify it.
So, Star Force 2 actually has one of the nicer features of both the Battle Network and the Star Force games, where we get the ability to actually skip the tutorial in and of itself. So, unlike Star Force 1, where we're starting off with 7-10 minutes of cipher mail, Yuki's going to quickly enter in a series of wave command codes. These are typically cards that they would, disperse to different people, and you're supposed to overlay it on the touch screen and tap the screen in a particular order. These give all sorts of different benefits, whereas Cypher Mill is mostly just, weapons and, battle cards. This one gives you sometimes up to 3 battle cards for 1 input. As you just saw there, we just got Dance Fire, Heat Upper 3, and Firing 3. The main one that we really care about, though, is we're just going to start every fight with Tribe King, which is the ultimate form in this game, which doubles the damage of every battle card, gives us all of the different effects of all of the normal transformations available in the game. And then on top of that, there's another card that maxes out our buster stats, so we don't even care about mega weapons or anything like that. These inputs are also typically significantly faster than typing in cipher mail. The game also does have cipher mail, which you are able to input with the touchscreen, because that's an improvement over Star Force 1. But because of how much we get out of wave command codes, we don't particularly care about cipher mail in this version of the game. Oh yeah, the other really big thing as we just saw 50,000 Zenny on the screen. These give a ton of money so that we don't care about any drops throughout the rest of the run. We get almost 100,000 Zenny from these. I forgot you can tap the same.
You can tap the same
twice.
thing twice.
There's never a point where that's like actually part of one of the codes, but but yeah, we're gonna get 100,000 Zenny, which will basically allow us to buy a bunch of HP memories to unfortunate. Basically, it's gonna help with the HP memory routing, as well as the what's it called? There's gonna be one battle card that we're gonna buy as well from the shop. It was discussed last run, but not as. What was that?
Okay, cool. And then I wanted to make sure I didn't forget the important one.
Yeah, the Tribe King one.
Even if I go in there with just Rogue Noise, my buster's still maxed out.
Yeah, you just
embarrassing than anything.
Yeah. But here we go. Time to skip the tutorial.
Maybe I do want to hear it. I'll need the refresher. So the important thing about every fight is, oops, I didn't choose any cards.
Yeah, but
They're dead.
Yep. Tribe King's Charge Shot is a triple wave attack, kind of like E-Slash. Does fire, elect, wood damage, 50 damage each. So realistically, we can actually just try and run away from every fight, and then just use the Buster if it fails. So
Yeah.
we also start every fight with Fast Barrier. Where does that come from? Is that part of the Rogue Noise one?
I want to say it is part of the Rogue Noise.
Not like we get the brother band effects like you do in Star Force 1. Technically that's a little bit of a later feature, but there are abilities in this game which are significantly different than it's effectively like this game's Navi customizer. But basically we just can use our link power from our brother bands to equip certain abilities that will, help us out. For the most part, we're only going to have to do one ability because we're already insanely strong. So, yes, time for my favorite character.
You can tell I've been playing Battle Network for a little bit too long. I just tried to skip the cutscene with Select.
All of the different inputs are so confusing sometimes. But yeah, the little story element right now is that basically there was an advertisement which was just this giant ship in the sky got a virus, which is why we had to fight those Matenas, and then it crash landed here, and its propeller had broken off, so now we're trying to help Mr. Moneybags over here get back the propeller so they can get the advertisement ship back in the sky. Conveniently landed right on top of that house.
Yeah, perfectly flat. Did it damage anything?
And then, like any good advertisement ship, we saw the advertisement, which was for a movie, and we've decided that we're gonna go see that movie tomorrow with all our friends. So, on top of that, now our mom's TV isn't working, so now we have to go fix that too. So we're the handyman around here.
Nah, it's a virus. Always is.
I like the idea that every comp in this game is actually just like a giant wave world up in the sky. That is one of the neat things about Star Force 2, is that Star Force 1 kind of shows that they're, like, rather than the internet from Battle Network, the wave world is kind of more integrated directly with the real world a little bit, but starting with Star Force 2, it's even more integrated, where you can basically walk around as Mega Man on the ground, and it kind of transitions into the wave world in different areas, which is kind of neat. Now it's time for this game's brother band. Gonna make a drawing for us?
Oh, I can't do the one I usually do.
Amazing smiley face.
I'm so glad they at least let you skip it.
Yeah, a lot of the cutscenes, like all of these are like individual cutscenes, but still make you type in a secret and a message.
That reminds me of Dawn of Sorrow. When you like create a file, you have to like draw a little thing, and you're like, dude, I just want to play the game.
Yeah, all you really, like, realistically, if you're just trying to go as fast as possible, you can just leave a blank white screen and it's totally fine, but it's always fun to get little drawings in there. Now for the wonderful section of Talk to Everybody.
Like, at least we get one important NPC to come back.
True. Our lad, Ivor Gott. He shows up in all 3 games, the most important character.
Oh, there he is. Interest. Hair growth.
Just for men. Whatever. Men.
I think
Men aren't the only one that suffer with hair loss. Get out of here, dude.
I think I assume that you followed the route that does the help request for Ivor Gott, and it's like,
I believe so.
basically he's basically asking to be tech savvy later on, so it basically just ends up being a quiz, but he's like, oh my god, like, I'm gonna lose my hair if I don't become tech savvy, and then you show up and immediately Gio's like, oh my god, it's too late, he's already lost it all.
Alright, let's go help our buddy Kaz Nova go flirt with somebody.
Yeah. Basically, this guy was flirting with a girl and showing off his collection of matter wave cars and vehicles. Matter waves are basically just literally materialized wave objects. And the girl kept ignoring him, and so now he's sending a 12-year-old to figure out what her taste in men is. And then she doesn't talk to us, so we go and, you know, figure out how to get into her device and sneak on her profile anyway, just to get that information.
As one does.
All of this is because Bud Bison lost his movie ticket, and it's now floating on top of another building.
Which, you're Mega Man, just go get it.
It's crazy to me that they still have physical
physical
like movie
tickets.
tickets still in a world where we have literal like cell phones basically. For those curious, it turns out the girl just really likes guys who have really high link power, aka people who are trusted by their friends. So yeah, now for Star Force 2's neat little new feature of matter waves. We collect a few of these throughout the run, and it basically usually just triggers a cutscene for us. So realistically, it's just like using an item to get through a particular part of the run. Honestly, kind of a little boring mechanic, but...
So remember how important Aaron was in the last game?
Yeah. Our good friend Aaron Boreal is just a tutorial NPC now, and he just stands here the entire game and does nothing. Now we get to watch a horror theme or a horror movie with an intermission in between. I think we're getting popcorn right now. I could go for some popcorn.
I should have got some more stuff to eat because all I ate was like breadsticks.
And now everything is haunted by real ghosts because these are actually EM viruses everywhere. And I think what ended up happening is somebody kidnapped our friend Luna because she is now the heroine of this guy's story. He's basically a theater nerd playing at being a villain. And yeah, so now we have to figure our way out of the movie, the shopping center, so that we can go save our friend from the, theater nerd. This, as you saw, and I talked about a little bit earlier, we do buy a bunch of HP memories to help out. We talked about it a little bit in the last run, how typically run rates in Battle Network and Star Force are tied to your max HP. That's usually just based on the amount of HP that you get from HP memories. Things like abilities, Navi-Cust program, stuff like that wouldn't have any impact on those thresholds. So right now, we actually only have 170 HP as far as our run rates are concerned. We don't actually have 1,020, otherwise we'd be able to run from everything. But, whereas in Star Force 1, the Cloaker item was practically useless, in Star Force 2, it's actually incredibly useless, where it reduces the rate at which we get encounters and properly filters out any encounter that we should be able to run away from. So right now we only have 2 cloakers, which are the only ones we could get from wave command codes, but they are very useful to this run for letting us kind of avoid the awful encounter rate that Star Force 2 is well known for. And now it's nighttime outside, despite the fact that it was literally daytime 5 seconds
It's fine, we just saw a movie. It was like 3 hours. It had an intermission, it has to be long.
True, honestly. And so now it's time to start the first dungeon area, which is honestly just running up around this very tall building. But while we do that, there's going to be ghosts on the path that we're going to try and avoid. If we run into the ghost, it's going to trigger an encounter. And so that is the goal here, is to just not run into the ghosts as much as possible. And now we're going to use a cloaker, which means that until this expires, we will not have any random encounters. Gotta be very careful of these ghosts that are kind of off sync from each other.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit more annoying there in the second part.
And then it turns out the path is broken because for some reason the Wave World expects there to be a little like window washer shelf thing. But currently they're being attacked by ghosts. So we do actually have to fight these ones.
Silly me.
Taking cards? So, as I mentioned, Drive King is incredibly strong. It literally doubles the damage of every battle card. So that's why you see the numbers on the custom screen highlighted in red. It does only last for 3 turns. For the most part, that's not really a downside. Any fight that lasts over 3 turns is probably the final boss fight, or lots of mistakes were made.
Whoa.
Whoa. Getting awfully close there.
I forgot they went back down there.
So now, our cloaker's expired, but because we have the threshold to run away from encounters, every encounter we get, we're just probably going to run away.
This is the one I usually have issues with.
Yeah, they run at just slow enough that you can't just run at the same speed at them, but you have to be very cautious about it. Oh, really? Interesting that you couldn't even run away from that. But Tribe King is broken.
It's fine, it just gave me Elemental Slash.
Yeah.
And also a Max Buster, so.
Yeah, that's the really important thing, is that we also combine it with the Rogue body to get Max Buster stats and plus 900 health, or 950 health. Oh, and now for the strongest battle card.
I wish they positioned themselves a little bit better, but
yeah, Dancefire kind of makes like a little bit of like a T shape. It goes out in front of you and then expands out from there, and deals 410 damage. So it's one of the nicer cards.
The first boss.
Here we are. It's the Theater Kid.
They're gonna give me a. Anyway, so that was.
Yep. That's how a lot of these fights go.
Oh, man.
They don't have attacks because you are too strong.
It hits in just the right way.
Okay, Dark Phantom will be returning later on.
And I can't wait till we get to a zap where I just immediately forget everything.
And now, this is the ability tutorial, like I was talking about a bit earlier. Based on how much link power you have, you can equip certain abilities. The reason we have link power now is we just formed a brother band with our friend Luna, which gave us enough to equip that HP plus 50. Again, abilities don't apply towards the HP thresholds we're looking for, but it is still, we're kind of forced to equip that HP plus 50, so it's not really that important.
At any point I could take it out, but that's just extra menuing for like nothing.
Yeah. They did really try and go all in on the the link power affecting things. There is that stand you can talk to where it based on how much link power you have, it'll give you a little reward, which is also an HP memory. As long as you have 50 link power, that gives you HP plus 10.
Yeah, because I think we only do that twice in the run. The one here and the one in Great Big Peaks.
Yes. But it is important for hitting those HP thresholds for cloakers to work. So we had to go over to
Loch Ness. That's where I'm going to forget a lot of stuff, because that place is just needlessly a maze.
Yep.
Oh, I'm thinking
you gotta go talk to Luna, yeah.
No, I don't want to talk to her. I just want to go to bed.
Yeah, we had to go to Wilshire Hills to talk to our friend Aaron Boreal, who upgraded our star carrier so that Luna could actually read our secret, which I think is literally just a question mark right now. Or maybe in parentheses. And then we're meeting up to discuss our plans for the summer. What do you think about doing when it's summertime, Yuki?
I'm going to bed.
Understandable, honestly.
That thing I wanted to do like 2 minutes ago. Oh, I wanted to. I just wanted. What I keep wanting to go to bed.
When real life outpowers your speed run. Final boss? Nope, time to sleep.
Yeah. So it's really funny because like in the game, you're discussing summer plans with your friends, and they're all like, "Oh, so what do you think about when it's summertime?" Obviously, you'd think to go to the beach, right? Wrong. You go to a ski resort, clearly, and that is our next destination of Grizzly Peaks.
Winter
First, we have
break
to do our
activity,
summer home.
but sure, let's do it.
I
in
know.
summer.
Yep. Trust me, everyone but Luna is also like, what do you mean? Nobody does this over the summer.
It's like a Mega Man Battle Network thing. It's like, I'm so rich, I can go to America. You guys want to come with me? Oh, okay, sure.
Yep.
Might as well show that off once.
Prawn Kiss is a very interesting card. Does a lot of damage. It like
It's a time freeze.
Yeah, it's a time freeze, but basically for every panel around the enemy, it will spawn a fish that will attack them and deal damage. Now you can go to sleep, Yuki.
Now I can go to bed.
And now it's time to go to the ski resort, where absolutely nothing can go wrong.
On second thought, let me double back. I'm gonna go back a couple more hours in bed. I'm sure they can handle it. Like, Taurus Fire is gonna freak out in a bit.
Yep. Our friend is returning. Good old Taurus Fire. However, apparently everything is going wrong at this ski resort. They've had a bunch of avalanches and spottings of the abominable snowman. And so all the, the people staying at this hotel are just like, I want my money back. And the ski slopes are even shut down right now anyway, so you can even go skiing. Also, our friend Bob Copper has returned, along with his dislike for baseballs.
Huh, wonder why.
So because of all of the awful things happening, and I guess because we were made to wait, a bunch of 12-year-olds got upgraded to the master suite of the hotel for some reason. We're currently locked out of it because someone's messing with us, but now it's time to buy all of the cloakers. basically we just buy as many as we need for the rest of the run. Sometimes a little bit more because the number is iffy.
Alright, I gotta lay my 3DS down and just mash it real quick.
Yep. Good old hold B and mash A.
Yep.
This is one of the other reasons we need so much money.
Just to play it safe, I'll just buy 2 more.
42 is a good number.
Yeah.
So yeah, 40 is like sometimes the number written in our notes and stuff like that. It's not. It's still technically a couple too many, but we have enough money. Usually by the end of the run, we end up with 6,000 zenny left over anyway, so.
Let me talk to these weird-looking beds, because I want a little bit more HP.
Yeah, why wouldn't you also make your beds out of materialized electromagnetic waves?
You want a sentient thing that is constantly smiling at you to see where you sleep.
So, because we are very nice people, we decided to help out the hotel with their abominable snowman problems. We're gonna investigate the ski resort. During our investigation, we get a suspicious call, tells us to return to the front of the hotel, and then someone drops a giant snowball on us. The skis are actually the only matter wave you can typically use on like a regular basis while you're in only while you're here in Grizzly Peaks. And it's basically just lets you go down the ski slopes that otherwise it doesn't let you go down normally. And it also lets you go up the little like elevator up to the top of the ski slope. Now we gotta fight a few different viruses because they've created a bunch of giant snowballs blocking our path.
I think that one so I should be fine. Yeah. When in doubt.
Yep.
Look at me pretending like I'm gonna choose any cards.
The funny thing about it is that those snowball viruses have a little shield over them that usually blocks whatever the first hit is. However, it works out kind of nicely that our the elect part of our charge shot happens after, and they are aqua viruses, so it does a little bit extra damage. So, charge shot is just enough for these, even though they have the shield and normally would block part of our 150 damage charge shot. So, we cleared all the viruses. And before we continue on, we're going to take a small detour and grab a couple more HP memories. Which are honestly a bit out of the way, but it is important for the routing.
I'll be fine. If I go the right way.
Funnily enough, I think Grizzly Peaks has a slightly better encounter rate because your step counter goes up slightly slower than most areas. So you can actually get away with a lot more around Grizzly Peaks compared to other areas. Don't understand why they chose to do that, but... So now we have solved that first crisis, but I think our friend Luna is just like jealous right now because we were hanging out with another girl. So we're trying to check on her, see how she's doing, and she just gets angry at us every time.
Guess we'll check up on her later.
Now we gotta go help our friend Bud perform in a eating competition by acquiring something that will literally shove... Is it hamburgers that we're eating? Hamburgers in his mouth?
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like that's cheating, personally, but...
We'll be fine.
Turns out that there happens to be some random employee in our, Before I get into that, fun fact about the cloaker thing is that we do have the HP threshold to fully filter out encounters in this area. However, there are certain fights in the game that have Mr. Hertz's, those little, blue fellas, that if you choose to save them, will actually give you like an ability at the end of the fight. It's a lot like a green mystery data in battle from Battle Network. The unfortunate thing about those Hertz encounters is that they have a higher... Basically, they just don't get filtered by cloakers. So there is a small chance that when you're running around and typically filtering out all encounters, that you still get one anyway, because this game's great. But anyway, we have acquired the Eat Machine from a random employee who happened to be eating competition professional. And now Bud's gonna overstuff himself and re-summon back Taurus, and Taurus fires back, causing chaos once again.
It should be an easy fight. He won't be that much trouble.
The one thing that is slightly unfortunate at times is that Tribe King is supposed to be the combination of the 3 forms that are available in this game. So that would be Saurian, Zerker, and Ninja, which are Fire, Elec, and Wood Element. There isn't an Aqua form, and so we don't actually... Like, our Charge Shot, for example, doesn't have an Aqua part to it, which is why it doesn't do a little bit of extra damage, unfortunately, to that fire enemy.
Hey, let's go check up on Luna one more time.
Yep.
And sleeping on the couch.
Yep. I don't know what the original plan was. Like, were you going to share a bed with Luna? It's like, why are we suddenly sleeping on the couch now after all of this? Unless there was a pull-out couch in that other room.
Probably. I do think I am missing an HP, and I think I know where it is.
You didn't grab the one in this area, actually.
Thankfully, when the scenario starts, I could just go grab that real quick.
Yep.
Is that too big of a detour?
Time to go skiing.
Yep, what? No. Look at me, trying to have fun. Let me get in my little dinky chair. Alright, now we can have fun.
Yeah, ski down those slopes. You won the race. Congratulations. And now there's a blizzard.
If only Zach got caught in it.
It's kind of funny because the reason that there's a blizzard going on is that someone is hijacking the, machine that controls the weather in the area around here. And we totally didn't learn from having machines that control the weather in Battle Network. That was not an important lesson to be learned. Nothing can go wrong when you have something that controls the whole weather.
There we go.
it is.
I don't think this could... Yeah, it does not.
Yep. It's very
It's not
unfortunate.
too bad.
Yeah, just pulls out, pulls back in. Now we can go begin the
I'm-
next event.
Thankfully, the cloakers are just that good. And they won't be really that important near the end of the game anyway, because you won't have enough HP.
Yeah, they help a lot more at the end of the game than like they would in Star Force 1. Just because they lower the rate at which you get encounters still. But
Yeah.
we won't be able to hit all of the thresholds by the end of the game, unfortunately. And now, for the skiing minigame, where basically there's going to be these wave balls, we enter them, and it starts off with us skiing. There's going to be 3 things that we can run into during this minigame. We need to run over the SOSs to save the hurts stuck under the snow. There's going to be trees that if we run into them cause damage. And there's going to be little snowballs that if we run into them are going to make us lose hurts that we've already saved. So you might think that these patterns are random, but actually they are kind of the same every single time. So it's pretty much, if you know what you're doing, you'll always complete it in the same amount of time. The minigame does start off a lot slower, and then as there's about, I think, 5 or 6 of them that you have to do. And they,
Yeah, by the time we get to area 2, they'll be much faster.
yeah, it's like you go much faster, and on top of that, you have to save more hurts each time. So there's these lovely ones where there's going to be 2 or more hurts, kind of like, or SOSs next to each other. If you're very quick about it, you can actually get more than 1 per like row or whatever the right word is there. So that can always be a little way to save some time. It's also kind of difficult to do every time, though.
I think we should have, like, what, 2 more?
I think there's 2 in the first area, 3 in the second area. So you have to save.
because I know
there's
there's a
either-
70 and a 91.
Yeah. One benefit. As I start to say something, the game decided to prove me wrong with a Hertz encounter.
He has to die. I'm sorry.
Or
I don't want the extra. I don't want the extra reward.
Murder.
I was going to say before we got that encounter, the nice thing about using cloakers and getting through these areas is that we do get to listen to the music completely uninterrupted for so long. And then it promptly proved me wrong by interrupting the music with a battle. Yeah, you can probably tell that it's already going a lot faster.
Yo, nice. Should be one left.
Yep. It's gonna be one more just before the boss. And there's also an HP memory that we can grab just before that.
Alright, 90.
Yep. Now the most hurts we have to save and the fastest, so good luck.
At least bonking doesn't take away one of them. Yeesh.
Yeah, hitting the snowmen do, unfortunately. It takes away about like 3. Hitting the trees just does damage, which doesn't matter. We have plenty of HP to tank it.
Gotcha.
There we go.
And boss time.
Yep. Now it's time for Yeti Blizzard, who is just a really rich guy who wants to take over this hotel so he can make more money. Because he is Aqua Element, our Charge Shot does do 200 damage, which is pretty nice. And he's gone.
Oh man, it's time for the boy. The lad.
Oh yeah. Our good friend is about to show up. Good old Renegado. So now we gotta talk to everyone because Omegasis wants to hear everyone hyping up Mega Man for being such a hero. Because in this game, in the first game, what Mega Man does is kind of like hidden behind the scenes, as he is, you know, just a wave being. However, there ends up being multiple times in this game where we get put into what's called a visual zone. And so people are actually able to see us and identify that we are, you know, saving the day and whatnot. So now Mega Man has become this, you know, phenomenon known around the country for saving the day. Which totally does not put any amount of pressure on a 12-year-old kid.
It's fine, he needs a confidence boost.
True. He has been struggling with depression, so...
Thinking ahead. I forgot. We buy those HP memories from the corpse over here.
Yes. So right now, the local shop owner, Ken Souther, it's a great character. He reopens his shop again, and suddenly he's attacked by a bunch of viruses that materialized out of his surfboard. I was gonna say, I think you have to fight a couple more viruses over there. But yeah.
You can tell how rusty I am.
Ken Souther's a great character because you come in and you're just like, stay away from them, they're gonna hurt you, and he's like, no man, I gotta protect my shop by myself, and charges them and then gets completely knocked out, but at least he tried.
At least Tribe King exists, so I could just mess up a couple more times. Alright, now they're dead.
Yes. And now is when Sonia makes her first appearance in the game.
Alright, that's cool and all. She can wait. I gotta go buy some HP.
True. We have shopping to do.
And I buy...
Yes, 3 of those. So, heat grenades are really good. They deal about 120 damage, multiplied by 2 by Tribe King. Plus, it also gets buffed by the fact that we're pseudo in Saurian. So, they do like 270 damage in a 3x3 grid, which is why we just want to get some of those for the folder. We're also going to go steal from our friends who happen to have these things called blank cards. These are a feature in only the Japanese and English version of the game, much like wave command codes themselves. But these blank cards also involve wave command code inputs that, when you put in specific sequences, will give you... It basically will turn those blank cards into really powerful cards. So we can use that to give ourselves, a couple gigas and a nice mega card that are going to be really strong as well. I think now we have 3 blank cards. We got 2 from our friend's house, and the third one was given to us by Aaron Boreal earlier in the run. We technically could have done something with it earlier, but because we're so strong, we really don't need to worry about it until we have all 3 of those. So, and now it's time for a museum trip.
I'm gonna need you guys to pay real close attention when we get to the dinosaur section.
Yeah, this museum gives a lot of kind of like backstory into a lost civilization called Mu, which is this really advanced society that eventually collapsed, and we have relics of them, along with all these other Chomp real hardosaur. I've actually never read that before. Oh god. But yeah, this whole section on I think you forgot to read one of the Zerker ones, yeah, just some exhibits about some other civilizations, like the ninja as a whole civilization, or the dinosaurs, which were apparently considered a civilization, or the Zerkers, aka they're like Berserker warriors. Basically, it's just setting up the and a little bit of world building. It really only matters for this game. And now a bunch of black holes start taking all of the exhibits. Neck is too long, Adon. Oh god. I've actually never read those names on the dinosaurs before. That was pretty good.
They're pretty good. Right when I hit the menu.
That's when it always gets you. So, this is kind of the first instance of this minigame, but basically these little black holes appear below us, and then we have to press a sequence of buttons that appear on screen to not get dragged into what is called the undimension. If you're too slow, the notes you may be following, probably just circle that because they're based on a route that doesn't use wave command codes, where that buster, that mega weapon, is actually really useful.
It's fine, it's really useful. I'm sure it's like 555. Hey, wait a minute.
It's like 332 or something, actually. But yeah. Now they're trying to take the what's called the Opart out of place artifact, which is just a matter wave dinosaur head that looks a lot like a car. And so in order to save it, Omegasis is gonna eat it. So the bad guys don't get it, but it's no longer available for the museum anymore. Also just going to give Omegasis a lot of indigestion.
Oh, hey, the cop.
And there he is, the disliker of baseballs. So now we're going to put in those blank cards. So that's Giga card number 1. Giga card number 2. And I think right now we're limited to 2 gigas, so we're going to put in one for a mega card, which is Apollo Flame. All of these are just really strong AoE cards that just do a ton of damage. While we're here, we're going to also add in heat grenades.
That was a point of discussion earlier that they would, since the Cypher mails no longer require a long input process, they'll probably use more, but since we haven't gotten a copy of the game yet, we haven't, or the runners haven't been able to decide that.
Yeah,
probably might.
It's a question. I don't know if Star Force 2 will do them now, because they'll also just take less time, but like also wave command codes are just that strong anyway. I wonder if you'll even have to... Will you even have to type in the wave command codes?
No, it doesn't. You just choose one, like from a menu now.
That's crazy. I know they're doing that for the Cypher mail. I didn't realize it was also the case for wave command codes. This Hertz here is overheating because he saw a hot date.
Yep. That's my Battle Network / Star Force series. You're just like, that's a pun.
Yep,
that's a pun.
It's great because it's literally just you and Sonya hanging out. So we gotta go over here and get... It's like a cold body or something. I think what we get from here. And he just gives it to us for free because we're apparently really trustworthy now that we have more link power.
And before I forget, the next time I pulse in, I gotta talk to our boy.
Yep, we gotta help out good old Ivor Got. Gotta help him not be bald.
You know, lose the remaining of his hair.
We need to help him before he becomes bald. Main reason we do this help request is because it's a very quick quiz. It doesn't take that much time, and it does reward us with an HP memory, which again is still really important for the routing of cloakers and stuff like that.
Alright, bud. And there we
Now
go.
he's tech savvy. All because we answered his questions.
If only it were that easy. Guarantee you it is not. Ever.
Yeah.
That easy.
Just answer some quiz questions and you're good.
Yeah. It's also totally not like that character's name is based on the word I forgot, and he's totally not going to forget everything we just told him anyway. All right. So now, I think the person who showed up to the museum is now chasing after us because they're trying to get that ope art that we swallowed. And they brought along more of those machines that cause black holes. And now it's up to Mega Man to save the day. Once again, we have more button sequence inputs. There's 3 of these. I forget what they're called. It's like Kami something. But in any case, there's 3 of them that we have to find. We destroy each of them. And then we get to fight the lad Renegado, aka Rogue.
Yo, thanks for pushing me closer towards him.
Yeah, it's always nice when they do that.
Good old backwards damage boost. You don't see it much in RPGs, but when it happens, man, you love it.
And this is what happens when you fail.
Oh, yep. So you get sucked into the Undimension, which has a lot of these exhibits and stuff in it. There are a number of different places the exit can spawn. It's kind of random, so you have to just go and search for it. But There we go. Now it's time to fight Rogue.
Ah, you couldn't give me any of the cards.
And Rogue has been defeated.
We'll
I would
never
explain
see
the
him-
patterns of these bosses, but like they don't last long enough to.
One B press and they're gone.
And plus, their patterns don't matter when you can just tank all of the damage. So, unfortunately, despite the fact that Mega Man is the hero that always saves everybody, Rogue was able to capture nearly all of our friends. We were able to save Luna in time, but the rest of them all got sucked into the Undimension and are now lost. And so Geo is back going through a new depression phase because he failed to save the day and doesn't truly feel like a hero anymore. And someone is just like asking for Mega Man's help right now, so we're gonna go try to help out, and it's not gonna do anything. Which is totally going to weigh even heavier on this already depressed child's mind. So basically this hurts us requesting a D-Energy. Normally that's an item we can use to fully restore our health, but we have to give it away here. And it doesn't even fix the problem, unfortunately. And Geo's all apologetic for not being able to fix it.
Thankfully, his mugshot does portray that he's a little bit more like depressed. He doesn't have his happy-go-lucky smile anymore. A little bit more neutral.
Yeah, that's the neat thing that they do in Star Force 1 especially, where as Geo becomes happier, his mugshot starts to smile a bit more, and then he takes a step backwards after Pat betrays him and goes back to the old mugshot, and then it goes right back a few minutes later, basically. But they do the same thing in this game, where in this brief period of depression, Geo kind of does look that way in his mugshot, which is a neat little feature. And so, Luna is trying to help us figure out what to do to save our friends. First time she asks us, we run away, we go to sleep. The next day, she's on her way to our house to ask us again, and she gets kidnapped again. So now we gotta go save her again from Dark Phantom. But first, we gotta do a couple help requests for these individuals down here.
Dude.
Oh, gold?
Dude. Oh, gold mystery.
I don't even know how you
for
get. I mean,
I don't know how to get there either.
I think you go up that staircase to the right, and then it kind of leads you somewhere. But
It's gonna be completely useless. But, dude, I gotta.
for the fans.
I got it. For the fans.
Silly hurts once again.
Alright, let's see what it is.
Moment of truth.
Oh man, Cannon Star 3.
Oh man, that buffs our cannon cards by like 30 damage?
You know, the thing I removed from my folder?
So this game does have a concept known as star cards, which is kind of funny that it is brought up in this way. But basically star cards are... Normally your folder has 30 cards you can put in it. And so there's a limit to in that regard. But there are 3 slots for star cards that we can use to buff up the other versions of that same card in our folder. So for example, that Cannon Star 3, if we put it in our folder, it wouldn't take up an extra slot, but it would buff any other instance of cannon in our folder as well. And now it's time to go and save what's her name? Luna. Who gets dragged back to the movie theater of all places.
We'll be doubling back for an extra HP.
You mean the other help request?
Yeah, because thankfully, like, that's not too out of the way, and it's just, hey, talk to this guy, and he just gives you HP.
Yeah.
Oh, there he is.
A Apollo Flame. He is... This is literally the secret boss of Star Force 2. But because of the blank card, we were able to get his mega card to add to the folder, which is just a 3x3 nuke.
Man.
So these are what are called Murians. They are a little bit annoying in that if you're in their column and you shoot something at them, they put up their shield, which blocks all attacks.
So Metars, except actually dangerous?
Kind of.
If you squint real hard.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Okay,
I'm so sorry. Good fight. Good fight.
GG,
So you-
well played. Oh!
Shake my hand. Shake my hand.
Yeah.
This is not optional.
So Queen Ofiuka is a wood element. Leo Kingdom is a fire element. Those do not go well together. This is the one fight that we have to do without Tribe King, because this is the tribe
That's cool.
on tutorial. However, we just drew a Giga anyway that's just going to deal with the fight very quickly.
Back to back.
So those are the Star Force 1 Gigas making a fun little return thanks to what's it called? Blank cards. But yeah, how much damage would that have done? That's like... I don't even know how many times Leo Kingdom hits. That's like easily in the... maybe like the 4,000 range, almost.
Probably around there. That.
But anyway, now that we have saved our friend Luna by burning her alive, we're going to, go and talk to her, and we're going to use her fancy new TV to watch the news for anything that might help us find our friends. And it turns out that there's this random news station that is talking about something called Messy, which is basically just this game's version of the Loch Ness Monster. And turns out that our friend Zach saw this monster and is on the news talking about it instead of, communicating to his friends that, hey, he's okay. So now we're going to go to a foreign country, eventually, to try and talk to him and see what's up. Now, we get a random... I was going to say, we get an email from a strange, anonymous person who tells us to come meet them at the hotel. And because this game cartridge has 2 versions on it, they introduced this thing called Auto Brothers. And you can specify the name of your Auto Brother at the beginning of the run. Actually, before the run, even. Yuki named them lovingly Paul Art. Shoutouts to Fat Kid. But yeah, basically it's just a way to give you a free brother band, typically, that would allow you to get the transformation of the other version on the cartridge. So there are 2 cartridges. There's Saurian X Zerker, and there's Ninja X Zerker. And so when you're playing the Saurian version, it would let you do something called Double Tribe into Zerker X Saurian, and you would have kind of the buffs of both versions at the same time.
Whoops. Second option.
Yeah, so
these let's go.
These are funny help requests where basically what ends up happening is you are expected to help these people out, but you don't know how to help them. And so you just choose the option that's basically I don't know, and then one of your matter waves that you have will just answer the question for you. So in that case, they're asking about a recipe, and the eat machine talks to him and just gives him a good recipe. In this case, this guy is depressed, I think, because his brother is gone. And in order to cheer him up, our ski matter wave tells him a funny joke.
Yeah, I got these 2 confused. That's why I went with the third option there.
Yeah. But we do both of those, again, more HP. All of this eventually gets us to the cutoff for one of the later dungeons. Not quite the last dungeon, but there's just one particular cutoff that we're trying to reach at around 610 HP. So, now it's time to go to a foreign country, except Geo doesn't have a passport. So he can't take a plane. So rather than deal with trying to get a passport and all of that, we're just gonna go on the wave road. Just take the wave road all across the entire world. Using something called the Skywave, which has some pretty awesome music.
Pretty awesome music that people will never get to hear because every 2 seconds you'll get an encounter.
Yep. But again, that's why we love cloakers. So we'll actually get to hear it this time. Unless Hertz encounters show up.
Unless Hertz encounters show up.
The other funny thing about the Skywave is that this is literally the only way to reach some of these other areas in the game. Like, it doesn't later on introduce some way for you to, go to like an airport or something like that. You can't take the bus anywhere except Wilshire Hills and Grizzly Peaks. You're just stuck taking the wave road or the Skywave every single time. Oh, there's an HP back there, yeah.
And we're good.
Yep. And so here we are in a place called Mess Village. Don't know why they would call their country or town Mess Village, but
First area I hate the most because it's really confusing in the wave road, and you gotta make a map for it for notes.
yeah, they use a lot of these like teleporter like things that kind of just warp you to like a different place, and it just makes it really complicated trying to get through this area.
Yeah, so like in the notes, like right now, is just, hey, here's this line just is covering the entire map.
Yep.
Because of those transporters.
Yep. It just goes everywhere. And on top of that, it doesn't help that we have to first come up here to the bridge, and then we have to go get an HP memory somewhere else, and then we have to go and get the item to actually take care of the fact that the bridge is currently squeaking, apparently, because there's a Mr. Hertz who's just a little too heavy for the bridge, and only Luna can hear it. All these little warp pads. There's the HP memory. Now we gotta go talk to the big Mr. Hertz. So apparently it's because he equipped an ability that made him too heavy, and so now we have to get him an ability that'll make him lighter.
Surely when we give this to him, he'll be fine.
I mean, it will stop the bridge from squeaking, apparently.
Of course.
The Mr. Hertz encounter.
And with that little detour out of the way, we can continue.
Yep. So we're just looking all over this place trying to find Zach. We're just asking everyone about him. I don't think anyone even has any answers for us. I'm just like, huh? Who are you talking about? And he's like, oh, the kid with glasses. I don't know where he is. And now it's time to go to the other part of Mess Village.
That totally
Oh,
isn't
actually, before
confusing as well.
Before that, actually, Zach just showed up. And then we talked to him about it, and he kind of just like, I have stuff to do here. Doesn't want to come back home with us.
Ugh.
I was gonna say, I think you gotta talk to Luna first.
Luna, then go hit up Zach, who's just gonna tell us, nah, I'm good. I'm staying here anyway.
He's literally staying alone in a foreign country with his parents probably worried sick about him. Very selfish. And like basically his problem is that like everyone has something like all of his friends have something like important about them, like something like they're all like really good at something, and he just feels like worthless basically, and wants to. He's the only one who has seen Messi, which for context he was tricked into it too. He just saw someone's submarine literally. He's just like, this is something only I can do.
Like, this gives me worth as a person.
Also, please ignore the fact that this sheep apparently is electromagnetic and has an ES that we can enter like this. It's totally okay and nothing strange about that.
Don't worry about it.
It's no more silly than the random things in BN that were statues with a plug port.
Yep.
Look at this Ming Dynasty Chinese outfit. Don't worry that these are not even related, by continent, but also it's got a plug in it. You're just like, sure, whatever. I give up.
Yep.
There's a giant Buddha statue. You can jack into it. It has an Ethernet plug, sure.
Yeah, the literal water god statue is just like a giant maze of a comp that you can jack into. It's great.
This is our deity. You can put viruses in him if you want, sure. Here you go.
You can put viruses in him. And then they send people into it periodically anyway, and so there's just like a bunch of dead Navis that are like ghosts inside the water god. Oh god. I love Battle Network logic.
Alright, so remember how in the last game the cop was like very suspicious that we were like, we might be doing some stuff? And he doesn't know we're Mega Man? Alright, so look at him, he's right over there. Look where I got a pulse into.
He still doesn't know.
He still doesn't know. He doesn't find out that you're Mega Man until the next game.
Yeah, when it becomes basically almost like common knowledge at that point. This is one of the other matter waves that you can consistently use. Anytime you need to reach this part of the map, we're basically about to go underwater, so we're taking a dive machine under. This is the next dungeon area. So anytime we need to go to Loch Mess 1 or 2, we need to use the dive machine. The gimmick here is that there's a bunch of buried treasure. So if you press the Y button in very specific spots, you will uncover, sometimes it'll be like an item. In a bad spot, it'll give you a virus. Sometimes it'll give you nothing. But there are also these golden hertzes that we're looking for that will open the path for us if we find all of them. The first area has 3 of them, and the second area has 5 of them. I think if you press like the L button, there's like a little guide that it tells you.
It'll just
like
tell
which
us.
page. It gives you a hint as to like where to find the gold hertz. Basically like what sort of map marker to look for.
Alright, that's it in this area.
This is another like dungeon comp that's like really nice that we don't have to constantly be getting encounters in. It's a big reason why cloakers are so helpful.
Lower one.
I think it was actually back the other way. Because over here is where we have to come back there later. That's where
Yeah.
some item spawns in that we have to grab later.
Thinking ahead. Thinking ahead to the black box.
Yep.
If Mr. Hertz, I swear. Off by
So-
a little bit.
I was gonna say that's the really annoying thing about this like little mini game is if you're off ever so slightly, it will just give you an encounter instead. What we're digging up here is actually not a golden hertz, but we're digging up an item, which is another D energy, which I think is part of the route just because there's another job request we can do for an HP memory.
Yeah. I need this game to stop giving me Mr. Hertz. I don't want to keep hurting them.
The poor lads. Just getting bullied every time.
This ain't fair. I don't want to do that to them.
It is really hard to avoid killing them whenever we get those encounters. Unless we run away, but even then. Alright. So now it is time for the boss of the area, which is, for some reason, someone who looks almost exactly like the Loch Ness Monster, supposedly. Good old
And no correlation.
Plesio Surf.
Ooh.
That's a lot of damage. Oh, did the rock, I think, got in your way? Yep. Yep. Sometimes the rocks will spawn in and then say, yeah, no, you can't summon an enemy here. This boss can be really annoying, but they all get deleted just the same.
One
Realistically,
charge shot.
we have way too much HP to even consider dying to any of these fights. So much so that there's literally a forced loss later that we just have to like eat the 3 turns of waiting because we just can't die that fast.
Forced loss are the worst. Like on RPGs, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
not even worth like unequipping our stuff because we got to turn it back on anyway.
Yep. But anyway, we finally convinced Zach to come back home with us. Now he's helping us look for the rest of our friends, Sonia and Bud. Turns out during his time in Mess Village, he became friends with the producer or like someone at the like TV studio or whatever. And so they gave him some information that apparently someone fell out of the sky in a place called Wazop. The greatest area. And so once again, because Wazop is a foreign country, we have to get there via the Skywave because we still don't have a passport. So this is the help request I was just talking about. Snail mail.
Yep. Pretty sure it's active. Yes.
So yeah, we're going to take this opportunity to enter a few comps that we previously couldn't, that have HP memories in it. And on top of that, this help request that we're doing also happens to enter that comp. So
Yeah, and it's like right in front of the house, so
yep,
no real reason not to.
this basically just helps us to be able to cloaker encounters in one area before we're able to buy HP in that area. So, but it's another one where we have to give them a D energy, which helps, and now they can start delivering the mail once again.
Of course.
Oh, this area must have a pretty high encounter rate. I don't think I've ever seen an encounter in that area.
And there we go.
Now we go off to Wazop. Later on, there will be that door that is technically a shortcut that takes us to the Wazop Skywave right away, but we can't get there, unfortunately, just yet. There's a key we need.
Yeah, we don't get that till like right after that scenario, like near the end.
No. Well, it's actually like in the middle of this scenario, funnily enough. It's like right before the dungeon comp, the guy appears and we can just...
That's basically the end.
Yeah. And now there is an open skywave. So this area is actually the one that we're like trying our best to hit HP thresholds for. It's really the last time we can hit those HP thresholds. So the number we're looking for is 610 right now. When you get rid of the plus 900 we have from abilities and from rogue body, we have 550. So pretty close, but just gotta buy a few more and grab a couple more. Stare. These people only talk to us if we say the magic word "was up" first. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? I do also very much enjoy the "what's up" theme.
It's pretty good.
This has a lot of sections of just talk to everybody.
Alright, one more person all the way over here.
Yeah, if Zach would just get out of our way.
Be awesome.
Just one more, I think, to the right.
Is there?
I thought so.
I think that's all. Pretty sure that's all of them. There's a kid over here, the old woman, young man, and the praying dude. Yeah,
One that you didn't talk to?
young man.
Yeah, that's the one I thought about. And so it turns out that our friend Bud is here. He fell out of the sky, landed on his head, and because he fell out of the sky, the chief decided to name him the Great Butticus. These people here worship the land of Mu, which was said to be a giant floating city in the sky. And so they see a person fall out of the sky, and they must be the herald of Mu. And so Bud has lost his memory, and only knows that he is the Great Butticus, who likes to eat a lot of meat. And so they just offer him a lot of food all the time. So now we're going to make our way over to one more shop where we can buy the remaining HP memories we need.
And since we still got the cloaker active, I'm just gonna take the walk.
Yep. Totally reasonable. So, in order to try and convince Bud to talk to us, we are going to try and make him a bowl of ginger beef or something. And so we need to gather some ingredients for that. Those ingredients are an egg, which we steal from a bird's nest.
Beef, rice, and an onion.
Yes. And so beef we're just going to steal directly from this giant offering pedestal. This lady's kind enough to give us some rice.
And finally,
And
the
there
onion.
There happens to be onions growing over here.
But of course, we can't just get the ingredients. We gotta actually make them.
Correct. And how do we
What
cook
better way
out
to
in the
do
middle
it?
of nowhere?
We go all the way back to Luna. And she gives us the cook machine for us to just do it.
Yep. We couldn't have given her the ingredients. She has to give us the cook machine. Imagine if they made you do like little mini games with all of these, like a little cooking mini game akin to the BM4. Yeah, would have at least made them more interesting.
Yeah, a little bit.
So,
I'm sure nothing bad's gonna happen over there.
yep, that's our friend Solo, who is actually Rogue, who does not like the fact that there's a fake Herald of Mu, given that he is a descendant of Mu, apparently. And so it's time to go fight Rogue again, who has not gotten any stronger than last time, so...
No biggie, the next time we fight him, he's gonna be real strong.
Unkillable, even.
He might even have to be forced to lose.
Mm-hmm. Yo, Sticky Rain? Good old Renegado back
There we
again.
I'm sure Bud's fine after all of that.
Yeah, he literally got knocked out by Rogue and hasn't woken up since.
But thankfully, that little knock to the noggin like gave him back his memory, so he remembers that he's actually Bud.
Yep. You just gotta wake him up with some food. He still has his old clothes.
I mean, well, yeah, he was just wearing the cloak.
Now, the chief of this Wazop village has been kind of using Bud as a way to potentially attract, tourists or something. I don't understand. But he knew that Bud was not a true Herald of Mu and that he was using him, but he won't let Bud leave now, so... I think you have to
need
first...
more tourists to go in there.
I think you first have to go to Wazop Lines. Yeah. And you have to go talk to the tent so that they take their car back to the airport and then you can leave. Also, how does Bud get out of here? There's no way he had his passport on him. Oh, you have to talk to Prez, right?
I think the implication with all of this is that
I guess they're star carriers, maybe?
His star carrier has his ID.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Then why
That's
doesn't
the question? Why doesn't Geo have one?
No, exactly.
Like, I guess during the time when he was depressed, he just never updated his passport.
I guess so. I mean, it makes sense. I'd let that type of stuff fall by the wayside as well.
You gotta take the low.
Yeah. I'm gonna pulse in from here.
So you can't just go in there. People are gonna kill you. Like, actually, these people want to capture you.
Yep. And so, nothing bad went wrong. We get to just leave, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, that was a.
It's weird. Usually we gotta fight a big boss, perhaps like a bird boss. Weird.
Yeah, it's really weird. But we get to just get off scot-free this time. Time to go home.
Yeah, I'm sure those cutscenes didn't mean anything.
So as I was saying before, coming up there will be a little NPC that'll spawn in that we can talk to.
Little truck guy.
And yeah, it's another NPC that expects us to have really high link power, and he gives us some key that basically lets us go directly from Echo Ridge to Wazop much faster. That encounter is insane.
It's crazy.
Like, at least Star Force 2 introduces the concept of keeping the music where it was, like where it left off before the encounter, but yeah. This guy gives us the Wazop key. And so, our friends were captured on the way to the airport. And the giant chief, or the chief has become a giant bird. And now we gotta go save them. So for this dungeon...
One of my least favorite dungeons.
Yeah, this dungeon is pretty mediocre in the grand scheme of things. Basically, there's a bunch of pedestals that are supposed to have these flame hearts on them, but there's a giant rocket bird now that's scaring them off, so they're all hiding all over the place. So we have to find the fire heartses, and then we have to take them back to the appropriate pedestals. And then eventually, once all of the pedestals have been restored, they will open the door to the next area. It honestly just boils down to just run and explore every nook and cranny of the map. At least you're not getting encounters every 5 steps while you
Oh yeah, that would make it so much worse.
Yeah, because there's so much movement already in these areas. Like, we get to use like 5 or more cloakers throughout this entire segment. And if we didn't hit the HP threshold for this area, which is 610 HP, we're at 630, it would just take so much longer. But that's what all of that HP memory routing was for, is so that we don't get all of these encounters.
One more. It's not the right one. The next one.
Yep, all of these really confusing paths that all look the same unless you're looking at a giant map.
Nothing like a good game design as pick a corridor. I hope you picked the right one.
Yeah, it doesn't help that the giant bird, like, I already have a path in mind and I suddenly have to duck and cover, like right now.
Yep. The way that the bird works is there's certain places on the map that basically like little like cutoff points that trigger the bird to dive you. So when you walk over those points, the bird attacks and then you have to duck and hide. There are paths in the second area you can take to completely avoid the bird diving you in a lot of instances. The bird does not dive you in that right corner of the map. And then like the upper left part of the map, there's not really any place where it likes to dive you.
Thankfully, after this, we got like a lot of the major dungeons out of the way.
Yeah, this is pretty much the last like main story dungeon until the final area. So,
because unfortunately, the next part also infamous.
Yeah. I guess it's not so much of a dungeon as it is a maze. Literally, a maze. Now, the next couple pedestals actually require you to get multiple hertz. So, not only do we have to pick up this hertz, we have to go and find a second hertz as well. And then return it to the twin pedestal, double pedestal over there. So you can see the path that Yuki just took there actually prevented the bird from diving them. Just taking the long way around sometimes helps.
Yep. And I rather play it safe a lot of the time.
Yep, so going around here, and then going around this right corner, the bird just never dives you. So...
Oh, man.
And now we have to find 3 flame hertzes. Return them to the triple pedestal over somewhere else. Unfortunately,
.exe scaling. Just add more, it's harder.
Yep. Exactly. And so that's one of the more annoying ones is the trigger for that that bird to dive you is right at the start of those stairs. So like you always have to go over it and then immediately backtrack to somewhere to dive or hide in. And then on the way back, it's going to trigger again. But now we just got to return the flame hertz to their pedestal. And then we get to fight the boss.
Cut it a little close there.
And to fight the giant bird before it tickles our friends to death.
Alright, game. Leo Kingdom, frame 1, let's go.
Would be the best.
Well, good enough.
I mean... kind of does get to show off one feature of Terra Condor, which is that if you do enough damage to the wings get damaged separately from the rest of the body. But
Unfortunately, he's dead.
didn't even get to see it. And there goes Terra Condor. So, we have managed to rescue 2 of our friends that were lost, which are Bud and Zach, and now all that's left is finding Sonia. And,
She doesn't have a dungeon. Surely it's going to be easy.
yeah. So Bud apparently saw something on the news or something that, basically showed... It was basically some, like, story about how a girl in pink was floating in front of a plane, and it caused the plane to crash. And Sonia, being Harp Note, would be able to float in the sky like that, so... Apparently the plane ended up crashing around Mess Village, so we gotta go check that out, and that's where we gotta go find the black box that we were talking about a little bit earlier.
And thankfully, because of that key we grabbed earlier.
Yep, and take a little bit of a faster route there. Kind of like a little backtracking. Unfortunately, this game does like to do a thing where it will upgrade the encounters in an area. And so, unfortunately, there's going to be harder fights in Loch Ness now, meaning that we actually don't hit the HP threshold to fully cloaker through encounters in the area. The cloaker will still be useful to use, but at this point, cloakers become less of a complete,
little less effective.
Yeah. The encounters here got upgraded once we defeated Terra Condor, so.
Plus, yeah. You know, that giant bird we found in the water.
Yep.
Yo, it's the boy. Kung Fu Kid.
Kid Gruff. His favorite food is jambalaya. All of the Star Force games have their optional boss fights. Was Kung Fu Kid one of the fan designs, or was that not a thing in Star Force?
I don't think they. Pretty sure they stopped doing that.
Yeah. But in either case, Star Force 1 has things like Cancer Bubble, Wolf Woods, and Crown Thunder. This game also has Cancer Bubble again, but it also introduces Kung Fu Kid, and then it brings back, what's his name? Gemini Spark. Oh, these viruses are so annoying. These viruses take a single hit, and then they poof into multiple clouds before they reform. Luckily, we don't usually have to deal with them very often, but unfortunately, trying to get to Loch Ness.
Okay, don't gotta do any of. I'm not gonna think those puffballs aren't here.
Oh, they were a contest winner. That's what I thought I remembered hearing. But...
Okay. I thought by the time we got to Star Force, they already finished that. Or stop. Not get the.
It's just the dive machine right there.
I'm thinking of the projector.
Yeah, projector's next.
I'm thinking ahead.
Yeah, a little bit too far in the future.
My brain's protecting me from something.
But yeah, now I gotta go. Actually, did you talk to the guy yet? Is the black box even there? Okay. Oh, I don't.
If it's not, I'm gonna say various words. Muted.
So as you can see, unfortunately, the cloaker did not filter out this encounter, and we get to deal with that wonderful virus that stays completely invulnerable until he decides to attack you.
Yeah, they change him up for Star Force 1. Because normally if you just stand in front of him, he'll just immediately activate.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of little differences in the behavior of viruses. That's true, I did remember that Moon Destroyer was a fan design. The most necessary boss in the game. Oh yeah, actually I think you did go talk to him, so I think you're okay.
A little overkill, but...
The fish deserve it.
Yeah, because what was the alternative? Throw a heat grenade, not kill all three of them, or just double elemental slash?
I think the heat grenade probably would have killed them all, but...
Oh wait, 270, yeah.
Alright, so we got the black box, and now we get to return it to the pilot, who's then going to be like, oh, I can't even use this.
Thanks for the footage. Yeah, I can't use it. You can barely see anything.
I can't display anything to you. I don't have the ability to display video. And then we gotta go get him a projector. Which will be the final use of matter waves in the run. Where would we get a projector?
From the cameraman, of course.
The guy with a giant camera on his shoulder at all times. Is that van literally labeled CNN, or is it like something else?
Yes.
It's literally just CNN. Good old projector. It literally just shows us a little like screen that displays harp note briefly. And then they tell us that they went down around the Bermuda Triangle, which is apparently really close to Wazop. Wow.
Which is really good for us because it's just right over here.
Yep. Funny, I've kind of talked about most of the story, but I have kind of skipped over the like overarching villain being this lady named is it Dr. Vega or something? I don't know if it's
Lady Vega.
It's just Lady Vega. It's just Lady Vega. She is also technically a doctor, I think, or just like some scientist. In any case, we come here. We actually do find our friend Harpnote, and she says that she's now working with the enemy, and tells us to leave her alone. And so we're back to being the sad, depressed Geo. Our friends come to try and check in on us, and we just run away. Where else would we go but the giant city of Wilshire Hills?
Oh, wait.
Shame that's not in this one. Then they kind of like retconned it into the school in the next one, the rooftop of the school. Can't believe they just kind of did away with Vista Point as in its entirety.
Yeah, for how much we went over there in that game for them to just remove it.
It's kind of impressive. Alright, so we're chilling here, and then some enemy shows up, and it's just like, you know you can't help but try and save people, Mega Man, and just starts literally like summoning these Murians to attack people to try and draw us out. So these are elemental Murians. Each of them does have an element, or they're purple and have no element still, but have more HP than the others. But there's 5 of these fights we gotta
just
do.
Equally annoying.
Yep, they all have the same properties as the other Murians. They put up their shield if you try and attack them. They have more HP. They have just enough HP. They have just enough HP that even our charge shot isn't enough on its own, especially if they block it with the shield.
Alright, 2 more to go, and then for the force fight.
Yep. So
Nice.
The neat thing about Heat Grenade is that it does have enough of a delay that it often avoids the shield. It typically targets that like panel 3 away from us. Unless there's an enemy in our column, and then it tries to target them directly, which can be kind of annoying to when you're trying to hit people generally. But here we go. Rogue EX, an upgraded fight that cannot take damage no matter what we do to him. So this is a forced loss. Everyone's favorite.
We're gonna sit here for 2 more turns.
I think at the end of the 3rd turn, which is when Tribe King runs out, you hit OK,
There
and then that's when the fight is considered over. You could theoretically die to this fight, and it would also not game over you.
It'll still just spit you. It'll still just spit you back out in this cutscene.
Yeah. But we're apparently saved by Sonya now, who was supposed to be betraying us. That's kind of confusing. And now we're about to get the greatest dialogue known to mankind. Where we try and run away from our friends once again, and then they catch us. And we have to explain this whole situation with Sonya, and Luna just goes on about how, as a fellow woman, she understands Sonya's pain. The greatest line of dialogue.
Adults wrote this.
Yeah.
Adults wrote this and got paid for it.
Literally a 12-year-old child saying, as a fellow woman, I understand her pain. But she convinces us to go and talk to Sonya again. And we do talk to her and also fight her. To make her see the light of day.
Light her on fire, gotcha.
Yep. I mean, if you draw Leo Kingdom GX, that's exactly what's going to happen. But after we fight Harp Note, we're about to deal with the wonderful place known as the Bermuda Maze.
It literally took me till now to realize I did make a copy of Time Link's like notes and did make edits.
Yep.
So all the stuff I've been doing, it's like, man, I thought I changed this. Huh, that's weird. I wasn't on the right notes.
Yeah, you're just on Time Link's notes.
Just opened up the original notes because that was the first one you found, and then you're like,
yes. I just typed in wave command. Okay, yeah, sure. These are the ones.
Oh hey, you are gonna light it on fire.
Where's the Bermuda Maze? No. Oh no.
Yeah, the
How about lighting her on fire?
Yeah. I guess I'll get to see how much damage this does, naturally. 1320. Pretty good.
just all of it. Don't worry about it.
Just enough.
Yeah, that's enough. So,
Remember,
turns
kids,
out
arson's a crime.
So, so now we're gonna get run through. Yeah, gonna run through the Bermuda Maze. Turns out Sonya was working with the enemy to help them, if in exchange for not going after Geo was the whole deal. But now we're gonna go and find what
you save. Mainly because I do have notes in front of me. I do have images that tell me where to do. Unfortunately, these notes do not account for the human element of stupidity. So I'm gonna make a safety save.
I I've been running 7-hour-long RPGs, and I found out very briefly yesterday that is the truth. You save like 13 minutes on your run, you're like, oh, so stupidity costs that much time. Glad I could quantify it.
Yeah, this entire place is just a giant maze where there's always 4 paths that you can choose to take. And in general, you either like follow this like Shadow Hertz thing who shows you where to go, or at a certain point there's going to be these other Hertzes that appear and kind of like you're going to see like some stars on the top screen that are supposed to tell you like which Hertz to believe and stuff like that, and it's like a little puzzle that tells you where you're supposed to go. That said, the path you're supposed to take is the same every single time, so no matter what we do, we will just always be able to follow that path. So like, for example, the notes typically literally just give you directions like down left, up left, blah blah blah. I at one point had considered making a giant map of this area. That would have taken me way too much time though, because there's like so much to it. And all of the little maps in here are just like individual areas that kind of use the exact same like maps over and over again. You just kind of have to know which way to go. We're getting there. Luckily, there is a place in that last map. There was a person we could talk to that would give us a shortcut back there if we ever needed to come back here. There is, in like a post-game run, you would potentially have to come back.
You would just go back there.
Yeah, and it would just take you here right away just to speed things up. But I think we're basically at the end. Just one more map to go through. And then we get to fight 2 bosses in a row.
She'll be fine.
So the first fight is with someone who has kind of shown up, but off screen for the most part. Their name is Hollow. They are an elec boss that likes to summon viruses to attack you. It can be very annoying, especially because it will always default to the element that you are weak to. However, since we're Tribe King, at least, we aren't weak to any elements, so yeah, punch him.
Please stop zapping me.
And that is Hollow.
Alright, that's the first one down. Wonder who the second one is.
Well, we've already fought him kind of 3 times.
Taurus
And
Fire.
lost to them. True. Time for Rogue EX. Except this time we can actually win. So Rogue EX introduces the Moo barrier, which can be really annoying. It's just a little barrier that gets in the way of any attack you throw out the first time. And he's gonna die.
That's a shame.
Or
Real shame. He didn't even
Renegado.
get to pull out his sword.
True. When he gets under half health, he summons a sword and his attack pattern changes, but not today.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to my touchscreen just being wonderful for the next part.
Yeah, Soon we have a touchscreen minigame. So, the purpose of getting to the center of the Bermuda Maze is that supposedly that is where Moo is buried. And so we kind of led the enemy there by mistake. And so now we're going to go try and stop them. Am I going back to the Bermuda Maze again? This hurts encounter. Every single time.
Every time.
There's been quite a number of those this run.
I don't think I've gotten this much before. Kinda crazy.
Only during marathons and showcases.
Yep.
It is a fun little thing. In Star Force 2 and 3, it introduced a mechanic where if you run into an NPC for too long, it will assume you're stuck and let you run through them, which can be really nice when NPCs just get in your way.
Oh man, nice draw.
Incredible. Gotta love the Metars just blocking everything because they have too much health.
Easy fight. Just 2 more to go.
Yep. When we got to the Bermuda Maze, we got sent into a trap instead. Now we're in the Undimension fighting a bunch of viruses. Another easy fight.
Man, what's up with my luck getting Leo Kingdom and then immediately Dragon Sky the next fight? Speaking of,
Dang, every single fight. The first one.
crikey.
Crikey. So here, the exit is always up and to the right. And then rather than taking you back to Bermuda Maze, it takes you to Wilshire Hills for some reason. And then Moo is raised into the sky.
I should have shout out to the Bud statue now.
Yep, Lord Butticus has been enshrined in stone forever.
Yeah, honestly, he kind of deserved it.
Bud is the best character. Agreed.
Big true.
So now we're about to go into the final day of the run. And so, their evil plan was to basically take over the world by using Moo and then sending out all of these EM beings everywhere to basically convince people to, follow Moo, essentially. because they have it's literally a giant floating sky city that has a ton of power. And now that, everyone's on the brink of destruction, they all stop trusting each other, and that's why everyone's link power has suddenly went down to 0. Because everyone just wants to become a part of
They're going to be one of the chosen to be a part of the Mu.
Yeah, exactly. They want to be one of the chosen few. And so it's up to the kids to save the day again. And by the kids, I mean Mega Man.
Oh, cool. Very important mail.
Yes. Aaron Boreal's one and only contribution to the story. Sending you a letter
It's a
about
card we don't
Lady
even use.
Vega. I know. It's just an extra Giga card that really has no real need to go in the folder. Probably because we can't even fit it in, actually. It's not worth putting in over Leo Kingdom GX or Dragon Sky GX.
Yeah, because 500 damage is good. Just not for this.
Yeah, Leo King. The other two just do so much more.
It hurts.
Every hurts encounter, man. So impressive, honestly.
Don't patronize me.
So many of them. But now we have to go and find the way to Mu. So we're going to go back to Bermuda. See if we can't figure something out.
Alright, back in we go.
So this new Hertz tells us the path that we need to follow in order to get to Mu. Luckily, this one's a bit less of a maze, just 5 steps to it.
Just let me pop one more. I'm almost done with these anyway.
Alright, so we've made it to the sky staircase that takes us to Mu. Before we can get there, we get confronted by Dark Phantom EX. Nice draw. It's gonna have, what, 180
Just light
HP?
them all up.
Yep. So, this is the traditional boss rush of Mega Man games. As we go through this final dungeon area, you're going to have to fight one of the bosses that appeared at the end of each of the scenarios. Outside of Rogue, because we've already fought him 3 times. But now it's time for Mu. Unfortunately, we don't have the HP threshold to cloaker encounters in this area.
Can I get my
The
stylus ready?
little mini game here is that the path to the next area is always going to have a door, which is going to expect you to inscribe 4 patterns on it. In order to get to to know what those 4 patterns are, you have to get these little tablets, which in order to get the tablets, you have to go through these little areas by trying your best to avoid these Murians. When you run into them, you're asked to draw a pattern on their back. If
Always
you fail to draw
calibrate your
pattern,
calibrate your touchscreen beforehand.
yeah, if you're unable to draw the pattern, you just get an encounter with the Murians. So
It ain't
ideally,
too bad, but it's just mainly annoying.
yeah, ideally you'd be able to just like move through the area and not run into them, but some of them are really hard to avoid, if not impossible at times. But yeah, so you basically get these 4 tablets, and they have patterns on them, and then they show up in your key items section. And you're supposed to basically read those key item descriptions. Hey, there we go. You're supposed to read the key item descriptions and figure out the order of the story to determine the order that you draw the specific patterns in. Once you get all 4 tiles and are able to get to the door. So that is the whole gimmick here. And now we get to deal with the lovely Star Force to encounter it.
I think I still got 1 more. I should probably just pop it.
I think you have 2 more, yeah.
Okay, not 2 more. We're good.
So we still need 1 more tile. Sometimes you can get really... You can kind of corner cut the Murians. Like, Yuki ended up on the wrong side of it. Sometimes that lets you, like, actually avoid them. But some of them are really tricky. It's even potentially impossible to corner cut like that.
This
You keep having to draw the letter Y. Oh. There you go. Also, fun fact,
I
the
am
Murians...
so glad I don't have to use my DS anymore.
Fun fact, the Murian spawning is actually a cutscene you can skip with start. But now we have the 4 tablets, so now we gotta make our way back to the door so that we can draw the pattern on it and move on to the next area with a boss fight first. I love when the touchscreen doesn't want to register what you're drawing.
Thanks, Nintendo.
And there we go. So, now it's time to refight Yeti Blizzard. And the Yeti is dead.
2 more areas to go and 2 more bosses to refight.
Yep. The only part of this that we have to refight are all of the bosses that formed with like Moo EM beings, essentially. So that's going to be Dark Phantom, which we've already done, Yeti Blizzard, and we got to refight Plesiosurf and Terra Condor as well. The other annoying thing is that as the areas progress, the time you have to draw the pattern on the backs of the Murians decreases. So it becomes harder and harder when you run into the Murians to escape the fight. And now for the last cloaker.
We gotta cherish it.
Alright, I need to get 2 more tablets.
Come on.
Well, I was gonna say the green ones are the ones you can corner cut like that, while they're just sitting there, patiently waiting at a corner. Oh,
All right, light them up.
That's a big Voltic Eye virus. So, actually, that is how you get star cards, is when there is a big version of a virus. That's called the G version. It will always drop that particular virus's card at the end of the fight, assuming you get a card. The better the rank you get, the better the star card version. And the better the star card version, the more it buffs the other copies of that card in your folder. G viruses typically just do more damage and have twice as much health. Maybe not twice as much, but...
Love my touchscreen when I was just swiping down and nothing.
Yeah, I've actually been running Star Force 2 a little bit recently, and it's been a struggle with registering the inputs.
At least on the bright side, if we mess up, it's like we kill the fights quickly anyway.
Yeah.
So it's
not
like
the end of the world.
But it's mainly just annoying.
Yeah.
When you're clearly doing the input. It's like, nah, I don't wanna. Not today.
Yeah, when you're trying to draw like really fast too, and it's just like, yeah, no, it didn't register. Like you'll draw like a line across like the whole top or something, and it'll just register like half of it, and you're like, what do you mean?
It'll just register the right for no reason.
Yeah. Alright. Time for 4 more inputs. Then we get to refight Plesiosurf. Dude. Gotta love the touchscreen.
I just need the one line.
It's just the right side. I'll
come back. Give it some time.
Let it think about what it did.
All this is doing is scaring me that I might have to replace the touchscreen on my 3DS, which that's not going to be fun.
There we go. Alright.
Not this time.
It's quite a bit of damage. Yeah, Apollo Flame does not care about your puny rocks.
Alright, much cleaner fight this time.
That's what we like to see. Alright. Now for one more area. Yeah, much faster and much less time to type those inputs, so or type draw those inputs.
At least this map ain't too bad.
Yeah, it's like split into two halves and just gotta sorry, I'm moving at just the wrong time. But just gotta get the two tablets from each side. Almost had it.
Almost. It's always the middle one.
Yeah, it sounds like your touchscreen just has some, like, unfortunate dead spots.
That's a shame. This costs a lot of money.
I'd bet. My friend went looking for a new 3DS at some point. We went to a couple retro game shops and we asked about it and they're like, yeah, no, these like sell so fast. We just don't have any right now.
Yeah, the money I would have to spend fixing this, I might as well just buy like another regular DS.
It's okay, you won't ever need to use the DS for a Star Force game come Friday.
True! Hashtag not sponsored.
But yeah,
Yet.
got the collection coming out pretty soon. It was pretty nice of the Mirians to not go that way.
He just sat there waiting. Very nice of him.
Alright. What an awfully long time for an encounter with no cloaker.
One of these guys. Thankfully, I drew a sword.
Yeah. Our good friends, the Gravities. I don't remember if it was explained during Star Force 1, but they can only take damage from sword attacks. Luckily, when we have Tribe King, our swords are doubled from 80 to 160 damage, so they deal enough. But almost had it.
One more of these little signs and we're good.
Yep.
It just added a line.
Dang. I love
fight,
that.
though.
It works perfectly. Very clean. Alright, so now we just need to get through this area without too many encounters. Surprisingly, that was not that bad. Sticky rain.
Good old sticky rain.
But now we just gotta draw one more set of patterns, fight Terra Condor, and then it's time for the final boss.
And we're back. We're stuck in hell again.
It's that same right side of the third box.
Yeah, I think it's just the right side of the screen.
I wouldn't be surprised. Because you're trying to draw like straight down, I think.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely the right side because I just hit straight down and just went right.
Oh my god. Oh,
I'm not gonna question that because you wanna know what I did?
what'd you do?
I was cleaning my screen.
Cleaning the screen and just got the right input. We love that. Oh.
I just need this one line. Can this game please stop embarrassing me?
Hey, we got it. All right. So, time for Terra Condor, and then that is the refights complete, and then it's time for the final boss. There's some nice heat grenades.
Gotta end it in style. Overkill, but style.
Just obliterate the bird. Alright. So now, Star Force 2 forces you to save before the final boss. Before the point of no return. Kind of learned from their mistakes after 7 games in the Battle Network and Star Force series. But we are coming up on the final boss. Similar to Star Force 1, there's a little bit of time after the boss is defeated, where there's a little bit of run back we have to do. Those ones are like instant.
And throw. And chop.
I have never seen a piece of hardware fight someone as hard as I am witnessing right now. And I've been at like a dang near a dozen IRL events. I've come and seen a lot of things happen. I've gotten trolled by a cartridge for 15 to 20 minutes, but oof, that was a rough one.
Oh yeah, no, 'cause the additional thing with this is like I do have a 3DS, a new 3DS XL, but I'm in pixel perfect mode, so my touchscreen is like a lot smaller than it's normal.
Oh yeah, gotcha. I mean, the benefit here is right. The Legacy Collection is coming up. The problem will be done in a few days, I guess.
Have we seen how they are handling this minigame? I don't even know.
From what Shamrock said in one of his videos, like you take like the end point of one of them and you kind of like drag it, but they also give you like a very generous amount of time to do it.
Oh, okay. So it's just a slower minigame, but you still have to kind of draw it in a way.
Yeah.
All right, boys, get your mouse ready.
I wish. So, this is the final boss, Lemu. He has a giant barrier first that we have to eat through before we can actually start attacking him. It's kind of like the fact that there's 2 phases to Andromeda. So, now that we've broken through that 200 or I think it's way more than 200 health. It's like 500 or something. Barrier. Now he transforms basically into Duo from Battle Network 4. Basically, he moves between panels back and forth. And
is this that car-shaped dinosaur we were talking about like an hour, 2 hours ago?
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
In the middle of my friend.
Oh no.
Yeah, so
I would have killed
this.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. What?
It's fine. Blame me. It's my fault.
But yes, that is the out of place artifact, the oak art.
Anyway, dead.
But that is the final boss. We are coming up on time, which I believe Yuki can call out once they get there.
Yeah. So I got one more victory little walk.
Yep. That is true. Oak art is an actual term in the real world. Out of place artifacts. I always thought it was specific to this game, but
it does sound like some made-up isms that Capcom would throw in their game.
Yeah.
And time.
And there we go.
Dope. GG's.
That is Star Force 2, any percent.
Not a fan of my 3DS right now.
It knows the Legacy Collection is coming, and it's like, all right, buddy, you've made a grievous error.
It's like, yep,
Listen here,
won't
don't
be
you
needing
die
me
on
soon.
me. You cost me triple digits, don't you die on me.
Yeah. Yuki, are you heading out after this, or are you going to be hanging out with us for the final one?
Hanging out a little bit.
Okay. I didn't want to cut you off and switch to the next game without a chance for you to be able to say goodbye, but it sounds like you'll be with us for a little bit more. So we can hop over to the third and final installment of Star Force 3. Unfortunately, I heard there's a really cool script for the fourth one floating around somewhere, but not going to see that today because it doesn't exist. See you guys in a little bit. Howdy everyone. One more run. This is Mega Man Star Force 3 Red Joker, and we're going to get right into it because we've already been here for 6 hours, and luckily for you guys there is 3 more hours of content. So right over to Rishi, let us know what's going on.
Yep, so we're back. I will be running Star Force 3. The category is any percent no Kaizou gear. What that means is there's a currently Japanese exclusive content called Kaizou gear that we just don't have access to on the English version, and so this category prevents you from using it. So for the most part, it's honestly a lot like any percent US in a way. Yuki is joining me again for commentary, as they've been here all day so far.
Yep.
But with that, I think we are good to go ahead and get started. Shall I give a countdown then?
Sure.
All right. On go. 3, 2, 1, go. So it was mentioned a little bit earlier. In Star Force 2, there was the ability to skip the cutscene or skip the tutorial. Unfortunately, they got rid of that functionality in Star Force 3, probably because they made some adjustments to how the combat system works in the third game. And I've lost my stylus, so for now, okay, I found it. I was gonna say I'm just gonna have to tap with my finger for a little bit. Luckily, Star Force 3. I was gonna say, luckily, Star Force 3 is not nearly as touchscreen sensitive in a lot of ways. Not really many drawing segments that you have to do, so. So, we're about to go ahead and get started with the tutorial to talk a little bit about some of the differences in Star Force 3. Basically, they made it so that by default, you have what is called side select, meaning you can select cards that are in both the same column on the custom screen or in the same row. So it's a much nicer feature in that way. However, you can kind of see that they're a little bit out of alignment. So they're not all in a perfect row. That's because this game has a concept known as layering, where cards can end up on top of each other. And cards that are behind another card cannot be selected unless you choose to use it as a support card, or you can use only that card. This is important because Mega and Giga cards appear on the custom screen larger than the rest, so they often lead to layering. The way that support cards work is that it's based on the element of the card. So if you choose to use a card as a support card, for example, if it's null element, it would be something called Area Eater, which deletes a row from the field temporarily. Fire cards become attack plus 10, etc. The most important one we'll need to know is that wood element cards become grass stage. Other than that, though, combat is mostly the same. We still have the shield to block everything. And most things stay pretty similar. And that is the tutorial. Yeah, things will definitely change later on in this game, eventually. There is some an ability that we will be getting eventually, because this game does reintroduce abilities that will make things very unique. It'll also make things flow very nicely for Star Force 3, which tends to have the most fluid combat.
They're a little bit more useful in this game.
So that was the Brother Band tutorial, and unlike the other games, they just start you off forming brother bands with everyone pretty much right away. So, story-wise, our friend Luna Platts, who is already the class president, is now trying to become the student body council president or something like that. So she's having us basically go on her behalf and campaign by finding people who need help with things and help them out. Oops. Yes, there is a concept known as galaxy advances. Those may or may not appear throughout the run. We don't really go out of our way to form galaxy advances unless there is like one or two that we could form. But basically, they are this game's version of program advances. You select 3 cards in a particular order, and it forms a more powerful card.
I think, like, realistically, you'll probably get, like, Impact Cannon and... what's the last one? Great Axe or Big Axe?
It's Great Axe, yeah, which is just literally Life Sword. From Battle Network. The most useful one that we will run into is actually Great Axe, because you literally start the game with it. We have our sword, wide sword, wide sword, long sword already in the folder. And it is quite a bit of damage, so... So for the first help request, we were just helping those kids make the tree pink for a birthday surprise for one of their friends. Now, this girl is apparently having a fight with one of her friends, and she sent her an email, but they haven't responded yet. So we're gonna go check on them.
So naturally, that means they hate each other.
Yes. You don't respond right away, that means you must hate the person, right?
Obviously, that's the only conclusion you could come to.
Yep. Not that, maybe the email just didn't get received for some reason, because a Mr. Hertz that nobody knows about is just being attacked on the wave road. I'll do a quick edit. This game reintroduces a concept, which I'll talk about in a moment, but this is basically the equivalent of wave command codes, except it just is a white card input. You put in the specific sequence of taps on the touchscreen, and it gives you a set of 4 white cards that get added to your folder. Because fire cards are so powerful in this game, we get a set of 4 fire cards that ideally we will just draw throughout the run. But it also reintroduces the concept of regging chips from Battle Network as defaulting the cards. So for any standard card in your folder, you can mark it as default, and you will draw it at the start of every fight, which is why I defaulted and then drew that longsword. We're going to be swapping that default around a little bit at the beginning until we get the most important card. Unlike Star Force 1 and 2, which introduced cipher mail that you can input right at the very beginning of the game, we don't have that same luxury. It kind of goes back more towards the lotto code system in a way, where after a couple scenarios, then we can go input some codes and get some free stuff. But until then, we're kind of stuck with our main folder. Another key difference is that the Wave World and the Real World are even more integrated now, except they're also kind of more separate. There's no more concept of wave holes where you can pulse in, but instead you can pulse in anywhere, and then to access the Wave World are these little terminals that will take you to the Wave World in each area. I think they're called wave stations. So, what we're doing now is apparently the science club at our school is trying to build a rocket, but in order to build a rocket, they need this super special Giga Energy card, which normally only like government officials can get access to. Some random stranger shows up at our school, tells us, "Hey, I'll give you a Giga Energy card if you come and participate in this tournament at the mall later." And so that's what we're here for. We're going to participate in this tournament and get a Giga Energy card for it. Because why wouldn't you listen to this handsome stranger?
He's 100% trustworthy.
Yep.
Also very fond of snacks.
Very fond. Dang. I had something I was going to say. I can't remember it anymore. Oh well. This game does have a couple little secrets. For example, there's this hidden warp over here, which takes us to a secret part of the Wave World. I'm going to use this to get 1,000 Zenny, which we're going to use later on to buy some cloakers. Because just like in Star Force 2, they do reduce the rate at which we get encounters. Unfortunately, because we can't just buy all of this stuff with a ton of extra money, there's like basically no HP thresholds that we can hit in this run. But we are still going to make use of cloakers to reduce our encounter rate and get as few encounters as possible. Gonna grab that D energy for later as a backup. A little safety option. But we did actually get the Giga Energy card, even though we didn't really participate in the tournament. We just kind of showed up and then had to help when a wizard went out of control. This game introduced a concept called wizards, which are just materialized EM beings. Omegasis is officially now a wizard as well, for example. But we gave the Giga Energy card to the Science Club. They are now completing the rocket, and we're going to go to sleep. And then the next day, they're going to try launching the rocket from the school's roof. And absolutely nothing could possibly go wrong. And so, no one could have predicted this, but the rocket is going haywire because the wizard in control of the rocket was made to go out of control, and it is now acting as a giant magnet, pulling everyone in. So, grabbed a couple more cards along the way. Going to default something called Beast Slap, which is really useful for the viruses in this area. And now we're on to the first dungeon comp. Rocket comp. The gimmick here is that there's these different paths where we have this little magnet barrier put on top of us. And so we get pulled to blocks of a different type, and we get pushed away from blocks of the same type. Kind of like how magnets work. In order to switch our polarity, there are little areas on the ground where we can step on them, and that gives us a little pop-up that when we tap it, swaps us to the opposite polarity. And we kind of just go through the comps as expected. So for example, I have to wait until this blue block turns to push me over.
Thankfully, this little gimmick is simple enough to do.
Yeah, it's honestly just knowing when to swap polarity,
Yeah.
and then like doing it every so often, and then just kind of running through the comp. I do enjoy the Rocket CC soundtrack.
Pretty good.
Shame it's getting interrupted by encounters.
Thankfully, a lot of the dungeons in Star Force 3 are just kind of straightforward with their little gimmicks.
Yep. Ah. Hold on. Alright, so this card I have is called Madfire. When you shield before using it, it then goes and shoots a shot down every column. I was trying to see if I could get multiple hits out of the Beast Slap, but I did not execute that very well. That said, unlike Star Force 1 and 2, which both have pretty fast encounter rates, you get a lot of encounters. This game is a lot more lenient with them. You can go a lot longer before you start getting encounter checks, and then you get encounter checks really quickly, so you get encounters around the same place every time. This is Spade Magnus. We put Grass Stage on reg in case we drew a fire card to deal with this fight very quickly. Unfortunately, no such luck. Not the greatest of draws for this one. But that was Spade Magnus.
And because he S-ranked the boss, he gets the Mega card. Pick from the first encounter.
Yeah, they actually... It's really funny, because Star Force 1 gives you Zenny every time from the first encounter. Star Force 2 doesn't even give you a reward unless it's a boss from a previous game. And then it gives you the Mega card. But, like, Rogue and all of them didn't actually give us anything in Star Force 2. And in Star Force 3, they made it so that if you S-rank, you actually get the Mega card always, or if you get a low enough rank, you get Zenny, which we will make use of that fact eventually. But anyway, they were able to successfully launch the rocket and the day was saved. Now it's time to go back to school. Except the gate to the school is locked because the teacher was sick and couldn't come and unlock it. So we had to go and get this little card from them.
I know they needed it to like pad stuff out, but it's a little weird that only one teacher in the entire school is in charge of the gates.
No, it's a very random little like side thing. Like they could have just literally let you go to school. It's very random. But anyway, we have a new student in our class who we're currently looking for. This student is actually someone working for the evil organization of this game. So he sets this Malwizard on us. We don't know they're evil, though. I will be honest, sometimes I won't notice Galaxy Advances because I'm too focused on how bad the draw is. If it doesn't have a fire card in it, I don't have a cloaker yet. That was not a very good draw. Typically we will just take fights because we can mostly deal with random encounters faster than failing to run away, but a couple of these early fights, I'm like, you know what? Let's just try running away because our folder's not very good yet. And then step into the side comp to reset our step counter. Alright. So, now the big wave, aka Ken Suther's shop, is open. So we can actually go and input cipher codes, which are a lot like cipher mail, but not nearly as long and tedious of typing inputs. They're usually just like a Greek alphabet word and a sequence of 5 numbers. So, for example, Eta 673.
Unfortunately,
And
they
that-
couldn't make it easy again.
Yeah, they couldn't just let you get the card. They have to make this really drawn out cutscene for every single one, but
Which I'm hoping they're removing the collection, but we'll find out in like 5 days.
yeah. So, we're just gonna get a few cards here. It is much nicer being able to type with the touchscreen, though, than having to do D-pad inputs and everything. Yep. One of those cards we just got is Acorn Bomb, which is the card I was talking about earlier. It's the one that will go on Reg. It is a 3x3 area of effect that does 140 wood damage, and you can choose when to stop it by pressing the up button or something. Oh god, what is this one? And so, because it's a nice area of effect, we're typically going to use that to deal with virus fights very quickly. Alright, last one. So far we've gotten, 2 mega cards that are really good, one for single target damage, one for AoE. A couple more fire cards, Acorn Bomb, and another, large hitting thing called Shuriken. Hits most of the field. And then we get an ability for HP plus 500, which we will eventually be equipping once we have enough link power to do so. But anyway, our friend Sonia is now a TV star, and she's invited us to be extras on her show. So we're going to go to a TV studio. And afterwards, she's going to put on a concert for us. I usually like to wait to do folder edits until I'm on the wave road, because rather than having to go into the menu, I can just press a button on the touchscreen. Oh god. Oops. Wait. I really messed that one up. There we go. But now we have all of our cipher code cards in the folder. And honestly, we're only going to do a couple more edits after this point. Our folder is rather strong as it is. We're mostly hoping for the white cards to be drawn most of the time anyway. Sonia forgot to give us a pass to get into the studio, so we had to take the wave road to go in and ask her for one, so that they would let us in. Now we're going to take another little invisible warp to get a little bit more Zenny. All of the Zenny we're getting is so we can buy cloakers eventually. So, right now, there is basically a wizard who's gone missing, and it turns out, we don't really know this, but it's because someone's messing with the set, because...
She's jealous that Sonia's getting all of the attention, basically.
Yeah, exactly. It's just someone's wizard, an actress's wizard, is jealous because she thinks that her person should be more popular than Sonia. And so she sends this guy to the wrong place to try and mess with Sonia's shoot. But now it's time to be extras. And turns out that someone messed with Bud and caused him to go be Tor's Fire again.
You know, because we needed to rehash that from Star Force 2 again. And you know,
Yep.
your secret identity.
He's back again.
At least this time they had the hindsight of just going, okay, yeah, he's just gonna be your permanent party member at this point.
Yep.
We brought him back for a third time. Just let him stay.
Pretty much. So, like, this time we defeat him, and then Taurus is just like, oh man, I'm so sorry, bud. I've caused you so much trouble over the past few years. Now I'm gonna be a good person. And he actually kind of helps us out during this scenario. So, because the wizard, whose name is conveniently Ice, ends up getting transformed into an evil wizard. And she starts freezing everything. Shocker. So now it's time to help with the concert, but somebody, aka Diamond Ice, is trying to mess with the concert, and we are basically just helping to save the day. And we just
so
keep
at this
running.
point, she's just freezing every important person that can help with the concert instead of just freezing the entire concert to begin with.
She'll get there eventually.
Yeah, she'll eventually have that thought.
Yep, so she just literally freezes one of the wizards who's supposed to be helping, and then she freezes the stage before it can get set up. Because the stage is made of matter waves. Or real waves, I guess is the correct term in this game. And she decides to put out a bomb threat. And then who better than to send into a bomb threat than a 12-year-old kid that you don't know is Mega Man?
Alright, my ice isn't working. What do I do? Got it. Bombs.
I mean, she did freeze the person who was sent to investigate the bomb threat too, so... But yeah, basically, because conveniently everything's being frozen, and Taurus is now our friend, we can use Taurus to melt the ice every time. Ashley, now she just freezes the door on Sonia's dressing room so she can't escape. And now it's time for the concert.
But there's an easy way for her to win. Just freeze Sonia.
Yeah. I mean, that would work. And now she has the brilliant idea to actually freeze the entire stage. Oops, stamping in the wrong spot. So, now for the second dungeon mini game. The gimmick is that there are these ice panels which will lower your temperature while you're standing on them. And if you get too cold, you will freeze. And then you have to mash the A button with Taurus to melt you. Luckily, for the most part, you can kind of just run through the area. And then did use a cloaker to hopefully avoid this encounter, but no such luck. But yeah, then we're just going to run into these blocks of ice, which will trigger a pop-up for Taurus to melt them. Well, I guess break them, based on the animation.
Yeah, it could be both. We get to hear a really good voice clip that isn't in the collection for whatever reason.
Wait, they don't have the Taurus Flame voice clip?
They have the Taurus Flame voice clip. They have the wrong voice actor.
Ah,
They got... Because they got Bud's voice actor to do the voice line, the Taurus Flame. And the weird thing about that is Taurus's voice actor is credited in the credits as that voice. So we don't know what we don't know what happened.
that's kind of funny. That's the one point where I have to wait a little bit to let my my temperature go back up, and then we have to go slightly out of our way to not get frozen. The dark blue spots are like freeze you a bit faster. So
Taking those little warps does refill the meter back up.
Yep, while you are moving. And then we can make it to the very end. And it's time for the boss. So, that's actually a really good draw. She has these ice blocks that kind of block damage. I should be getting hit by them because I didn't want to S-rank this fight, actually. That was the problem. It was a very fast fight. But as we were talking about a bit earlier, I kind of wanted to 9-rank that and get a little bit of Zenny. Just for the purposes of cloakers. But I can maybe make it work with Club Strong instead.
I guess you can't sell chips like in previous... Well, you never could sell chips in any of the games, right? You could only ever like crush them for bug frags or things like that.
Yeah, you could throw them into like the chip trader to get random cards, but that's usually about it. There's never any selling of things that you don't want anymore. Would have been nice if you...
So much better.
Yeah, if you could have turned them into Zenny or even like bug frags, it would have been so nice. But alas. So after that whole scenario, we are given the what's called the Joker program in this version of the game. We are playing Red Joker. And what the Joker program does is it gives us what's called a little noise meter. So in the top of the top screen, in battles, you will now see a meter that starts off at 0, typically. And it goes up when we use null element cards. On virus fights, we have to, it's basically however much null damage we use to overkill enemies with. And for boss fights, it's half of any null damage we deal. The purpose of the Joker program is that it's supposed to collect the noise that's going on around you, which is just like electrical magnetic interference, basically. And it basically leads to some really interesting effects. So eventually, hitting 50% noise will trigger part of a transformation once we get that transformation. And getting over 100% makes a lot of the rules of battle kind of go away. So for example, iframes don't mean anything once you're over 100% noise. Things that normally push enemies back will instead pull them forward and vice versa. Stuff like that. If you finish a random fight with over 100% noise, you will also get what's called illegal data, typically, aka rewards that are not related to the viruses that you actually defeated. That illegal data can be, cards that are actually in the game, or it could be from cards that aren't really registered to the real library, because they introduced a lot of cards that previously were in the series, but they didn't want to create viruses for, so.
Which makes it a lot more interesting, because it becomes a lot more combo focused the second you destroy iframes from existing.
Yes. Yep. So, for the most part, we're still going to abuse... Oh, that's really annoying. Thank you for ending up on a grass panel. For the most part, we're still going to abuse the grass panel into, fire card combos. Mostly just because we don't have that many strong null cards yet. But eventually, some of the later fights, we're going to be abusing those mechanics very heavily. Wow, those fights are really easy. Who would have thought that you could potentially die to them? Shoutouts to Fat Kid.
Not today. But streamer.
But streamer.
Oh man, what a train wreck.
We a long time ago we did a Star Force marathon. Similar to this, actually, where 3 runners did Star Force 1, 2, and 3. And we had a good friend of ours, Fat Kid, do Star Force 3. And he ended up dying to that exact fight. Or that gauntlet of fights, I should say. And hadn't saved in quite a bit of time, so... led to a lot of joking around for the rest of the stream.
The remaining 3 hours of that stream was just us going, but Mr. Streamer, you're supposed to do so and so. The entire time.
Wow, I got to take every card. Except I really wanted Acorn Bomb to not be layered. Anyway, we are actually currently on a school trip in a place called Alohaha, the sequel to Wazop. Realistically, it's actually... what is it? It's like...
this is Scissor Island. It was Scissor Island in Battle Network. They renamed it for whatever reason.
Yeah. The reason that
cool, a Mega Encounter.
The reason that the music just changed is because I triggered an Omega fight, which means that if I waited around in here long enough, I would get a really, really difficult boss fight. I will simply not be dealing with that, though.
Yeah, thankfully, if you get this music and you do get the warding encounter for that Omega boss fight, you don't die. It just leaves you at 1 HP for that area.
Yes. It's also like very difficult to actually get the Omega fight with like proper movement through areas.
But unfortunately, everyone gets at least one.
Oh yeah, like they will just kind of appear like that all the time. You never get them when you want them casually. Also, those are hack panels, so I can't stand on top of them, which is exactly why these swords that I have are completely useless. And why I'm just stuck bustering this guy. Finally, something I can do. Anyway, we are trying to get back our friend's stuff. They got stolen at the beach. And this guy has Bud's t-shirt, Sonia's handbag that was gifted to her from a fan, and Luna's handkerchief. You can only pick one of them. It doesn't really have any impact on the story. However, I always pick Bud's shirt, because Bud is the true best character. Basically, it triggers a cutscene where you kind of bond with that character a little bit more, and it shows the other girls being kind of mad at you.
Yeah, they just end up stuffing their face in anger.
Yeah.
So if you go with Luna, Sonia's the one that's angrily eating near the grill. The opposite, if you choose the opposite, and for Bud, both of them are just stuffing their face.
Correct. But yeah, they all just kind of, it leads to a cutscene with like a lot more kind of character development or bonding time with that particular character that you chose. Realistically, the casual experience is just save in front of it and then pick all of them so you can see all of the cutscenes, but outside of that, it does not have any impact on the rest of the story. Alright. Now it's time for the environmental system CC, which basically, again, controls the weather and the environment of Aloha, including its ability to trigger earthquakes. Strong thing.
Because, of course, you need that system added in there.
Yep. So this comp basically is just you run through an area and the panels behind you go away. There are cracks in the ground that you can trip over, and if you eventually fall, you have to redo it after escaping. Kind of like the Undimension in Star Force 2. Unfortunately, Shuriken doesn't go through the rocks, so... But with cloakers, we typically expect to get about one encounter per area, although I will be going out of my way to get an item in the final area that will likely trigger a second encounter, just because the cloaker will expire. Oops. There is a chance to get some pretty good cards in this area. You could get things like Bushido 1, which would be really nice. Pollen Shot, which we will be getting a couple of guaranteed anyway. So there's a chance we get Pollen Shot. Never lucky. If I did get some of that, I would add those cards to the folder, but alas. Oops.
You'll be fine. This place is super lenient.
Yeah, for the most part, like, tripping doesn't lead to you, like, falling. The exception is this one, where for the first part, if you actually trip, you can potentially fall until now. Like, now there's no chance that it catches up to you. But
No chance to fall? Oh, you have not met me yet, have you?
I suppose, yes. It's a lot more difficult to fall.
Have you seen my runs?
If there's a way to fail, I'm gonna find it.
So I used air spread first there because putting the grass panels down means that those enemies would heal. I wanted to make sure that they didn't start healing too much. But we're going to go out of our way to grab a mega weapon. Because our buster has been awfully weak, it's just worth it to get this for when we don't draw really good cards. It just saves us a lot of time dealing with a 3 damage buster versus a 1 damage buster. That was super annoying that they both chose to come to the front instead of letting Pollen Shot hit that guy in the back. But hey, there's a Pollen Shot. I'll probably add it later on with the other Pollen Shots I get, rather than add it right now. So, this is Club Strong. He is a wood boss who spawns spawns grass panels below him, which is not good for his health. I am going to take a few hits from him. So that I don't get an S rank, which should give me some money. But yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for him that our entire folder revolves around fire damage, and he is grass element. And spawns grass panels underneath himself, so he takes triple damage from all fire attacks.
Set himself up for that.
Yeah. So, this is kind of a forced loss. We could theoretically stop this fight without dying, but it is faster to just die to it. The alternative is to deal 350 damage to Jack Corvus here. He'll be a boss later on, but I didn't draw enough damage to deal 350, so it's just faster to die. And then, in those cutscenes, our friend Luna was also obliterated. Literally scattered into multiple pieces of wave data. And so now we're going to go find Aaron Boreal and see if there's anything he can do to help us bring Luna back.
I do appreciate that, like, the sprite sizes and everything are pretty consistent across these 3 games. Because if you've ever played, like, the Mega Man Battle Network series, I'm talking to half of the runners. But the first couple of games, the sprite size is very inconsistent. It's kind of funny when you go boot it back up. You're like, why is he the size of a dime?
Yeah, between Battle Network 3 and 4, they changed the sprite size too, so things get really funky. But that's true. Aaron Memorial did die in Star Force 1, and then we're just a fever dream.
Time to use your touchscreen again.
Yeah, literally it asks you to scan your fingerprint, which literally just means tap on the screen with your stylus. But
absolutely not, Capcom. You cannot have this.
Unfortunately, on GameFAQs, some guy playing on emulator thought, how is this supposed to read my actual fingerprint? Am I soft lock?
I love those old GameFAQs posts like that where you're just like, you're just befuddled and you're just sitting there blinking like, touch the screen. Just touch the screen. Click it with the mouse. There you go. You're good, buddy. Those kind of people where you're like, can you open the door in the morning, or is it like one of those doors that you just push into and it just opens on its own, kind of like a doggy door?
It does remind me of the classic. There's a Battle Network 1 post that's like talking about the Stone Man fight, and it's like, how do I dodge Stone Man's lasers? Which is like literally just a laser that goes down like one of the rows. So it's like literally just move up or down, you know? But yeah, it's like so many people like don't even know that he has a laser attack. Because it's not a common thing that shows up, because usually it's only if you do poorly enough.
Yeah, you gotta be in that fight for a while.
Yeah. Am I removing all of these things? Yes.
I mean, I'm not like I'm not throwing like shade that doesn't apply to me. Absolutely not. Because like, I do these dumb things all the time. Half the time, staff is like, what did you mean, Sid? And I have to go back and edit my posts because they're just like that. I can't even like blame autocorrect. I'm like, did I have a out-of-body experience while I was typing?
Who typed this? I did it.
I've been possessed by the bad typing ghost for all of my life. I need an exorcism. Bad.
Alright, during this whole sequence where we're kind of just wandering around the government facility known as Waza, we were given a new folder which has a bunch of really good stuff in it, including Pollen Shot, like I was talking about earlier. Drill Arm 1s are really strong. They do a lot of single target damage. I'm going to support use that into 2 Pollen Shots. Pollen Shots basically are like a cannon that fire in your column, but also hit anyone standing on a grass panel as well, which is why they're so strong when we have Acorn Bomb on default.
I mean, I've been witnessing the way that the chips are kind of reworked for this first-person kind of column-based combat system. And I gotta say, I really appreciate things like the swords just kind of like auto-locking on rather than like having to spend a bunch of time stealing panels so you can get close enough to hit with a sword.
Yeah, being able to lock on makes pretty much everything viable because of that, which is really nice. Alright, I'm gonna go buy 2 more cloakers so I can just make use of those later on. So, we've now bought all of the cloakers that we need for the rest of the run as well, so we're pretty much set in terms of money, honestly.
You're either down bad when you're checking green mystery data, or you're in Battle Network territory. Those are the 2 situations you're in.
Yeah, it's like, it's one of those things where like it happens to be like close enough that you're like, you know what, I'll just risk it. If it gives me a little bit more zenny, I'll be fine. But at the same time, I like really didn't need those cloakers necessarily. I could have gotten away with doing the rest of the run without those two specifically. It's just a nice to have thing.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of free roam if you kind of zone out, or just give a little bit of free movement in certain spots. Yeah, I gotcha.
Oops.
If for some reason anybody in chat doesn't get what I mean, or somebody that's watching this after the fact that can't ask the question, in Battle Network, some, if not all of the games, I believe, have some form of manipulation. So a lot of them can kind of manipulate what you're getting out of green mystery data, and a lot of other, like your chip drops from your folder. It's, man, the runs of Battle Network games are kind of wild, honestly.
Yep. Battle Networks 1 and 2, you can technically save in front of a green mystery data, or in Battle Network 1's case, it's not necessarily green. The color doesn't matter as much in Battle Network 1, but you can save in front of them and just like reset until you get the reward you want, which is basically RNG manipulating it at that point. And then after that point, there is some level of RNG manipulation possible for the other games, but
it varies from what I understand, because they like updated what the game actually runs on, from my very limited understanding.
It's so basically starting in BN4, there is RNG is saved to the save file, so you can't do the same thing that Battle Network 1 through 3 does, which is you save and reset. That no longer resets RNG to a known place.
Gotcha.
And so because of that, you can do certain RNG manipulations. Like Battle Network 5 actually has a green mystery data manipulation that it does to get a lot of Zenny and bug frags, because that game has a lot of requirements for that. I am actually going to save in front of this. I have died to this because you can get one shot.
Oof.
It's very unlikely, but unfortunately our health is just really low.
Yeah, there is, we will definitely be doing Battle Network in the future. How soon or far that is, it's a different question, but it's already something we were discussing when planning this. So, you'll get it eventually. Hopefully eventually is already on our channel, and by the time you're watching this. Hopefully. We'll see, though.
But yeah, Prop does mention it. This is going to be the last time we'll hear a Luna frag search.
Really?
Yeah, they changed it. They changed it to searching to better match the Japanese one.
Oh, that's actually kind of sad. I like the idea of Luna frag search.
Some days. Unfortunate.
But yeah, we're basically using acid right now to find the fragments of Luna, like her data that got scattered everywhere, so that we can then, hopefully, eventually, put her back together. Better than before. Now, after this point is the transformation that is going to come with, the noise program that I talked about earlier, the Joker program. Basically, this whole concept is that Mega Man's kind of been dealing with noise everywhere, which usually causes a lot of problems. But the Joker program is supposed to allow him to harness noise. And so that's going to lead to him being able to transform into using a noise change after the next fight. So the way that works is there are 5 random noise changes per version, and then a 11th noise change on top of that is available to both, but not for the first 2 times that you noise change. After the first 2, you can get what's called rogue noise if you don't have any brother bands, or you could get the opposite versions.
in this particular case, we're only going to have access to the 5 noise changes available to Red Joker, which are Taurus, Crown, Virgo, Wolf, and Cygnus. And we are getting...
My money's on Cygnus. Let's go Cygnus.
So Cygnus would actually be the worst one because it's null element. It doesn't really help us all that much. And on top of that, Cygnus would have been... it has like the weakest... It's just overall the weakest. It is weak to swords and everything like that. We would have hated to see Cygnus. Now, I'm not happy to see Wolf either. Wolf was probably my second least favorite.
There's like so much random information. Like YouTube gave me a video talking about how these like the transformations occur in like 2 and 3, and I'm like, bro, I've never played this game, but all right, sure, explain it to me. I'm like, oh, that's actually a pretty neat system. It's cool to see like what Capcom actually did to prevent you kind of from falling in the same group as the older battle networks, where you're like completely at the mercy of randomness for some things. It's not super duper random. There's some logic behind it.
No, I'm sure if I use plenty of fire chips, I'll get fire style. It's
custom?
totally
You want custom? Ooh, you better know the requirements.
Yeah, the super secret requirements of like how many custom chips do you have to be taking every turn. And you better not have any bugs in your Navicust, and like, oh, you better not be taking, you know, shield related or heal chips, because those actually apply to shield style. It's like, yeah, I mean the noise changes. The noise change in this are completely random, though you can eventually force rogue noise.
I think that was the main like through line of the video, talking about the noise transformation specifically and how to force it out, which was super interesting.
Rogue is the one that was like the one that is kind of the best overall. But it's just you have to eventually force it with like a lot of noise changes happening. The first 2, like I said, are just specific to your version. The reason I like Wolf the least, by the way, is because it buffs wood element cards, which we have, you know, Acorn Bomb and Pollen Shot. But it also causes you to auto-lock with those wood element cards. And auto lock on basically just means like I don't have to press the lock on button. It will just do it for you. But that means that I can't place Acorn Bomb in the middle like I want to sometimes, because it's going to lock on to whatever enemy is in place, assuming I'm over 50% noise. Wolf does also have the benefit of fast gauge, which means that I will be getting the custom screen more frequently, which is really nice. But yes, the auto lock feature of Wolf just really messes with the speedrun strats that we do. I would have preferred to get Taurus, which buffs all of the fire cards in my folder, which is also like the strongest buff to them it can do, which is plus 50. And on top of that, it gives you super armor, so you don't flinch when you get hit, which can let you do certain strategies with, you know, damage boosting and stuff like that. I didn't really discuss this minigame. This minigame is literally just they're sending Omegasis copies at you, and you just mash A and B as fast as you can to prevent them from hitting the computer. My hand kind of hurts from mashing. But that is at least over. And now it's time for the reappearance of Dark Phantom, who is holding the computer hostage that we need to resurrect Luna right now.
Muted this entire time.
How long have you been muted?
Don't ask me that.
It's even funnier with like the delay, so you're not confident that you're not just getting talked over. You're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Hold on, I was getting talked over because I was muted. Is it the children? Or no, is it me? No, it's certainly the children.
The children.
It's the children that are wrong.
Good job doing the joke backwards, doofus. Maybe I should be muted.
There are certain small comps, such as this one, where I will be using cloakers to try and avoid random encounters. Technically, there was a chance I could have gotten a second one, so the cloaker was still kind of helpful, but it is sad when you get those encounters still, despite using the cloaker. And so, Dark Phantom makes his return. Applied an effect called High Gravity to him. Wolf also does, I guess, buff swords, which is kind of nice. I'm going to try and get over 100% noise. When you end a fight at over 100% noise, it transitions the next fight having starting at 50. So that means that we will be vibrant noise right off the bat. And then when we are in vibrant noise, getting a counter hit gives you those super powerful cards, like what we saw with Elemental Cyclone earlier from the Star Force 1 run. Funnily enough, that's exactly what we would be getting here because we have Wolf. And this boss coming up, Queen Virgo, is actually really easy to counter hit. So
Imagine flying.
So we're just gonna do that, and that. Gonna go for 2 counter hits. I'm not ever gonna hit her with Beast Slap, but one nice thing about wood elements is that it doesn't cause iframes like this. So now I'm gonna auto lock with there we go. But that is now the objective in most fights when we have the ability is we either get a lot of fire cards with grass panels underneath them via Acorn Bomb, or we try to get counter hits over 50% noise to give ourselves the really powerful, they're called Noise Force Big Bangs, I think. Like Elemental Cyclone, which deals 330 damage across the entire field. Another benefit of Taurus, which is the best one for the speedrun, is that it does 400 damage, and on top of that, you can put grass panels down to double that damage, meaning you can make it deal 800 total. Everything just stacks up in Taurus's favor.
I'm sure he'll be your next wave noise change. And then from there you get a noise change, rogue noise.
True. I don't know if it's my PB. I think it was one of my last PBs. I actually got Cygnus, which, like I said earlier, is the worst one that you can get. And then right before Dark Phantom, triggered another noise, or I think it's right before the next boss fight. I triggered another noise change and got Taurus like right away. So that was pretty funny way to PB.
one of those runs where you're like, this is a reset for sure, and then in the 9th hour.
Yeah, it's like
cool.
because like the noise change does happen at the hour mark, so it really sucks to try and reset. So I was still just like doing runs for the sake of doing runs, and then like not even like 10 minutes later, I just got the noise change I actually wanted randomly. So
it's like one of those like, I don't have enough money for this equipment. I'll need it later, but maybe it'll drop, and a boss drops it, and you're like, you know what? Sure, yeah. I'm not even gonna acknowledge this. I'm just gonna go on with my day.
Yep, that is a classic. One thing worth noting is if you do get hit by your elemental weakness, so right now I am wood element, meaning that while I'm over 50% noise and I'm in what's called vibrant noise, my element is actually wood. And so if I get hit by a fire attack, I would go down to 0% noise and lose that part of the transformation. Have to regain it.
Oh. When I heard 0, it was like, oh, just one-shot you, huh? That's kind of BS.
No. It would do double damage to you, for the record, so sometimes it could actually just one-shot you out of nowhere. But no, you go down to 0% noise, which just resets your noise counter, basically. So as of right now, we can't use the bus system, which is called the wave liner in this game, to reach the Waza HQ, which is where I'm currently going. We will eventually be able to. There's going to be a help request we can do that will get us that wave liner pass. But for now, every time we have to come here, we have to take what's called the Astro Wave, which is very similar to the Sky Wave from Star Force 2. Right
Going
now,
to space to avoid the bus.
I mean, I feel like going to space would technically be faster than just waiting for the bus normally.
I mean, I guess.
Did you hear my idea for a randomizer setting where you can basically the bus will just randomly be late and it makes you just sit there for like a minute?
I'll delete the files off the computer, dude. Don't say that to me. So we're supposed to die for this fight, right?
Not this one. So, we are coming up on fighting our friend Ace, who can transform into Acid Ace. So, we like getting a fire card to pair with our Acorn Bomb.
Okay, so this isn't the one you do the full fight in, right? It's just do a certain amount of damage.
No, this one's actually you have to defeat him.
Oh, I'm thinking of Black Ace.
Yes.
Or Acid Ace BB.
Correct, yeah.
Because Acid is currently testing us.
Yeah, so the fight ends in a bit of a weird way, but we did still have to fully defeat him. And then the other one that we're going to fight later is more of a, like, just survive. You can't damage him, but you have to just outlive him for a few turns. Oh. So now, I actually have enough link power that I can equip that HP plus 500 that I got earlier, which makes us significantly safer for the rest of the run. There's really only like 1 or 2 fights left that could potentially hurt us, which are very late in the game, and I will make sure to safety save for. I love auto lock. Luckily, because there was someone in the middle row, it worked out nicer for me. But when you are forced to move to the side and can miss someone on the opposite side of the field is where that auto lock feature becomes really annoying. Luckily, if you're at 0% noise, auto lock doesn't get enabled. Oops. So right now, viruses are just going haywire in the real world over in our hometown. So we're being dispatched as part of a new unit of people who can eat wave change, being dispatched to deal with the situation.
You are a part of the Satella Police Commandos.
Correct. So this is why we really like Pollen Shot, is because it messed it up, but you basically can just put down grass panels and then shoot the Pollen Shot and deal a little over 250 damage to every enemy. Hate these coin viruses. While they're attacking, they can't be damaged, and when you hit them, they move to the side and can't be hit again until they reach the new panel. So, now viruses are going out of control somewhere else, so we're gonna go back, but we get blocked off. And so now we just gotta go find another path. And we discover this strange place where viruses are coming out of, which is called a noise wave. Which just so happens to directly connect to the TV studio we went to earlier, where there are now viruses. And that's where everyone else was sent to. So, basically the in-game mechanic that you're supposed to follow here is when you get really close to where a noise wave opens up, it will kind of make your bottom screen a lot more glitchy. And so you're supposed to use that to be like, oh, there's a noise wave here. I should interact with it. For the most part, it's just memorization of where they are, though.
Yeah, thankfully that visual indicator is enough for you to just like be able to just like walk into one with no problem.
Yeah. They're basically a lot like separate comps, which still exist in this game, but they're just a different form of it that you have to find. Rather than finding them through the wave road, they're more directly connected to the real world. Getting that encounter feels bad. But we have completed our mission. And so now we have to go all the way back to Echo Ridge, just so that we can then connect to the astrowave to get back to Waza. However, we can soon pick up the help request needed to get the Waveliner pass. That'll make traveling here much, much easier. There was a long period of time where we thought doing this wasn't worth it. But when you figure out the optimal way to actually complete this request, it does save a fair chunk of time.
Then it's like the timing they give you for that side quest is very, very generous.
Oh yeah. So, we do have to go slightly out of our way in a moment to pick up the request. But here is where we get the email that tells us that the Waveliner passes are now available, which means that the help request is available, and we want to pick it up as soon as possible. Just because we're not going to come back here for a little bit of time, and the next time we come back here, we want to get the Waveliner pass. So, and the request is we just got to go buy her ice cream. Because who doesn't want ice cream?
Simple enough.
Yep, so we can only buy ice cream from Spica Mall, unfortunately, so just works out that the next time we go there is before we go to Waza, and so we can get the the ice cream on our way back, go to Waza, and get the Waveliner pass. But for now, we don't have to worry about that, because we have a new thing coming up. I mentioned earlier about how our friend Luna is trying to become the Student Body Council President, and she was officially brought back to life. So she's still campaigning for that. And the election is being held tomorrow. So we gotta go to school and help out with that. But turns out that our friend, we haven't really talked about Jack all that much, but he was the new student who showed up and was actually evil all along. And he ends up attacking the school. And so for once, we actually are going to work together with our friend, but not really friend, Rogue, to get
a good old
Jack.
friend of me.
Yeah. We also get to listen to some pretty good music while we do this next minigame.
Oh yeah, really good.
Good old Rivals Unite.
But since
So-
someone in chat is asking if Star Force speedruns, or do we think that Star Force speedruns are going to be faster on PC or comparatively to DS? So I want to hear your thoughts, actually, because I don't think I have. Because I haven't been able to pop into one of your streams whenever you got the time.
Yeah, sorry, before that, basically this Rogue minigame is just literally, you have to use the D-pad to move a cursor and touch the little, like, noise spots. You ideally want to do it fast enough that you let Rogue get 3 hits on the enemies, but I'm not that great at this minigame. That said, in terms of the Legacy Collection and how much faster it'll be, we're definitely going to see it be faster just strictly based on, I imagine, load times. There is a poll up in the Team BN Discord to vote on how to handle the leaderboards for the Legacy Collection. So, because there are going to be some assist options that can also be used to make the runs faster. For example, you can just literally turn off random encounters if you so chose. You can literally increase your run speed if you so chose. And so we're deciding how best to handle situations like that. But if you ignore the assist options, load times are almost certainly going to be faster. Being able to input cipher mail is going to be faster, because we've already learned that you can just select those from a list rather than having to type those in every time. And then it's a question of how the mini games that use the touchscreen will be affected. It was still a 3-hit? That's crazy. Because certain ones are going to be probably no real change. Other ones are going to be faster or potentially even slower than being done on a DS. So overall, I think the PC versions will save time over the DS, but it does remain to be seen overall.
Yeah, in my case, I'm purely just going to be speedrunning off of the collection to not use my DS anymore.
That's the main thing, is that it's just going to be the definitive way to play the games moving forward, because getting DS hardware is kind of difficult.
Yeah, it's just way easier to just get a dinky old PC, pay whatever amount it's on, which the added bonus is these are current gen Capcom collections. In about a month or two, they're going to be on sale for a ridiculous amount. So
Yeah.
they're just going to be way more accessible. I can either wait for a sale, pay less than $20 for 3 good games, or I can track down a DS, pay for a capture card, pay for an installation if I don't know how to do that myself, probably go to a mom and pop shop to find a genuine copy if you want to go down that route, or unfortunately go online and pay a double amount of money for that.
Yeah.
So it's the options are looking more towards, hey, this is going to be convenient, and this is probably just going to be faster purely off of the facts of hey, current gen, 60 FPS, a lot of quality of life stuff.
Yeah,
Yep.
I can only see the original versions being required if there's some sort of glitch that's only available on it, which doesn't seem there is any, or some sort of weird bug they introduce in the new versions that makes something near impossible or ridiculously hard, which they can patch right out.
This isn't like the Battle Network collection where 9 times out of 10 I would just tell you, yeah, just go play the original games.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is Jack Corvus, part 2. I do have to be a little bit careful, because like I mentioned, Fire Element, not good against, or very bad against, basically he's very strong against me right now. And I could get very much owned. But I actually think that was the best Jack Corvus fight I've ever done, somehow. So, never fear.
Ooh, and the perfect amount for the Noise Force Big Bang.
Yeah. Elemental Cyclone with the perfect deletion. Yeah, I was realizing as I went into that fight, I was like, oh, you know what? That guy can kind of destroy me if I'm not too careful.
No, he's actually a threat now.
I'm so used to doing this fight. Like we will fight him again later on as the V2. But like that fight is scary. The first one is usually like, okay, it's gonna be a bit long, but it's not that bad because I'm not usually weak to him. But I could very easily have taken double damage from his attacks and just gotten destroyed. Somehow, though, I did time my counter hits very well. But anyway, the election for the student body council went through. Luna was elected student body council president, and she's having us go talk to all of the classmates to see what they think of her. Funnily enough, this game doesn't have that many points where you have to talk to everyone, like a lot of other Battle Network or Star Force games. That's like one of the only instances of having to actually talk to everyone. But now, there's a bunch of noise wizards popping up all over the place. And we gotta figure out how to stop them. Oh my god, I missed. So that is what is called a Galaxy Advance. $320 damage on a life sword. Almost didn't see it that time. That fight can be really annoying, all things considered. Just because noise wizards move very rapidly. But now a bunch of wizards are going out of control in Spica Mall, which works out really nicely because we need to go there for the help request to get the Waveliner Pass. And then after this, we're asked to return to Waza, so it all just works out. I haven't really made use of the mega cards all that much, but this is Jack Corvus. He does 300 fire damage across all of the columns, except he doesn't hit the back row, which can be a bit unfortunate. But it's pretty useful for getting a lot of damage done really quickly, especially because it is fire damage, which is our specialty right now. The other thing about Pollen Shot is that it does apply the confusion effects, which leads enemies to do really funny things sometimes, like attack in place and completely whiff. So, just one more Noise Wizard we gotta go find. They are all the way over in this one side comp that takes forever to get to.
That's such a weird way to extend the map when they could have just put the road there instead.
I know, like they could have just had the road go directly into it from the front. He said they make you specifically go through the dentist CC.
Yeah, they could have just had just have it split where one continues into the next part of the area and the other one just leads to the dentist CCs. Like, that's so pointless.
Yep. And it's very strange, some of the decisions they made. Someone just thought, wouldn't it be cool if we did it this way? Just made it into the final cut. Alright. So now we have saved the day, we've been asked to come back to Waza, and on our way, let's buy some ice cream. We got 3 minutes to make it all the way back. Does not include load times, so
yeah, like I mentioned, extremely generous.
yeah, usually you have like well over a minute of time left once you get there. And most of that time is just spent with the Waveliner animations. Like I said, we have little over a minute. It's like, it actually just takes you a little over a minute to get here. So, Archie's just going to talk to Ace, then we're going to get teleported over to the room that we need to be in anyway. And we can just come over here, give it back. She gives us 1,000 Zenny for our time and the Waveliner pass. Which is really convenient because we would otherwise have to go all the way back to Echo Ridge just to take the Waveliner right now, which just saves a ton of extra time. Pretty much all of the time loss of getting the Waveliner pass is saved just by this trip, and then the future times we use it save a little bit extra. Now it comes it's time for the infamous fight for Yuki, where you're supposed to die to this one, right?
Hey, you're supposed to die to it. No, it's the next one. Isn't it? Yeah,
No,
the one that
this is
happens is the one that happens in dealer.
Oh,
the dealer
that's
base.
right,
That's,
where
the one, that's the one where I died at.
Yeah, that's the one you like actually.
Yeah, because I did
died
this
to the
fight
real-
normally. The real fight, I asked, hey, is this also the one where we're supposed to just, whiff the fight?
Yeah. So right now, basically, it takes 3 turns usually. I guess it's not even 3 turns. Wow. It's literally just time. Anyways. Basically, it's like Ace can only be transformed for so long because his wizard is a man-made wizard, and so his transformation is more taxing because it's not with an alien who actually looks or is like, made to do this. So basically, we're just sitting there wasting time until he transforms back. Later on, we're going to have to fight him because it's going to be a case where he just transformed. We can't wait it out. And now, we come upon the scenario I like to call Detective Stellar, because we are asked to investigate all of the areas that we just found, like, malfunctioning wizards, and see if we can spot, like, where they came from and stuff like that. And so what we're going to find is in all of these areas, there are going to be noise waves that we can enter. And they're going to leave us clues as to how we can potentially find... Oh, hey, that was an insane spawn. Just basically give us clues as to where, like, these people keep coming from. One thing worth noting is that that kind of mentioned in a roundabout way. When you enter a noise wave, one of the numbered ones, the spawn location that you are put on is random. So you can spawn like completely on the opposite side of the area and have to run all the way over to that wizard, for example, to fight him. Or you can just spawn right in front of him, and it just saves you so much time. It's a really funny but also annoying time save or time loss mechanism. But each of these noise waves we're going to enter are each going to have a part of this noise code that we're getting, which we're eventually going to need to enter a numbered noise wave. So each of the parts have like different things we need to do. So the first one was a fight. This guy asks us for a cannon to give us the noise code. Over in this area is going to be a little quiz we have to do with one of my favorite characters.
Yo?
Not quite Yo. Sub.
No, that's a different character.
Sub. Just asks you random quiz questions. And then he asks you how many times he's said sup throughout the quiz. Sup. And then the last one we have to get literally just gives it to you. I guess they ran out of creative ways. It's a really bad spawn. I think I have an extra... I'm gonna use it. Yeah, this guy just gives it to you. And now we have the completed noise code. And now we can go to WBG Studios, which is where the largest event happened, and see if we can spot what's going on. I took the wrong bus. I literally just said go to WBG Studios and then completely zoned out when I saw the options, and I'm like, yeah, we go back home, right?
Some days it's just like that.
There we go. Wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for such a long animation every time you take the bus, but... So, over here there's this, little security dog wizard that's sniffing out that there might be something here. We use the access code and enter Noise Wave 2, which happens to connect to the dealer base. Still got the encounter.
Well, at least it wasn't a warning encounter.
True. We haven't really talked about
Also-
warning encounters, but we haven't even gotten one yet. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's weird.
For those unaware, warning encounters are basically a 1 in 16 chance to replace any random encounter. And it's so called because before you get the encounter, a warning pops up that just keeps saying warning in your ear over and over again until eventually it speeds up and it gives you an encounter with upgraded fight viruses. Usually, like they're like G-form viruses, so they are just like doubled in health and stuff like that. And it's just a bit of a stronger fight. The reason that warning encounters are important is because they are how you would get noise changes. So at the end of a warning encounter, there's a small chance that ramps up with each consecutive warning encounter you get to give you a noise change, and then every time you get a noise change, the counter resets. But it also keeps track of how many you've gotten and stuff like that, just so that it knows when you can start getting rogue noise or the other versions noises and stuff like that. Warning encounters are also kind of nice for the speedrun. Not because it's nice to do them. Having to do a lot more damage to viruses is really obnoxious. But it gives you, dare I say it, warning that you're about to get in an encounter. And you can typically sometimes step on like a warp or trigger a pop-up or something like that, which will stop the warning encounter from happening. And you can kind of chain that through the rest of the area because the next encounter will also be a warning one as well. Unfortunately, it hasn't happened yet. There's been a couple places where it would have been really nice to get one, but alas.
Yeah, it'd just be real nice to just chain those back to back and just not get any encounters for a while.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
So-
My favorite theme.
Heck yeah. No, I don't want to start from the beginning. So, this is the Crimson Machine comp. The gimmick here is that there are playing cards in these different areas, and you have to step on those playing cards to make all of them go face down. So it's just a puzzle. Pretty standard overall. For the most part, they're actually pretty simple puzzles, but some of the later ones can be a bit tricky. For example, step on the one card that is literally face up, and you're good. Oops, didn't want to do that. I just sometimes hold B by default because of Battle Network habits, and then when I press B in certain areas, it's just weird. So, coming up there is another item that we'll be grabbing. Oops. Didn't think about the fact that I could not hit that person with Beast Slap. But yeah, we'll be grabbing another Mega Weapon, which will be very strong. It has an attack stat of 5. It's called Titan Glove, and it will be very helpful for the rest of the run. Cloaker also expires, so we get to use a new one.
Very helpful
we'll
until we
be-
get the longest thing.
True. You could also, there is one in the final dungeon comp that you could get. It's like literally in the last area though, so I usually end up skipping it.
But you're not gonna grab Father Fist?
I'll grab it for this one. I got leveled Father Fist. It's actually called Kaiser Knuckle, but in the game it's literally just spelled as K Knuckle. And someone didn't know that the K didn't stand for Kelvin. Kelvin is Gio's dad's name, so people started making jokes about how it's actually called Father Fist.
Dad is a bare knuckle boxer. Let's go, boys.
Yep.
He's big enough to like be doing stuff like that. He's got the upper body strength.
He is pretty muscular when you see him. Like, his chest is just like protruding. Honestly, he did go to space to punch aliens. It is a truthful statement.
Sweet. And you get it, and you get that weapon right before you meet him. It's Father Fist.
It really is. Don't know how you keep losing it over the course of the games. The first time it appears in deep space, and then the second time, I think it's in Mu.
Yeah.
Like, how did it end up there? It's lost civilization. But anyway, we have gotten through Crimson Machine, and now it is time to fight good old Acid.
Ah, man, if it wasn't in Star Force 2, I could have just gone with the joke of like, it's just each hand.
True, honestly. Just one of each hand. Maybe he's just that strong, he just has 3 fists.
So you're supposed to die to this fight, right?
Not quite. Trying to see if I can get him to land on it. Grass panel, but not quite. Whatever, I'll just delete him. Overkill. It's also nice because now we end this fight over 100% noise.
8 hours later, and I finally get to point out that the drill actually functions correctly. We didn't slap him with it this time.
Hey, he'll learn.
And so now, this is Dread Joker. This is the person who actually obliterated Luna earlier. Dread Joker has super armor, so it doesn't really matter, like, trying to just hit him out of attacks all the time. I am gonna go for over 100% noise, though. One of the reasons why we get Titan Glove is because these missiles, which can kind of stun lock you, have exactly 5 health, so it just works out really nicely in that way. And that is Dread Joker. Alright, so now we are in the final scenario of the game. We have attacked Dealer's base. Unfortunately, during that time, Dread Joker decided to self-destruct, and in order to help us escape, poor Ace chose to what's the term? Kind of absorb the blow. So he blew up, and the dealer base is no more, but the main guy, King, got away. and he is now in control of this giant space meteor that is threatening to crash into Earth and destroy it. If you've ever played Battle Network, that might sound a little familiar.
Yeah,
We don't
because like early promo shots, they showed the meteor. They didn't show Crimson Dragon inside of it, so a lot of us just thought, "Yo, is Duel keeping his word?" But it's fine. Ace lived. It's canon.
It's true. Ace will appear in the credits with a lot of bandages. So somehow.
The one shot.
Oh, even that.
Yeah, he's just there. They brought him back. He's just there.
Oh god.
He actually lived.
That's insane. I mean, I've been saying it's
I respect a lot of developers and what they say and do. But if you go through the trouble of killing off a character, and then in the credits show him bandaged up, alive and smiling that he's alive, and then in the art book go, nah, that was just a certain character's wish. That's up to the player's interpretation. You're a coward.
Pick one.
Back and forth if they
pick
wanted
one. Pick one. Don't put that to me. Pick one. You wrote the game.
It isn't even sitting on a fence. That's being on both sides at the same time.
It's a good thing it's canon. The one shot came out as like part of like all of the stuff leading up to the collection, right?
Yeah, it's
Came out like a few months ago.
1 year after Star Force 3.
Yeah. Oh, that thing. Okay.
Yeah.
That's pretty early then. Or it takes place. Is that what you mean? It takes place 1 year after?
Yeah, it takes place 1 year after Star Force 3.
Okay. Makes sense. Came out a few days ago. Oh, word. I remember hearing about it. I just hadn't necessarily looked at it yet.
Yeah, it's pretty alright.
It's good, because that means I was correct in saying that Ace lived. Even though we're literally getting an email from him that is like, if you receive this email, it means I'm no longer in this world. This is a unskippable cutscene, by the way, unfortunately, because we have to read this email and then immediately back out of it.
Just back out of it regardless. Such heartfelt words.
Yep. Don't know what he said, but it's clearly heartfelt.
Alright, here's some encouraging words. Alright, now here's the Giga card based on the guy that just killed me.
Yep. True. That is also very fair. He does appear in a cutscene after you beat the final boss. But before you truly beat the final boss. Like, you don't think I'm really dead, right? They really were just fence sitting with this whole thing for years.
Yeah.
Even in-game, like outside of game, they just could not decide. Alright, so because King controls Meteor G, he's able to use it to fire lasers at places and cover them in jamming. Now, we're able to scratch up that jamming and kind of break in and find people that were potentially, affected by the giant laser beam from a space meteor hitting them. So we're going in and saving these people real quick. Also, I am going to quickly add the Giga card, just in case we draw it for this next fight. We no longer really need the true grass panel card because we still have Acorn Bomb. And we're starting to move a little bit away from fire as our main method of damage. Alright. These guys are a bit of an annoying fight because they do have 500 health. But got through it. And now it's time to go fight the most necessary boss in the series.
Yo?
This is a fan-designed boss, but he's literally just standing in the way to the orbital base, which is miraculously connected to the astro wave. But he's blocking the path because he's putting on a 10-hour concert. And he won't open the path unless we choose to fight him or sit through his 10-hour concert.
I thought it was a good resolution.
Yeah.
I mean,
We
a free
just wait.
concert for 10 hours,
He's putting it on just for all these little astro hertzes out here. Nobody else. But this is Moon Destroyer, the fan-designed boss for Star Force 3. He kind of just jumps around a lot. Unfortunate. I'm gonna punch him for a bunch of damage. And he is done. Alright. And then he lets us in. And now we're about to start this game's boss rush a little bit. We're not quite at the final area yet, but we're gonna start pretty early with the V2 fights. I love the ominous sections with no music.
Same. Unfortunately, usually a sign of poor emulation back if you're doing one of that.
Yep.
But in this case,
Alright.
intentional.
Yeah. Alright, we managed to skip that encounter with that cloaker. And we're now refighting Spade Magnus, who will kind of get obliterated by the stuff we have now.
It makes sense. The Moon Destroyer, the rival of Apollo.
That's true. I mean, he does have super secret forms as well that can only be fought once you've pretty much cleared all of the game.
Ooh, that's gonna be fun to finally experience.
Yeah. I am also really curious how they're going to handle the PvP stuff and getting
I hope they
acid
just make it a
PvP.
code.
Me too. So we now have a new folder the Kelvin folder, which we can pull some stuff out of. And then I'm going to get rid of those.
Correctly, I'm pretty sure Acid Ace, BB, and Joker RR, they are like actual like achievements that you have to get. So I'm hoping they're just codes and not actual like PvP requirements, because that's going to be annoying.
I'll get rid of another longsword. Oh yeah, that's right. I had one extra card from earlier for my pollen shot. Can use this cloaker as well. Potentially skip an encounter. Never lucky. It would be really nice though if they made that just a simple code, honestly. Like that would be the preferred option in my eyes. Ow. So, I'm actually going to take this opportunity to get some random rewards with over 100% noise. What do we get? Noise Wizard X. So, this game introduced a fourth level to certain cards, which is the X form. Always only available as illegal data from finishing fights like that, over 100% noise. And they're just slightly more powerful. Obviously rarer and harder to get, but... Unfortunately, Noise Wizard X is not very strong in and of itself, so I don't think I'll be adding that to the folder. But there's usually some really good stuff that you could potentially get. It is a very true statement. Illegal data is a lot like a randomizer. Alright, so now it is time for the final day. So, we are going to, once again, go to space. This time, we're going to take a giant real wave station. It's going to warp us into space. And then we're going to actually warp into the rocket that we first entered earlier. Or like the one that caused trouble at the beginning of the game.
The one that Bane took.
Yes. And so...
I had Magnus. Bane is the thing. The card.
Yes. So we're just going to warp here first. And then... we're going to take this... It's going to take the rocket close to the meteor, because it's already been exposed to noise, and Meteor G is just pure noise. And that's going to allow us to jump over to Meteor G. So now we're in Noise Wave 3, which is connected to the meteor. And then we will start the final dungeon. So, this is Meteor G. There are a few places that are not obvious to the naked eye that happen to have what are called splinters of Kelvin. You can find what those areas are by tapping on the pop-up of your dad's little silhouette on the bottom screen. Get a good sense of where those splinters might be, but you're supposed to collect the splinters, which will form a memory, and you get a cutscene of one of Kelvin's memories. Which will then open the path to the next area. In between that, there's going to be these waves of crimson that we have to slash with Omegasis, kind of like we did earlier with the copies of Omegasis. If you get hit by those little waves of crimson, which are pure crystallized noise, it'll just trigger a random encounter, basically. And so yeah, it's basically just run through the area, find the splinters, and mash A and B a lot.
And hopefully get a better noise change.
Would be very nice. My Cloaker's probably expiring soon, yep. We have just enough to last us through the entire area, reduce our encounter rate as much as possible. Luckily, you can't get encounters while the waves of crimson are active, but obviously you do have to be careful of the crimson that's coming in from behind me. Spore hurts. In this game, we didn't talk about it necessarily, but it's very similar to Star Force 2, in that you can save the Hertzes, but instead of giving you abilities directly, they give you a currency, which is literally just the Mr. Hertz itself. And then there's an area that you can actually take all of your Mr. Hertzes back to, all of the ones you've saved, and you can spend them to purchase abilities. Not that we would ever do that in the speedrun, but can be neat.
Because that's what we needed, another currency for this series.
There are a lot of currencies. We also got a noise frag earlier, which is this game's equivalent of bug frags. So we have Zenny, bug frags, Mr. Hertz's. Alright, now for refight number 2. Diamond Dice. Very annoying hiding behind these. And so you can see that Giga card, Dread Laser, is heavily layered. But now I have enough damage to just use it. Because Dread Laser as a Giga will be larger than the standard cards on the custom screen. Megas like Acid Ace there are also slightly larger, and therefore more prone to being layered as well. But Gigas are the biggest offender by just being so gigantic. And now we do it again. The route I take through here is typically designed to get me to the Kelvin Splinters, where I don't have to spend so much time waiting, because you can't pick up a Kelvin Splinter while a Wave of Crimson is active. So usually my routing through this area is designed to spend the least amount of time waiting as possible. I guess I'll get a random reward. And it's just a noise frag. Unfortunate.
You get to buy really good equipment later.
Yeah, later.
It's fine, it'll be just like BN1, just back out. Hit the credits.
Imagine. Perfect. And no waiting needed. Perfect. Ah, my favorite. Gravities. So, again, they can only be damaged by swords. My charge shot is actually a sword. I do also have a sword, but the problem is that it's layered, so... And it just sucked at me. So, luckily, in this game, you have a guaranteed runaway after 3 turns. So, that was the worst case scenario there, but all things considered, it's not the end of the world. Especially because you get quick gauge with Wolf, speeding up your turns. This Mutek virus is actually weak to break, so it just dies instantaneously. And now it's time to refight Club Strong, who is still just as weak to fire cards as ever. Didn't really draw many. I guess we could have taken Jack Corvus, but... Ow. I'll just single use that. It's enough damage. It did take quite a bit of damage, which will be a bit risky later, but it'll be fine. I haven't done a safety save in quite a while. I'm gonna do one right now just in case one of these random encounters.
Probably should.
My health is a little bit lower than I'm used to, so...
Okay, shouldn't you have the energy on you, at least one?
Yeah, my goal is to try and use that either just before Jack Corvus or just after. Which is the next refight coming up. Oh, I forgot to reuse a cloaker. But this is the last area here. Before the final boss. Perfect. Managed to grab that just before that Crimson Wave. Alright. Alright. And I said I would grab it earlier. I almost kind of forgot until just now, but the Kaizou Knuckle is in this area, so I will go and grab it and equip it. I love Drill Arm. Oops. First time I got hit by one of those. So I wasn't sure if it would hit me or not. Luckily it's a pretty easy encounter. Those dragon head viruses have those sort of like 3 little like things that they're standing on, so you have to buster them down first before you can hit their actual head. I got hit by that. Whoops. Kaiser Knuckles up here. It is one less attack than Titan Glove, but it fires much, much faster. Right. So now we've gotten all the Kelvin Splinters, so we won't get any more waves of Crimson. We're probably just going to get one, maybe two more random encounters before we start fighting a couple more bosses. I will save that hurts, because why not? One hurts has been saved today.
Oh, just a one.
Now, after this point, it's only going to be boss fight, final boss fight. So we no longer really need the fire damage as much, and instead I want to make use of some other really powerful cards. I will save before this one. I would like to use the D-Energy after this, because I'm very likely to take damage on this fight. I'm also a wood element, so this is potentially going to go over poorly, but I put in some white card code to get more Bushidos as my white cards now. And Bushidos are a really powerful card that buff themselves the more you have of them. I don't like how weird that is, but whatever. Alright, try and confuse you first. Alright. That is Jack Horus V2. Didn't even take damage. Was not worried in the slightest. And now it's time for Jack's sister, Queen Tia, aka Queen Virgo, who is significantly easier. Unfortunately, things are very layered on the screen. So, once again, double counter hits. Oh my god, it moved. Anyways. So now I can actually make use of that D-Energy we were talking about a little bit earlier. I'm also going to edit the folder ever so slightly because I have two cards that aren't very good. Oh, I forgot to take out the bookies. I'll just put in some long swords again. That's fine. Like that. Let's use the D-Energy. And time for the final boss. This boss fight is a little weird in that, again, it's not going to be time right as the final boss dies. We get to fight it again afterwards, but then time will be when that one is deleted, so. So, for the final boss, I'm trying my best to rack up as much noise so I can finalize, which is something we haven't talked about before. Basically, it's an extra special transformation where every time I lock onto somebody, my next card will deal double damage. My buster stats are also maxed out. It's a lot like what's it called in that regard? Tribe King. It also only lasts for 3 turns. Unfortunately, my draw here has been kind of mediocre, but got the counter hit into the ultimate final attack of 600 damage.
Ooh, nice.
So, don't worry, time is not yet. This game has an anime finish that is forced on you, where you get to fight the final boss in a fight where you literally cannot die. And you aren't able to kill the final boss except with one very particular card. That card you will start drawing on the 3rd turn, or you can get a counter hit into it, which is literally the attack we just used to defeat the final boss the first time. I'm going to get the head down a little bit. And then I'm going to try and get a counter hit with that. Oh well. Not the end of the world. Alright, so time is coming up at the end of this animation. So, just a few seconds. And time.
Nice.
GG.
Nice clean tooth.
Just over the 2:30 estimate. It's okay. 7 seconds over. That is Star Force 3. As we mash through these final cutscenes to get to the credits, there is a fun little glitch if you're not careful, where sometimes the credits music just doesn't play, and it's very disappointing every time. I have not gotten it in years, though, but it's very disappointing to get to the end of your run and then just not get to listen to the well-earned music.
Imagine still in the collection.
I know, right? Oops. That has not happened already. Capture card disconnected like that. Anyway. But yeah,
So-
that's Star Force 3.
Ah,
As
dang,
we
I hear the
wind-
music.
As we wind down after a day full of Star Force, do either of you have any last goodbyes you want to say before we start setting up and moving on to a raid?
I will say thank you for having us. Really appreciate it. Shout outs to Team BN. Team BN is one of the largest Battle Network and Star Force communities for fans. It's also where most of the speedrunners are focused. And so Team BN has a lot of resources dedicated to helping you learn both the Battle Network or the Star Force series. So if you're interested in learning the games with the Legacy Collection coming out soon, I'd recommend checking out Team BN both on Twitch and also joining the Discord to ask any questions you want or to find some of the resources that we have available. So I know Silver's not here anymore, but shout outs to Silver for running Star Force 1. And Yuki, have anything else you want to say?
I got nothing else. I've been here for like 9 hours. My brain's kind of just dead.
Yeah. Me and Ashen are kind of existing as a corporeal being at this point as well. Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah. Well, thanks all three of you for running. Her Experience Gamer asks to do something for the Star Force release. I think this is a bit more than something. It was a lot of bit of something, but I wanted to fulfill that request from our co-owner since he's the co-owner. But also he's another larger team member of Team BN as well, so I knew for certain that he's a real big fan. I think there was a personal call where we had like a 2-hour diatribe about the Star Force story, where he just explained it to me in nauseating detail, and I'm like, all right, yeah, he loves it. I got it. But we're gonna get on out of here, and we're gonna raid Jupiter Climb. A little bit of extra DS fun here, Portrait of Ruin, and Dawn of Sorrow Max randos. So if you guys like some DS fun, I know it's not exactly an RPG, but I'll take it any day of the week. And thank you all for your time. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.